Hi everyone and welcome back! So this is the last game on my current schedule. I still haven't, as the time of recording this, I still haven't set what my next schedule is gonna be, but it's probably gonna be a mix of Amnesia, probably a Seduce Me, one more Seduce Me playthrough, and possibly, maybe Our Life Beginning and Always? I don't know. We'll see. I can't fucking remember which games I have done parts on so far, but yeah. So, welcome back. I just installed, like, the most recent version, of the DLC. Or, not DLC, the demo. And it looks so different from what it used to be like. Oh. Oh my god. Okay. Tumblr, Twitter, Discord, load gallery, settings. Actually, I'm just gonna music volume. Probably gonna set it like right there. Skip all the text, skipped after choices, stream. Maybe that's a good idea, actually. Maybe? I don't know. Anyway. Oh my god. Welcome back! Changed my icon somehow. Password _77 with a 6. What the fuck you mean? Oh. Underneath. What else? What the fuck? Oh. Oh! It's, direct to the website there. Okay. I had a second of where I was like, wait, hold on. Oh shit. Am I clumsy or am I clumsy? There we go. Okay. Customize main character. You don't own any DLC, visit Qtside Itchy to enable this feature. Actually, I think I want to check that out real quick. Hold on, give me a second. Anyways. Fuck's sake. There we go. Anyways. Oh. Wait! I wouldn't check out the customizable MC! Fuck! I wouldn't check that out! I shouldn't have pressed that fucking button. Give me a second. Wait! Hold on! How the fuck? Shit. Fuck. Bitch. History. Skip. Autoplay. Blah 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 blah. Settings. Quit. No, I don't want to quit. The fuck? Where's the menu button? Hi, and welcome back to me being dumb. Shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to restart this again. Fuck. Turns out quit doesn't mean quit the game. I hate myself right now. Okay. Custom. Oh my god, what a cutie patootie! Mentior. What the fuck? She. Eye color is purple. A big eyes. Red. Or should we have this? Or should we have... No, that one is better. Full name. Can you not customize your name? Or am I tripping? Hold on. You're confusing the shit out of me again. Because you could customize the name. Customize MC name pronouns. Certain appearance aspect. Where do you customize the name? Where? Where? Bro? Do not piss me off right now, I swear to fucking God. Where? Still under the blah blah blah. Where is the name change? Where? Do not piss me the fuck off right now. Fuck. Okay. I have to start over. Great. Great. We're doing awesome, guys. I'm going to kill myself. I shouldn't be saying that. I shouldn't be saying that. It's still custom? Yeah. Okay. You know what? We're just gonna see where this takes us. Like, my autism is extreme because I'm like, this isn't the way I remembered it. So, pissing me off, like, slightly. Can't wait to see you again. Yeah, of course I'm back. It's my favorite bitch. I saw everybody on, like, TikTok being like, oh, I fucking hate his, like, hair with, like the long-haired option. And I'm like, dude, he looks cute. I kinda like it. And in other news, the remains of yet another body has been pulled from Lake Blue Moss, making it a total 4 unidentified victims this past year. Authorities believe that. Ugh. Stifling a groan with the rim of my coffee cup, I fish around for the remote lodged between the cushions and turn the TV off. I wasn't about to let some morbid headline damper the start of my cheerful morning, especially considering how today was going to be my first day at work after finally getting that hard-earned promotion. How the fuck can you be promoted when you work in a library? Or do we have another workplace? Last time I checked, we worked in a library in this demo. Yeah, exactly. I mean, sure, stacking and sorting books at a library might not be my dream job, or even my first choice of places to work after moving back. But the pay was nice, my co-workers were friendly, and the building is located within the perfect walking distance from my apartment. There was even this adorable little bakery along the way that served the best shortcakes and croissants known to mankind. And the manager there always loved to hand out small freebies whenever I stopped by. It still beats living in the city, though. Honestly, I wasn't even sure why I left my hometown in the first place. The fast-paced hustle and bustle lifestyle of the city just wasn't what I was longing for whenever I stared out the window on sleepless nights. And the people there were always rude and indignant. Oh fuck, I can't read! It was nothing like Corland Bay, where people were... oh fuck. Where everyone felt like a close-knit family, and the air smelled like the sea rather than pollution. And sure, the local crime rate might be getting out of hand as of late, and there might be fewer things for me to do here. But my new job keeps me busy, and I prefer spending time alone at the beach over visiting shady bars with people I barely consider friends. In fact, setting my mug on the table, I reach out into my pocket and pull out my phone. A notification from Moth, my online friend, pops up, so I tap on the screen and read their message. What greets me is an adorable sticker of some anime character giving thumbs up, as well as short as well as a short message that says "Good luck today" underneath. Moth had been adamant about showing their endless support for me even after 5 years of friendship, cursed memes, and late night video calls. And even though I would never admit it out loud, I was truly grateful to have someone like them in my life. Pulling up the keyboard, I begin to type response to their message. Say thank you, send another sticker, reply later. Send me with zero context. Without missing a beat, I open up the message gallery with practiced fingers and send back blurry pictures of a worm in a bag of crisps with the word sexy written in the glitter font. Not even 5 seconds pass before Moth quips back with a response of their own, this time sending their own cryptic meme of a frog sitting on a slice of bread. Is that butter? Before I can ask, a gray chat bubble pops up once more, indicating that Moth was still typing another message. By the way, did you see the latest AOG app? I heard Haruko got an outfit change. Spoil it for me. Did he really change his hairstyle as well, or was it just his sorcerer outfit? I can't call myself his spouse if I don't even know whether he changed his look or not. Attack on Giants, or AOG as Moth like to call it, is a popular anime series that we recently became obsessed with, and Haruko is one of the main characters from the show. He's a sorcerer from the Shizuka clan, and is widely known for his shy, empathetic, and airheaded demeanor, and as of late, his unique hairstyle has become a trending topic within the anime community. Now that I think about it, what did Haruka have in the latest episode of AOG? Ooh, okay. Depending on the answer, Eren changes his hair. I don't mind the long hair option. I'm a sucker for men with long hair, but at the same time, like the short one, ooh, the mid-length one, okay, but the short one, his hair is short. He cut it short. Let's hold a funeral. Rest and rip to his luscious pink locks, gone but not forgotten. By the way, I don't mean to change the subject, but did you say last night that you were gonna head to work at 8 a.m? Cause like it's 9:30 where you are right now, right? Or am I dumb and forgot the time zones and got the time zones mixed up again? Lol. Looking at the time displayed on my phone, I immediately let out a string of curses and leapt to my feet. Shit. I'm still wondering why the fuck. What is your user? I put the username as Blake. Why the fuck isn't the name change? Okay, these are funny. Oh my god, there's even more? Aww. Cutie patooties. This is me. It's me. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay. Open socials tab. Open work group chat. Open socials tab. What? Huh? I'm really confused. Breaking news. Ren is best boy and this is still a whip. Oh, work in progress. I keep forgetting what like WIP stands for, and then I'm like, all right. Grabbing the coat, I had carelessly strewed thrown across the back of the sofa earlier. I quickly shrugged it on before making a beeline towards the front door. Before I leave, however, I spare myself one final glance in the poorly hung mirror in the hallway. Hopefully, the outfit I chose is appropriate for my job. Something cutesy, something comfy, alternative, professional, trendy, something casual. Alternative! What can I say? Even in summer, I'm still an emo bitch. Okay, so maybe my outfit might not match the vibes of the library, but hey, at least I look hot while stacking those books. Adjusting the black choker around my neck and readjusting the fishnet mesh, I'll give myself an appreciative nod in the mirror. But enough of that. I can check myself out another time. Hastily, I smooth out the wrinkles and pick off any stray pieces of lint from my sleeves before I finally head out the front door. And almost catch my coat on the door handle in the process. This is how you write, like, an adorkable character correctly, in my opinion. With a grumble, I tug at the fabric of my coat before slamming the door shut with a little bit too much force than necessary. Even trying to insert my keys with a bit of a struggle, and I had to fight the urge to yell in frustration as I attempted to lock my door. Seriously, when will that lazy bum of a landlord do something about this? I swear I've complained about this at least 4 times this month. Oh! Hey there, Blake. Looking good. I'm still wondering how the fuck you changed the name, because it says, what do you want to be called? Because that's the username. Oh. Wait, I'm fucking stupid. Oh my god! Holy shit, I'm dumb! Oh, fuck. Boom. Is it changed now? Okay. Holy shit, I'm Whoa! My neighbor Violet practically beams at me while she fishes through her pockets for her own apartment key. Resting on her hip was yet another potted plant, and I found myself wondering where she was going to put it this time. I was almost entirely convinced that her whole apartment had been turned into a greenhouse at this point, considering how her balcony was practically filled to the brim with different kinds of plants, greenery, and other various kinds of flora. But I wasn't about to complain or anything. The fragrance that wafted in with the wind always smelled floral and earthy, and it did well to mask the smell of smoke and burnt food whenever I cooked. Love the shoes, by the way. The color really complements your aura this morning. She is so sweet. I love her. You'll have to let me peek inside your closet someday. I've been looking for some new inspiration lately. Oh, girl, keep it as it is. You're gorgeous. Especially with the winter... Especially with winter right around the corner. I'm getting excited just thinking about it. Oh. But back to you. Oh god. Stop interfering with my walks, Theo. I swear I'll mace you again! Tell him! Say till dem! Wah! Because I did... Yeah. That's all it did. Her voice pulls me away from my thoughts, and I notice how the growing smile on her face doesn't seem to falter. Wow, Violet sure was extra chirpy this morning. I wonder if she'd let me borrow some of that energy. In response, I shoot my neighbor a grin of my own, and it was apparently enough to brighten her mood even more than it was already. What are you holding? Sorry, Vi, I'm in a rush. That's okay. Don't let me stop you. She gives me a soft smile and waves her free hand before focusing her attention back on her door. That is until she suddenly jolts as if she just remembered something and swivels her heels to look at me once more. Oh, I almost forgot. I've been meaning to ask you this, but when were you going to tell me that you were seeing someone? Huh? Wait a second. I'm still confused about the name thing. Wait. Wait. Oh, wait, it was a first name, last name, fuck. Oh, fuck. And, son. The game instructions are not clear. I don't like that. Oh, fuck. Okay, we fixed the issue. We're fine. We're good. I solved it, everybody. I did it. The instructions were not clear. I was so confused. A knowing look pulls at her features as Violet continues to fiddle with the lock on her door. What were you talking about? What are you talking about? Come on, don't act like you didn't just have a guy over last night. I saw him leaving when I took Kathy out for a walk. One second. I have a little gurgle in my throat. Hey, Leo. I'd be more worried about my neighbor taking her named plants out on a walk at night, but the thought of someone leaving my apartment seemed to set off way more alarm bells. I give Violet a concerned look and she picks up on it almost immediately. You don't remember? Don't tell me you were drunk or something. With a huff, she gives up on trying to unlock her door. It seems as though we both shared the same problem with our apartment locks, and places her potted plant on the ground before slowly making her way towards me. Tall guy? Wearing a dark slasher hoodie? Probably into either old-fashioned or bondage with crazy amounts of belts and loops wrapped around his legs. Ring any bells? No. Last night, I was just catching up on some TV shows and talking with my friend. No one came here. Even if they did, I would have heard them. My place isn't really that big anyway. Really? But I was so sure it was your door. My hand rests on her cheek in a thinking manner before she pouts up at me, seemingly giving in for now. Well, alright then. Maybe it was somebody else's apartment. I mean, it's always so dark in these hallways at night. Honestly, what is our landlord doing? Would you mind if I check in with security downstairs later? It'd give me some peace of mind. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, I think... Bruh, why is Snapchat trying to fucking get me to watch FIFA World Cup? I'm not fucking interested. Alright then. Thank you, Blake. Well, I got some plants to water and some MMOs to raid in, so... Oh my god, gamer girl, we love it! Violet lets out one last huff before she picks up her plant. What did she name this one again? And goes back to unlocking her door. Good talk, I guess, even if it was kinda awkward. Yeah, sure. See you later, Vi. Slipping past my neighbor and into the cramped hallway, I quickly make for the stairs. When will they fix that broken elevator? And I break into a slight jog. Thankfully, the weather is rather cool, and the shoes I chose aren't going to leave me with blisters by the time I reach the library. The smell of old paper, coffee, and soft incense floods my senses as I step through the library's glass doors. Melodic chimes alert the woman at the reception desk of my arrival, and I watch as she tucks a strand of stray blonde hair behind her ear as she turns around to greet me. Good morning. Well, fuck. I have like... I swear, my body cannot decide if it's sick. It feels like I'm struggling with this every week. Good morning, Eleanor. Oh. She looks surprised for some reason before her expression morphs into a soft smile, and she beckons me closer with a nod of her head. Eleanor is one of my co-workers here at Corland Bay Library, and one of very few people here who actually gets the work done. And although she's notorious for being rather scatterbrained, she more than makes up for it with her caring and doting attitude towards everyone. But her nurturing personality can get rather overbearing at times, and I often find myself having to step away to get some breathing room. Nevertheless, she's charming to work with, and I appreciate her always looking out for me. After all, who knows what my sleeping schedule would have looked like without her help. Blake, just on time. I printed out your... Wait, where did I... Her expression turns into slight panic as she spins on her heels, and I silently watch with amusement as she shuffles through the various books and stacks of paper lining her desk. Where did I leave it? Ah, here it is. Spinning around once more, Eleanor comes back and hands me a sheet of paper with the words "Schedule" printed in big, bold letters. I take it from her grasp and give the sheet a once-over. Well, it looks like I'm going to be busy for the next few weeks, but I guess Eleanor doesn't seem to share the same disdain as me, judging from the playful look plastered on her face. So, how does it feel to no longer be the one in charge of stacking books all day long? Although you still have to work at the front desk from time to time. Although you still have to work the front desk from time to time, though, unfortunately. I offer a weak smile at her words before rounding the corner and placing my bag under the desk. And as I begin to pull out some of my belongings, the front door chimes again, letting everyone know that another patron has come in. Figuring Eleanor has it covered, I leave the customer to her as I go back to preparing everything for the day. But as I turn around to check on her, I notice that she had already finished greeting the customer and was on her way to her desk from across mine. As if sensing my gaze, she spins around in her office chair and flashes me a teasing grin. Looks like he's back again. Oh wait, let me try that one again. Looks like he's back again. Eleanor gives me a soft chuckle as she inclines her head in the direction of the person she was talking about. You know that new guy? I don't know when he started showing up here in the Bay, but he's always come in and rents out the books you recommend on the display window. And if I didn't know any better, I'd say he has a little crush on you. Especially with that outfit you got on, it makes you look rather pretty, so I can't really fault him for staring. Because he was staring. A lot. Release me! Snorting, I push Eleanor's office chair so that she's facing the other way and focus my attention back to the papers in front of me. What was with everyone today? Always smiling, gossiping about other people, and meddling in business that wasn't their own. It was bad enough I had to deal with a potential intruder, but I doubt my deadbeat landlord was going to do anything about it. I might need to buy a stronger lock on my way home from work. Maybe even some kind of alarm system, but would stores still be open by then? All of a sudden, I get pulled back as Eleanor playfully wheels my chair around and leans over my shoulder, softly speaking to my ear. Would you look at that? A lover boy in aisle 8 needs some help, it seems. She nods in the direction of the red light flashing above the bookshelf, signaling to the staff that someone in that row needed assistance. With a sigh, I reluctantly stand up and make my way over. I already knew for a fact that Eleanor wasn't going to help them herself, so I begrudgingly began to make my way towards aisle 8 alone. I knew better than to glance back at her, though knowing full well that my teasing co-worker would be sporting the biggest grin on her face at my misfortune. I'm just gonna take a sip. Oh yeah. Ducking around the corner and into the aisle, I was immediately met with a broad backside that was covered by what had to be the comfiest looking cardigan I'd ever seen. The person whom it belonged to, however, hadn't seemed to notice me yet. So I awkwardly cleared my throat and absent-mindedly shifted my weight from one foot to the other. Oh my god. He seems to jump at the sudden noise before sheepishly turning around to face me. Immediately, I was taken aback by his soft demeanor, doe-like eyes, and imposing height. So this was the guy who always rented out my recommended books on the display window, huh? He definitely fit the aesthetic of a cozy literature lover needing a good book. His pink hair also reminded me of Haruko, an anime character I'd recently been obsessing over with Moth during our late-night video calls. In fact, even the overall cut and style appeared vaguely similar to his. But then again, this hairstyle could have been trending right now or something. I just so happened to be the last to know about it. But now that I really had a good look at him, which proved difficult considering his towering height, the stranger seemed to bear near picture-perfect resemblance to the male lead from this webcomic I was reading. It was called Always With You, and it involved the main character meeting the love of her life at a... He's so cute! I love this twisted man, I do. As if noticing my spaced out look, the stranger absent-mindedly scratched at his jaw while he waits for me to snap out of my thoughts. In fact, I had been so distracted that I didn't even realize he had been muttering quietly to himself. Well, you But I thought you preferred softer clothing, that's why sorry. I hope I'm not bothering you. I was just looking for, His voice pulls me back to the present, and I hastily try to make sense of what was spilling from his cherry-tinted lips. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm smiling. And I hope the fans going absolute apeshit on my computer doesn't get noticed. I need a PC. Watching him struggle with his words could have made anyone feel bad, so I offered him a reassuring smile in return and an encouraging nod of my head. At that, he takes a steady inhale of air before trying again. I need some help. I'm looking for a specific book, you see, but... And now he's playing with the ends of his sleeves. I felt the sudden urge to reach out and stop him. Did I find the action annoying, endearing, relatable? Who knows, but instead I held back and waited for him to find the words to speak. But wow, even his mannerisms were eerily similar to Haruko's. The endearing awkwardness and the sleeve tugging gave me a sense of deja vu, and it honestly felt like he walked straight out of the anime and into this very library. Man, Moth is gonna freak when I tell them about this later. The stranger in front of me takes in another shaky inhale before he tries to speak once more. This time with a lot more confidence in his tone and fire in his eye. Do you have any books on native flora? The best I found are on generic wildlife, but I'm looking... but nothing about coral and base plants. Or maybe I'm in the wrong aisle? He was looking for a book about the native flora. Perhaps I should introduce him to Violet. Okay, let me take a crack at that sentencing again for a second. Hold on. He was looking for a book about the native flora. Perhaps I should introduce him to Violet. What is it with me and always getting technical difficulties all the time? I don't fucking know what that thing was. Or what the fuck it was that I pressed. Who knows? But yeah, I need a fucking PC. I do. Anyway. I had to just jump through hoops. Let's see. He was looking for... Wait a second. I had to just go back for a second. Okay. Chuckling to myself at the thought, I stepped closer to the tall man and began scanning the contents of the shelves beside him. He almost seemed to flinch at the sudden closeness between us, but showed no sign of moving away. In fact, he seemed to almost lean closer and incline his head towards mine. And had I not been too preoccupied with finding that book, I would have noticed how his breath hitched in his throat as my scent flooded his senses. No. You're definitely in the right aisle. Those kinds of books are just more hidden, I guess. I step past him this time and make my way over to the lower part of the shelf. Absent-mindedly, I run my finger against the spine of each book until I come into contact with one book in particular. Then, bending over slightly, I pull the book from the shelf and give the cover a once-over before offering it to the man behind me. Is this what you're looking for? Too preoccupied with the misplaced book on the shelf, who brings cookbooks to the nature aisle, I barely notice how his blue eyes trace across my form before landing on the book held out in my outstretched hand. Was it just me, or did he have a certain glint in his eyes? Was this book really that interesting, or perhaps this tall stranger was just really into nature? Well, not that it mattered, because he was already taking attentive step forward and revealing more of his hands from the depths of his long sleeves. With shaky fingers, I watch as the stranger reaches out and takes it from my grasp. He flips through a few pages to take in its contents before finally settling on the book with an affirmative nod. Yeah, this is exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. I'm glad. You're like an angel sent down from heaven or something. You're so helpful. You're kind too. What? What? Oh, I didn't... Did I say that out loud? I didn't mean to. Ugh, I must have been so weird. I'm so sorry. He looked as though he was about to cry now, so I hastily threw my hands in a comforting manner and shot him in a reassuring smile. Hey, it's fine. No need to freak out. I wasn't expecting someone to say that about me, is all. Really? Well, I think it's true for what it's worth. You really are like an angel. Thanks? Figuring that was my cue to leave before things got awkward, I gave him one last friendly smile and subtly glanced back toward the front desk. But the eccentric man showed no signs of moving. Instead, he just looked at me expectantly. Did he want to continue the conversation? It seemed unlikely, as he didn't say anything. He simply stared at me. Awkwardly, I clear my throat for what I have. First yawn. For what had to be the millionth time today, and gestured vaguely to the reception desk behind me. Well, if you don't need any more help, I should... This is just getting weird now. Should I even attempt to continue this conversation, or just leave? I mean, it would seem rude to just walk away abruptly, especially considering how he's apparently a regular patron in the library I work at. But he wasn't making much of an effort either, so what should I do? Keep talking. I wouldn't actually do that, but you know. So, do you come here often? Seriously, Blake? Was that the best you could come up with? Damn it, now he probably thinks I'm the weird one. Yes, actually. I like visiting whenever I have some free time. Although, I usually end up coming here just to hide away in the corner somewhere and look at your book collection. You have a lot of interesting books here. Lots and lots of books. Yeah, I mean, it is a library after all. But sure, whatever you say, Mr. Actually, now that I think about it, you haven't told me your name yet. Oh, guess you're right. You can call me... What? It was like he said something, but his voice was delayed. Was that even his voice? Was he speaking English? It almost felt like something that came out of a dream. How did you do that? Do what? Anyway, you can just call me Ren if you'd like. Is it alright if I call you Blake? Although Angel does suit you just as well, in my personal opinion at least. Seriously? What just happened? Was I just imagining things? And was he really flirting with me right now? Are you okay? Yeah, I think, but how did you know my name? I don't remember telling you. Silly. It's on your name tag. As if to prove a point, Ren reaches out to gently flick the name tag that I somehow forgot I had put on this morning. Oh. Blake is a cute name, though. And it's really, really, really fun to say, especially over and over again. Shut your fucking mouth right now! Stop saying that! Right. Anyway. Say, are you busy later? I'd love to thank you for helping me with this book. Seriously, what was up with this guy? One minute he's shy and the next he's bold. It was almost like he was putting several fronts to see which one I responded to better. Gee, I wonder! It's not like I've played this game at least like 5 times. More like 10. Actually, I'm pretty busy this afternoon. I'd like to buy a new lock for my apartment. A new lock? That doesn't sound good. Can I ask why? I guess it wouldn't hurt to tell him. I mean, what was he gonna do? Personally show up at my doorstep and test a new lock himself? Shut your mouth right now. Apparently someone broke into my apartment last night and I didn't notice. I don't think they stole anything, but it's still... it's creepy. I figured it better to be safe than sorry, you know? Yeah, but it sounds like instead of a lock, you need to jump the scumbag and when they least expect it and beat him up to teach them a lesson. Stay up all night if you have to. Really get the edge on them. I couldn't help but let out a genuine chuckle at this suggestion. If I had to choose, then this would have been the side of him I preferred. He seemed at ease, and his words weren't as forced or awkward. Yeah? And who's gonna be the one to beat up the guy at 3 a.m? Because last I checked, I'm not really the type to go around throwing punches at people I don't know. And definitely not before the sun is up and shining. I could do it for you. You? But, I mean, we don't even know each other that well, and... That's fine. I could tell you all about myself on the walk there. My whole life story and everything. Where I was born, the school I went to, how many cute librarians I've met. Fuck, I keep forgetting how funny this writing is. Shit. Which happens to be one so far. Before I could even comment on his sudden confidence, Ren seemed to pick up on my discomfort at his choice of words. If it even was the discomfort I was feeling, and hastily backtracks. Hey, or not. I was just messing around. I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable. And there it was again. That subtle shift in his personality, but now that he mentioned it, would it really hurt you to invite it? Would it really hurt to invite him to my place for the night? He definitely looked like he could handle himself in a fight. His contrasting outfit aside, so maybe it wasn't so bad of an idea. You know what I'm gonna do the first... Actually, you know what? Would you mind coming over and staying the night? I'd feel a bit safer knowing someone is there. Oh, fuck. Actually, you know what? Would you mind coming over and staying the night? I'd feel a bit safer knowing someone else was around. Oh, you actually want me to come over? I mean, yeah. Sure. Definitely. He seemed a bit too eager for this. If it's not too much trouble, I get... Where is she? Blake. Ah! There you are. Someone at the front desk is looking for you and... Oh, sorry, are you busy right now? I can... Impeccable timing, as always, Eleanor. No, it's fine. I think everything is already handled here, right? I give the two of them a soft smile before making my way towards the reception desk. But as I passed Eleanor, I gently clasp a hand on her shoulder and shoot her a playful look of my own. If you need more help, I'm sure Eleanor here can assist you. She loves helping others, right? And as I turn to leave, I barely missed the way Ren's eyes zoned in on my hand resting on Eleanor's shoulder. Yeah, I wonder why. Hours seem to pass by in a blur, and soon enough I find myself... Stop it! Soon enough, I find myself resting up in the employees' lounge. My mind drifts back to the guy from earlier, and I couldn't help but wonder what happened to him afterwards. Did he rent out the book I offered? What about my recommendation? What about my recommended novel of the week? Red surely was strange, to say the least, but I had to admit that he did seem kind of cute with his oversized cardigan and timid demeanor. He still gave me off-putting vibes, though, especially with his ever-changing personality. And if I had to be completely honest, that shy and timid persona that he displayed felt rather forced to me. It was almost as if he saw it on TV or something and wanted to try it out himself. And I just happened to be one of his first victims. But who was I to call him out for it? That was his business if he wanted to act all shy and demure. Blake, is everything alright? It's not often I find you here at this time. Conan, my boss, startles me as he suddenly appears in the entranceway. Everyone saw him as some kind of blessing to this institution, because the moment he showed up, all forms of trouble seemed to disappear overnight. Those low-life teens started causing chaos elsewhere, and rumored gangs became few and far between. At first, I thought he might have been linked with these criminals because of his intimidating gaze and facial scars. But then I got to know him better and found out that he held a massive soft spot for those dear to him. Though, much like Eleanor, Conan felt more like a father figure with how much he fretted over his staff and their well-being. I mean, he literally installed a new air conditioner and water dispenser last week because one of his employees fainted due to heat stroke. It wasn't anything too major, but it was nice to know that our boss was considerate enough about the people he hired. I doubt I could say the same about my old job in the city. Conan was also nice to chat to whenever I went on my breaks, and would always encourage me to take as much time as I needed before I returned to my desk. But after realizing that I had once again been spacing out, I pulled myself away from my thoughts and turned to offer my boss an acknowledging smile. Yeah, I'm fine, just taking a short break. I'll be back out there soon. Take as long as you need, don't overwork yourself. He seems hesitant to leave. If the way he was shifting from one foot to the other was any indication. He shoots me a concerned look before opening his mouth only to close it once more in contemplation. Have you seen Eleanor? I asked her to come see me regarding the unsorted novels in the storeroom, but she's yet to show up. Eleanor? Last I saw her, she was talking to one of our patrons in aisle 8. Maybe she's still there? I'll have to check again then. Thank you. And with that, he disappeared just as quietly as he came. But that was odd. It wasn't like Eleanor to suddenly go missing. Was she still occupied with Ren? It'd been a while, so I figured she would have finished helping him and left by now. Oh, I'm sure she'll turn up sooner or later. Ren didn't seem much like a talkative person anyway. Jeez, why did my thoughts keep returning to that eccentric man? Yeah, I wonder. Deciding that I wasn't going to waste my time. Fuck you! Thinking about any more pink-haired guys, my beloved Haruko aside, I get up from the lounge chair. Oh, fuck. I get up from the lounge and meander my way towards the front desk again. But once I arrive, I immediately notice my chatty coworker was still nowhere to be found. It was just like my boss said, Eleanor wasn't anywhere to be seen, and it wasn't like her to leave the reception desk unattended for so long. Maybe she managed to knock over a pile of books again and was busy cleaning it up. It certainly wouldn't be anything out of the ordinary for her. Well, whatever, I'm sure she'll turn up again soon. The impact from me plopping down into my office chair causes some of the papers around me to rustle, and a bright pink sticky note fluttering around captures my attention. Assuming it was left there by Eleanor, I peel the folded note off my computer screen and read it. Angel. Unfolding it, I read the following. I'll wait for you after work, but if you change your mind about our deal, just keep walking. I'll take the hint, don't worry. That starting guy from aisle 8. The stuttering guy from aisle 8? I couldn't help but crack a smile at the name Ren chose for himself. And before I could allow Eleanor the chance to manifest behind me and tease me to kingdom come, I pocket the note and go back to sorting through the stacks of returned books left on the desk. True to his word, I catch a glimpse of Ren patiently waiting for me on one of the benches as I pack up for the day and leave the library. From afar, he looks like an oversized puppy waiting for his owner to return from work. And admittedly, I find it rather cute, especially with how his figurative tail starts to wag upon my arrival. Ren seems all too happy to see me. Before I can even call him out on it, he offers me a bottle of water that I assume he brought from one of the convenience stores down the street. You sure worked hard today. Now you can finally rest, huh? He's looking down at me again with a glimmer of expectancy in his eyes, so I hesitantly take the bottled water from his grasp and give him an affirmative nod of my head. Thanks. No problem. Monster. Did you want to head off now? Or do you want to rest for a bit? I mean, you were standing a lot today. He seemed almost lost in thought. He seems almost lost in his thoughts now. And I wonder how he knew what I'd been doing all day. After all, I figured he would have left after he found that book, but maybe he stayed a bit longer to read it? Oh no, I'm fine, but do you think we can make a quick detour on the way? I still need to... Blake! Heyo! Ah, I could recognize those boisterous voices anywhere. The first one belonged to Jae Yoon, or simply just Jae, a guy I had met at university. He sat next to me during the first few days of orientation and even offered to lend me his phone charger when my battery started to run out. He's a fun guy to be around, though his extroverted and energetic personality was often hard to keep up with. But Leon, the other guy awkwardly hanging off Jay's arm, was a different story. We'd practically known each other since we were babies. But he'd moved away from Coraline Bay when we were still in elementary school. I wasn't sure when he moved back to the Bay, but it was great knowing I'd be able to see him again. I just wish I could find the time to hang out with him, just like we used to. But I was always busy with work, and he was always busy playing volleyball and taking care of his sick mother in the hospital. Before I knew it, I was being pulled out of my thoughts by Jay's bubbly laughter. Hey, still with us? Hey Blake, finally finished with work. Oh, and who's this? This is Ren. We actually met at work today. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to tell Leon, the human personification of overprotective, that I had met the man today. What would he think if you found out that I was bringing home a complete stranger? He, usually rents out my recommended books at the library. Anyway. Leon, Jay, this is Ren. Ren, this is Leon and Jay. Unfortunately, these guys are my friends. It's truly unfortunate to know a handsome bloke such as myself. Leon dramatically clutches the spot above his heart as he leans further into Jay's shoulder. So, you're Ren. Are you new here? I'd like to think I know everyone in the here in the Bay, but I see but it seems you've proven me wrong. Yeah. I moved here a couple of months ago. Oh, same as Blake. I'm pretty sure she moved back here like, what, 2 months ago, right? Leon looks at me for confirmation, and I meekly nod my head. Strange how I've only been back here for 2 months, and I've yet to find enough time to catch up with all my friends. Oh, what a coincidence. Anyway, talking about moving is boring. Do you want to come hang out with us? I hardly notice the way Ren gets shoved to the side by Jay, intentionally or not. Nor could I make out the scowl on his face as soon as the excitable man leans a little too close into my personal bubble. We're just about to head over to Club Shoreline. Do you want to come with? I'm sure Leon wouldn't mind playing for you as well. Oi, I don't mind oh, fuck, paying. I can't read! I can read. It said pay, not playing. Fuck. Pause, rewind, play. Oi, I don't mind paying for her, but who said anything about paying for you? I did just now. Thanks, Leon. You're the best. I don't miss the way Leon rolls his eyes at Jay's antics before settling his gaze on me once more. Do you want to tag along? I don't really mind paying if you do. Sorry guys, I've already made plans. And do these plans have anything to do with this lanky fellow? My name is Ren. Actually, yeah, I promised I'd hang out with him today. Aww. He can go clubbing with us too. The more the merrier. I'd rather not. Sorry, maybe another time? I'm kinda drained from work anyway, so... Hey, no worries, darling. Just make sure to take it easy when you get back home, yeah? He shoots me a considerate smile before throwing an arm around Jay's shoulder. Well then, if you excuse us, I gotta go find a way to get this knucklehead to cover his own entry fees. We can all catch up another time, okay? And if you need help with anything, just give me a ring, yeah? I'll watch my phone like a hawk tonight. It's nice catching up with you again, darl. Nice seeing you too, Ron. Fucking hell! Okay, they didn't even... Leon. As they leave, I notice the way Leon looks Ren up and down, almost as if he was sizing it up. But Jay, like always, ignored the mood and trumps Leon in the back. Fuck. I can't read! Ignores the mood and thumps Leon in the back, encouraging him to walk faster. I watch as they both throw a carefree wave over their shoulders as they both head off in the direction of the nightclub a few blocks down the street. So, that wasn't awkward at all. I turn to look at Ren, but his eye seems to be fixated on the two retreating figures. He doesn't seem to snap out of it, so I gently call out his name again. Oh, sorry. Do you wanna head back home now? Excuse me. In the end, we made a quick detour to the local locksmith before heading back to my apartment. Cause that's a smart idea. In real life, would not do this at all. But because we're playing a game, fuck yeah, cheers. So, this is my place. You'll have to excuse the mess. I wasn't expecting anyone over. Hey, don't worry about it. I know you're not a messy person. I mean, from what I can tell, you don't really seem like the type. Yeah? Well, I hope you can still keep that image of me after you see the state of my place. His soft laughter echoes down the hallway and almost drowns out the sound of my neighbor's opening her door. Sound of my neighbor opening her door. Oh. Violet almost seems embarrassed as she jumps behind the door, clearly not expecting someone to be around at this time. But she brushes it off with a soft smile and steps outside. Hello again, Blake. We seem to be bumping into each other a lot today. Huh? Oh, who's this? How do I explain to my neighbor that Ren wasn't some guy I just met at work today? I'm certain she'd chew me out for bringing home a complete stranger, but still. He didn't exactly seem like the type to murder me in my sleep. He's more like the type to murder somebody else while I sleep. Okay, I need to calm down. In fact, he seemed more like the type of guy to ask me to return his order because he asked for no pickles or something. Okay, legendary reference. I'm Ren. Immediately, his large frame blocks my view as he steps in front of my neighbor and me. Almost as if he wanted to put as much distance between us as possible. One of his hands shoots from inside his pocket as he gruffly offers it to Violet for her to shake. Concerned about his abrupt action, I sidestep him to look up to gauge his expression. I'm a friend of Blake's. I see. I haven't seen you around before, though are you new to the area? Relax, Vi. He's not a serial killer or anything. Girl, if you only knew. Oh my god. At least I sure hope he wasn't. And why did I feel... Fuck. Why did I feel the sudden urge to defend him? It wasn't like I could confidently say he wasn't some holy being that flew down from heaven or something. Maybe he was the one who needed to be called Angel instead. Well, it didn't really matter. Really, Ren actually offered to stay at my place for the night in case that creep decides to come back again. Oh, well, I mean, he certainly has the height for it. I get that a lot. But don't worry, she's safe in my hands. Oh, I'm gonna be in his hands, alright. Fuck! I need to calm down! Well, alright then. A friend of Blake's is a friend of mine. But I have my eye on you, Mr. Totally Not a Serial Killer. She whispers the next part to Ren under her breath, but clearly had the intention of letting me hear it all as well. Just remember that I know what you look like now, so don't complain if you see your face plastered all over milk carton soon enough. Well, alrighty then, enjoy your night, and no funny business, you two. I'm off for my walk now. Toodles. Ignore her, please. Alright. Okay, but I gotta ask. Was she holding a potted plant? On a walk? Yes. She was. Dropping my keys into the bowl, I shrug off my coat and drape it over one of the chairs near the entrance. Oh, make yourself at home. Turning to Ren, I watch as he awkwardly shuffles about in the hallway, almost uncertain if he should come in or not. He moves to take off his shoes. I watch in awe as he neatly stacks them next to the umbrella rack. Oh, are you the type to leave your shoes on at home? Sorry, I'll... No, you're fine. He really was adorable, but now he was here. But now that he was here, I wasn't quite sure what to do next. I usually I'd pop on a TV show or some anime while I chow down on some takeaway food, or even just talk with Moth until some unreasonable hour in the morning. But now that I had company over, I wasn't quite sure what to do. I didn't even know what Ren liked to do in his free time. Turning to face the pink-haired man once more. I almost jumped back in fright. Clearly I wasn't expecting him to get so close to me while I was lost in thought. I almost feel the heat radiating off his large frame and feel the small puffs of air he leaves. Small puffs of air leave his nostril as he shyly leans down to look at me. Oh, so... Breathe, Blake, breathe! Was there anything you wanted to do, or... Because I usually just... Damn it, it was hard to think straight when he was standing so close to me and wafting his stupidly strong scent of mint and fresh linen in my direction! I was, like, even so attentive to the way Ren smelled. Wow, I'm beginning to sound like a creep! Nah, I don't really have anything I need to do. You can just go about your normal routine if you want. I'll try not to get in your way. Or you can just put me in a corner somewhere and pretend I'm not here. Whatever works for you. No offense, but you take up much more room than you think, so I doubt that would work. Touché. Once again, I found myself being drawn in by his soft laughter, and I couldn't help but chuckle along with him. was it always this easy talking to him? It was like we were childhood friends reminiscing about old times or something. Except the only one making it awkward now was me. Glancing back at Ren, I notice how he's still looking at me with those expectant eyes of his as he looms over me in the entryway. He obviously didn't want to do something I'd be uncomfortable with, and he couldn't really suggest anything since this wasn't his home, so I guess the choice was up to me after all. Like that's suggest heading for bed, ask him to leave. Ask him to leave? Watch television. Well, I usually watch TV while I get ready for bed. Do you want to watch something to pass some time? Yeah, sounds great to me. Once we were both seated and comfortable on the couch, I picked up the remote and decided on something to watch. There wasn't much on at the time besides some B-list horror flick, and to my surprise, I found out that Ren actually liked those kinds of movies. Or at least he seemed to enjoy it with the way he was hunching over in his seat, gaze intently staring at the screen as a hunt sequence begins. But supposedly, I could understand the intrigue seeing as once I glanced back at the television, I found myself completely enraptured by the suspense and overall chilling atmosphere of it all. The killer was chasing down his victim, and I watched with bated breath as he stalks his way towards the door, cutting off the glow of the light from underneath the doorframe. Almost smugly, like he seemed like he knew exactly where his victim was hiding. The masked killer knocks on the door before letting himself in. He walks with heavy footsteps towards the edge of the bed before ever so slowly bending down, lifting the quilt up, raising his axe, and It wasn't the jump scare that got me, but rather Ren's abrupt yelp. Clenching my shirt where my rapid heartbeat thrummed against my chest, I spared a glance at the lanky man with fleeting anger in my eyes. Sorry, I really didn't think a cheap jump scare like that would get me. And here I thought you enjoyed watching these kinds of films. I do. I guess I wasn't paying much attention at the time. I see. I didn't, in fact, see. We can change the movie if you like. You don't have to watch it because of me. I know you prefer watching anime anyway. Nah, I don't mind watching some scary movie if you... Huh? How did you know I like watching anime? That side of me wasn't something I go around telling strangers. And I'd certainly remember if I told it to Ren. Oh, I saw some of your posters on the wall when I came in. Attack on Giants or something, I think? Oh, right. I forgot I'd hung that up when I first moved into my apartment, but I'm surprised that he noticed it from all the way in the lounge room. But shouldn't it be dark by now in that hallway? It's not like there were any windows to let the moonlight in. I hadn't turned the light on yet. Actually, I actually like that anime too. I've recently started watching it because, well, I thought it looked interesting. He watched Attack on Giants? Well, now that I thought about it, it made a lot of sense. He definitely gave off Haruko vibes. And his oddly specific hairstyle and timid personality were proof of that. Then again, it might have been a coincidence after all. But there was no harm in asking, right? Is that why you style your hair like that? Because I Because it honestly reminds me of one of the characters from it. He's one of my favorite characters, actually. Do you know him? Haruko? He's the sorcerer who... Come on, Blake, tone it down! This wasn't Moth you were gushing to. No one needed to see this cringy side of you. Although, looking at Ren, he did seem to be interested in what I had to say. But then again, he was probably just being nice. Maybe I'm just, maybe it is just a trending haircut or something. Sorry. I like Haruko. He's very timid and sweet, isn't he? I guess that's why he's a fan favorite, huh? Do you normally go for guys like him? There's that switch in personality again. Was he always like this? I was beginning to think that he was more than just... that it was more than just an act he was putting on. He's your type, right? Actually, I get a weird sense of deja vu from his words, and I find myself thinking back to the time when Moth asked me that very same question. And now when I thought about it, Ren definitely fit the description I gave them. He had Haruko's looks and personality, but also liked to dress in that cozy, soft academia aesthetic that I like. But my interests were ever-changing and depending on my hyperfixations, so I couldn't say for certain what my current type was. As if noticing my far-off stare, Ren breaks the silence by talking once more. Oh, but you asked about my hair, right? I guess it does have something to do with Haruko, but at the same time, not really. I chose this hairstyle because of other reasons. Well, that certainly was ominous. But before I could ask, I watched Ren suddenly try to mask a yawn by turning his head to the side, covering his mouth. It was endearing how he tried to pass it off as though he was simply looking around the room, but I knew better. Tired? I can go get your bed set up if you'd like. Just give me a second to pull out the air mattress. It's fine. I don't want to be a bother. I can just sleep on the floor or something. I really don't mind. Honest. But I have timber flooring. Seriously. Don't worry about it. I'll just be 2 seconds. I get up from my comfy spot on the couch and make a beeline for my closet before he can respond. And yet, I barely got 3 meters away before I could hear the heavy, telltale footsteps of Ren following close behind me once more. Almost like a lost puppy. It was honestly kind of cute. Shaking my head to dismiss those thoughts, I pull out my trusty air mattress from the closet and begin setting it up in the lounge room. That is until I found out it had a massive gaping hole on the side. Those damn rats. I swear if I had the chance to move apartments, I'd take it in a heartbeat. But then, I'll continue to send complaint after complaint to that good-for-nothing landlord. Really, I don't mind sleeping on the floor. And, like I said, I have uncomfortable timber flooring, unless... You can share my bed! Wow, did I really just suggest that? And where did I suddenly get so much confidence from? At that, I can feel my entire face flush, and I could barely spare a glance at Ren to notice that he was sporting a similar demeanor. You're... oh... Sorry, I don't know why I... No, I don't mind. It's just... Is it really okay with you? I don't want to make you uncomfortable by invading your personal space, and I really don't mind sleeping on the floor. No, it's fine. I'm the one who asked you to do this favor in the first place, so I owe you. I like the transition with the the lettering and everything. It actually looks really cool. After showing Ren to the bathroom to freshen up and change into my own pajamas in the laundry room, I met him in the middle, and we both made our way to my bedroom. I didn't bother flicking on the light, knowing fully well I'd be busy ignoring his presence next to mine by pretending to be asleep. So instead, I awkwardly lead him in before turning to face him in the darkness. You can just pick whatever side you prefer. You first. Oh, but maybe I should be the one closest to the door, just in case. He really didn't need to be so considerate, but nevertheless, I took my side on the left and slowly slipped underneath the sheets. It must have looked forced, but I awkwardly pat the empty space next to me and shoot Ren a crooked smile. He slowly makes his way over and joins me underneath the covers. And before he could even say anything, I slam down a pillow between us. Just in case I roll over or something, I'm known to be a cuddler in my sleep. Oh, that's fine. I'm the same, I think. You think? I mean, no one's told me yet, but I've woken up to my limbs tangled around my pillows more times than I can count. I see. Yeah. Great, now it's awkward again, but being this close to Ren, I could smell his scent once more, and it was almost comforting. I had to fight the urge to roll over onto my side and face him, or rather, the pillow, once more. The bed dips as Ren moves around to get comfortable, and I find myself wondering what he might be looking at right now. Was it my ceiling, the pillow between us, or was he lying on his side facing the wardrobe? Why was I so concerned in the first place? I suppose I did find him rather interesting, but that didn't really explain why I wanted to look at his face one more time. Did I want to get closer to him, or was I just curious about what that stranger was currently doing in my bed? Sorry, it was... Call out to him, say goodnight, move the pillow! Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Before I can stop myself, my hand reaches out to move the pillow between us. I was immediately met with soft blue eyes, which I could see widen in surprise in the darkness of the room. Hi. Hey. Talk about awkward. Without realizing it, I discard the pillow somewhere behind me as I continue to stare deeply into Ren's eyes. There seemed to be some sort of unspoken tension between us, and I had to fight the urge to act upon it. What exactly was I feeling? And why did I want to find out? Listen! I have a soft spot for this man. This was one of the first itch.io games that I ever got, along with the kid at the back. It was. So we gotta kiss him. Yay! Before I could think, I find myself leaning over and drawing my face closer to his. Ren seemed to be on the same wavelength as me as I feel his warm breath fan against my cheek as his own face draws near to close the distance. One of my hands shoot out to rest against his chest. Before I could stop myself, I leaned in the rest of the way. Almost immediately, I was met with a pair of soft lips and the taste of cherry on my mouth. My eyelids fluttered shut at the sensation, and I let Ren's overwhelming presence engulf my entire being. The smell of fresh mint, masculine deodorant, and something that was so wholly Ren flooded my senses, and I felt myself becoming intoxicated by it all. It was two pieces of a puzzle slotting together with how perfectly our lips seemed to meld with each other, and I couldn't pull myself away. One of his hands rises up to cup my cheek, and I find myself keening softly as Rand tilts his head to deepen the kiss. He takes my bottom lip into his own and gently bites down before his tongue joins in, curiously prodding against my lip as if to test the waters. Okay. I'm reliving this for the first time in like probably a year, by the way. So hi. When I meet him halfway with my own, he seems to have finally found the reassurance he needed before deepening the kiss even more. His other hand rests on my waist before gently pulling me closer, clearly not wanting any distance between us. So Ren wanted this just as much as I did. I could feel just how eager he was when he kissed me with more desperation and fervor than anything I'd ever experienced in my life. But we could only go on for so long before one of us needed air, and that someone happened to be me. When I pull away, Ren practically whines at the loss of contact, and I watched with slight amusement as his lips unconsciously follow to seek out mine even more before his eyes flutter open. A beat passes as we just stare at each other, taking in the moment to process what just occurred. His hands are still on mine, and it was only then I noticed that he was tracing faint stars on my cheek with his thumb. Did that just really happen? His voice was soft. His voice is soft. So soft I could barely make out what he was saying. He's staring at me with so much overwhelming adoration in his eyes that I couldn't help but look away. And that was when I saw just how much that kiss affected him. Ah! Hello! I know exactly where this is going! But we're not doing that. I'm not recording that. As if noticing how red his cheeks had got. Oh, okay, I see how it is. Never mind! Ren lets out an awkward sound and timidly turns his face away from mine. Sorry, Blake. It's just that kissing you felt really nice. I didn't want to stop. Not that I would have kept going if you told me to stop. I guess I was trying to... What I'm trying to say is that I'd really like to kiss you again if you want to. Taken aback by his sudden boldness, I had to allow myself a moment to collect my thoughts. Sorry, what was that? Nothing. Forget what I said anything. Sorry, you probably want to sleep now, right? I'll let you do that. Good night, Blake. Oh, okay. This demo is like slightly jarringly different. Giving him a weak reply. Could he even hear me? I awkwardly turn over onto my side and settle back into bed as Ren does the same. I feel the mattress shift once more as a heavy silence lingers in the air. Maybe he fell asleep already? Deciding to push my luck and break the silence once more, I whispered to Ren one final time. Good night, Ren. Good night, Blake. Sweet dreams. I'll stay up a bit longer just in case anything happens. So don't worry about a thing and just get some sleep, okay? No one's gonna break in on my watch. I'll see you in the morning. The fleeting touch of his hand still lingers on my cheek as I find myself drifting into blissful sleep. Okay. End of day one! Would you like to save your progress? Yes, sir! I have my window, like, slightly open, so you might hear, cars in the background. Maybe, depending on if there are any this late. Anyway, back to the show. I'm fed. Whoa! The sounds of birds chirping happily outside pull me from my slumber as a streak of sunlight peeks through the blinds of my window and casts a warm glow across my skin. Groggily, I turn on my side and smush my head into the pillow to block out the light, and only to hear the faint sound of tapping to my left. Cracking my eye open, I was surprised to see the scene in front of me. Ren was already awake, perched up against the headboard as he idly scrolled through his phone. It seems he was waiting for me to wake up, judging by how he immediately put his phone down as soon as we make eye contact, and he sends me a soft smile. Almost sheepishly, I shoot him an awkward smile of my own before covering my face with a pillow once more. Had Ren been watching me sleep? I hope I wasn't drooling. Morning, already stumbling on my words. Morning, Angel. His voice pulls me through my thoughts, and I couldn't help but notice just how attractive he sounded in the morning. His gruff, sleepy tone was rather pleasant to hear, and I found myself wanting to continue the conversation. Lifting my head from the safety of my pillows, I was greeted by Ren's soft demeanor once more. And of course there's a loud car going by. Jävla japaraggare. I'd appreciate if you weren't so chipper this morning. This early in the morning. You'd be this chipper too if you realized that you weren't murdered in your sleep last night. Which can only mean one thing. That creepy guy didn't come back to your apartment last night. He seemed almost smug as he leans closer to me, and it was then I realized just how pretty he looked underneath the morning light coming from my window. It wasn't fair that he got to look so ethereal and glowing this early in the day, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to praise his looks or throw a pillow at his head. Ren doesn't seem to pick up on my speechless nature though, as he continues to beam down at me with such a soft look. And I found myself wanting to look away in fear of making things even more awkward. I guess I did a good job, huh? He's a bit too smug. If you ever need my services again, I'd be more than happy to oblige. For free, of course. You're really talkative in the morning, aren't you? I can't help it. I got to wake up next to a real cutie this morning. As if noticing how close he was to me, or maybe realizing that he dropped his usual stutter, Ren immediately pulls back and turns his head away. Anyway, now that you're awake, would you like to go out for breakfast? I think that cafe near the pier is open now. We could go check it out. Like, a date, but only if you want to. Why did he suddenly switch again? I figured we'd at least be a tiny bit closer, especially considering that we shared a bed. But maybe I was wrong? You mean Driftwood Cafe? I didn't know it was open to the public yet. Really? Well, what better way to find out than by finding out, I guess. I roll my eyes at his lame attempt at a joke before groaning into my pillow. Did he seriously want to go out for breakfast this early in the morning? Man, he was seriously a trooper. With a sigh, I reluctantly sit up and stretch my limbs. From that action alone, it was like I could feel Ren's eyes on me. But as soon as I turned my head, he was already staring holes into the blanket with a blush on his cheeks. Shaking my head, I dismissed those thoughts. I let all my joints pop before breaking the silence once more. So, Driftwood Cafe. In the end, Ren and I decided to walk to the cafe together, considering how the weather was perfect and it wasn't that far from my apartment. Turning to my side, I notice how the pink-haired man tries to not so suddenly sneak side glances towards me. The arm at his side practically itches to reach out, and if I knew any better, I would have assumed he wanted to hold my hand. But instead, he simply tucks his hand into his pockets and shoots me yet another soft smile. The weather's really nice, huh? The weather's really nice today, huh? Back to small talk, it seems. Sure. If I had known it'd be this nice and sunny, I would have suggested spending the day at the beach instead. Yeah? Yeah, we could go for a swim or maybe check out the rock pools. It's been a while since I've been there. Oh, that does sound fun. Blake! At the sound of my name being called, I turn on my heels, only to find Leon running up to me with a sports bag full of what I assume to be his volleyball gear. Heyo, Sunfish. It's nice to see you out and about this early. I was just on my way to the beach to meet up with Jay and Theo. Did you want to tag along? I'm sorry. Every single time I see that name, I just think Theo, because that's how you would say it. I knew someone named Theo at some point, like Theo. Still find it kind of funny that you could choose him as your fucking profile picture. Like, nah, I'm more of a Ren type of girl. Hey, it's Ron, right? Nice to see you again, buddy. Oh, it's Ren, actually. Sunfish? Huh? Oh, yeah. Sunfish is the cheesy nickname Leon gave me when we were kids. I don't really get it either, to be honest. So, Sunfish and Ren, was it? Sorry about that, bud. I'm not good with names. Faces too, sometimes. But hey, it's good to see you both again. Doing anything exciting today? If not, you can tag along with me and... Angelfish and I were about to go on a date, actually. Angelfish. A date? I don't miss the way Ren suddenly pulls my arm to his side, nor the way he clings onto me as though I'd suddenly disappear. You're going on dates again, darn? Good for you. I'm glad to see that you're coming out of your shell. Take good care of her for me, won't you, bud? What do you think I've been doing ever since you moved away? Like me, Leon barely seems to notice Ren's mumbling as he rests his arm over my shoulder and starts tugging me in the direction of the beach. Ren, on the other hand, still latches onto my arm but doesn't seem to move. I can't believe my little sunfish is out there dating in the dating scene again. I feel like a proud father. Oh, please, we're basically the same age. I feel like a proud adoptive father. Leon pretends to wipe a tear from his eye as he leans further into my shoulder, and it was only then that I noticed Ren wasn't following us. Turning around, I reached to grab his hand instead to tugging him along. He immediately seems to perk up at the action and intertwines his fingers with mine before falling into step. Alright, as much fun as it is to catch up with my proud adoptive father, who's the same age as me, which makes things kind of weird, Ren and I do need to get going. Yeah, of course. I didn't mean to take up so much of your time. He unhooks his arm from my shoulder and inclines his head towards the beach one more time. But my offer still stands. If you want to catch up some more, I'll be down at the beach with... Yay! The other bitch I kinda sort of don't like, but also like. All I can think when I see this man is just, oh damn, he's my bestie's type. Who said that? Oi. Speak of the devil. Almost likely, like he appeared from thin air, Theodore, or rather, Theo, emerges from somewhere behind Leon and makes his way towards the three of us. Though, unlike most of my friends here in Coralland Bay, I actually met Theo in the city a few years ago, back when I used to live there. In fact, it was through our mutual friend Jay. Apparently, they both known each other since the beginning of middle school, but even after graduating and moving to university, the pair were still practically inseparable. According to Jay, Theo would always show up at campus to pay him a visit. Though, if I were being honest, I'm sure Theo only did it to antagonize some of the students and staff there. It definitely wasn't out of the ordinary for him to do something like that, plus it offered me a lot more insight into the whole assertive yet nonchalant attitude he often liked to put on. The first time I'd ever witnessed it was when Theo found me sitting alone at a cafe. I still remember sitting there, slack-jawed, as he practically shoved my laptop bag to the side before he sat down and took a sip of my drink like it was his own. Okay, I would punch this man in the face. The satisfied grin from seeing my displeasure said everything, and had he not offered to buy me another drink, I almost certainly would have told Theo to get lost and bother someone else. But before I can reminisce any further, I hear the sound of Theo's footsteps drawing closer, and it pulls me back to the present. I watch as he walks up to us with a confident stride before purposefully bumps into Ren with the sole purpose of sending him tumbling into the metal railing behind him. But luckily, Ren manages to catch his footing at the last second, sending Theo an annoyed scowl of his own. Ah, shit. Sorry about that. I'm not sure how I missed such a brightly colored children's mascot. Alright, there's no need for that here. Despite Leon's tone, Theo barely pays the shorter male any mind, seemingly far more interested in Ren instead. Let me guess, you're dressed up as Benny the Buttercup. My 4-year-old cousin would love to see you. Oi, knock it off, mate. What's your problem? Don't know. What's yours? I could practically feel the tension between the two grow, so I decided to step in. Maybe you should introduce each other first before you try glaring each other to death. Theo, this is Ren. He's my, well, I'm her boyfriend. Ah! Fuck, I forgot about that for like a hot second. Well, that was certainly one way to put it, especially without bringing it up with me beforehand. At his words, I shoot Ren a confused glare, but the determined look on his face had me biting back my words. Okay, anyway, this is Theo. Wait, how should I introduce him to Ren? I like to make it unnecessarily complicated. Never seen this man in my life. He's my ex-boyfriend. I like to make this funny. He's my ex-boyfriend. Yeah, I don't like to date people outside of my tax bracket. And don't get it twisted, doll. We were never exclusive. I never brought up the concept of dating when I was with you. Oh, that explains why you were fine with cheating on me. Wait, what? I thought you guys were just friends. What a complete asshole. Oh my fucking god. Excuse me. It's not cheating if I was never your boyfriend. Alright, why don't we change the subject? I'm sorry, you weren't my boyfriend? Then why would you ask me not to see other people? You think I want to share you with others and let them have what's mine? Before I can step forward and knock some sense into that idiot, Ren seems to beat me to it. He grabs the other male by the collar of his shirt, but Theo only looks on with a lazy smirk. What's your problem? Okay, enough! Look, why don't we just drop this, yeah? You really need to stop trying to pick fights with everyone, mate. Aww, don't get your panties in a twist. I seriously doubt Buttercup's capable of harming a fly. Sorry, I started smiling in the middle of that. Let alone able to throw a decent punch. You can drop that nickname. Nah, I think Dollface over here should drop you instead. Besides, the nickname is kinda cute. Matches your style pretty well, don't you think, Buttercup? I could see Ren's hand clenching to a fist as he advances towards Theo, but thankfully, Leon steps in once more. Seriously, why don't we cool off a bit, yeah? I think we're getting a little too heated. Look, we're gonna head down to the beach. I don't miss the way Leon sends Theo a sharp glare. Are you sure you don't want to join us, Blake? I promise to make sure that Theo stays on his best behavior. Sorry, Leon, but I've already made plans with Ren. And I seriously doubt they'll be able to get along. You know how Theo can get. Yeah, you got a point there. Well, alright then. He leans closer to me, almost as if he didn't want the other two eavesdropping. If anything happens, I'll be in the area. Just come find me, okay? I will. Thanks, Leon. I give his arm a soft squeeze and turn my attention back to Ren. But by the time he looks at us, I can only assume he didn't like how close I was standing to my childhood friend. Though that could have also been because of Theo still around, and honestly, I couldn't blame him. Regardless, I reach for his hand and once more tug him towards the cafe, making a point of ignoring Theo's crass words as we went along. I barely notice how Ren's mood immediately changes when my attention is back on him. He follows along like a lost puppy. I kinda like it. We eventually arrive at Driftwood Cafe. The smell of fresh pastries and brewed coffee floods my senses as it wafts through the open windows. And just as I thought, the cafe looked as though it had only recently opened, though it didn't seem as busy or as crowded as I anticipated. Pulling me from my thoughts, Ren ushered me into one of the empty tables before he goes off, making an order with a pleasant look on his face. With a pleased look on his face. Fuck! It was a bit strange how he didn't want to look at the menu first, but I chalked it up to him wanting to surprise me. He's barely gone for 5 minutes before he returns once more, taking a seat in front of me with a huff. A comfortable silence washes over us, and I watch as he absent-mindedly fiddles with with the ends of his hair. Was he still concerned about what Theo said about his appearance earlier? Maybe it'd be a good idea to take his mind off it. Hey, Ren? Almost immediately, he perks up with wide eyes. How do you manage to keep your hair so fluffy? It always looks good. Ren seems to flush instantly at my words, and he sheepishly ducks his head lower to hide his reddening cheeks. You like it? I usually just angle a blow dryer below my chin and blast the heat, and it just stays like that afterwards. Oh, so you don't use any products or anything? Not really. Just when I thought he got over his timid personality, it slowly came crawling back. Was this really who he was? Ren must have taken my silence as a lack of a response, seeing as he tried striking up another conversation. So, work's going good for you, huh? Finally got that promotion. Yeah, I did. I was honestly surprised when I first got my promotion, considering how I've only moved back here recently. But Eleanor's been really helpful showing me the ropes and— Wait! How did you know I got promoted? Oh, your coworker told me about it yesterday after you left. Eleanor, right? She seemed really proud of you. Anyway, were you saying— What were you saying about her showing you the ropes? I barely notice how he manages to change the conversation back to me as I recounted all the times Eleanor helped me through my first week of working at the library. It eventually reached a point where it felt like I had been talking for hours. It wasn't until something caught my eye that I did finally stop. Oh, look at cute oh, goth. Goth style? He also glances out the window and follows my line of sight before landing on the person walking by. They were decked out head to toe with heavy makeup, platform boots, and clothing you'd find in stores like Not Tropic. Ren's eyes seem to follow their form until they're out of sight, and the passive look on his face made me curious. Yeah, it is kinda cool. Do you like that kind of style? Because I always thought you preferred something softer. Order 25! Oh, that's us. Wait right here. I'll be right back. Before I could get a word in, Ren was jumping out of his seat and meandering his way towards the kiosk. It really was a sight to behold, seeing Ren tower over most of the other customers who were waiting in line. Even the cashier herself seemed to be at least 6 feet tall, had to crane her neck upwards just to look at it. But before I could blink twice, Ren was already on his way back with a large tray full of delicious food. He seats himself back in his original spot with a pleasant smile and begins to lay out the dishes in front of me. Oh, this is... Big slice of cake. A generous slice of cake sits next to my beverage, and I almost hear my stomach rumble at the sight. How did Ren know this was my favorite thing to order? Granted, it wasn't like I've been to Driftwood Cafe before, but this was usually what I'd order at any other cafe. It was honestly like he could read my mind. And what was even more mind-boggling was that he didn't even need to look at the menu beforehand. It was like he just knew. Don't forget your drink. Ren shoots me another gentle smile before placing my drink before me. No way! The drink placed in front of me was a cup of coffee, steaming latte, a can of soda, a fruity smoothie. Close enough. The inviting aroma of fruit floods my senses, and that alone was what assured me that Ren ordered my favorite smoothie. Just like the ones I usually bring on my way to work sometimes. I hope this is okay. Unfortunately, this cafe doesn't really have much to offer, judging from the menu I saw online. Ah, so that's how he knew what to order. I even tried asking for napkins earlier. Oh God, why are you driving around this late? Jesus. I even tried asking for napkins earlier, but I don't think they heard me. Maybe I should try again. I almost felt bad for him, but I also felt grateful for... Ah, my fucking God. I almost felt bad for him, but I also felt grateful for ordering me something that I'd normally eat at a cafe. Ren makes sure everything is on the table before putting the tray aside, and it was then when I noticed that he'd ordered himself what he ordered himself. On his plate sat a strawberry sweet roll alongside a cup of coffee that was an alarming shade of black. Like his soul. Who said that? He seemed to pick up on my inquisitive stare, if the innocent tilt of his head was anything to go by. Do you want my meal instead? We can swap if you want. I don't mind. This was supposed to be a date, right? Deciding to tease him a little, I shoot Ren a smile grin. That's okay, but you could offer me a bite instead. Ren almost seems to combust on the spot as his cheeks turn red, and he almost chokes on his own spit. He looks down at his food before glancing back at me, only to look down once more to scoop up a bite-sized piece of his food. I watch as Ren's cheek turn a deep shade of red, while he brings his fork closer to me, and not wanting to be seen as awkward, I lean in to take a bite. His eyes widen almost immediately, and he seems hyper-focused on the way my mouth wraps around the fork before I lick my lips and let out a pleased hum. What you thinking of there, buddy? The pink-haired man seemed to have an awkward, long staring contest with his own fork before he scoops up yet another small piece and takes a bite. Ren's cheeks are still scarlet, and he seems almost fidgety with how his legs keeps bouncing onto the table, so I decide to take pity on him and not tease him for it. While, with a knowing smile, I start digging into my own meal with a pleased hum. Okay. Again, I notices some of the subtle differences from when I first started playing this game, which was the update that I had before was the 5.0 update. Now this is the 5.52 update. Eventually, we ended up finishing our meal and decided to do a bit of window shopping to pass the time. I had nothing else to do today, and Ren seemed insistent on spending the rest of his time with me, so I agreed. He passed by a few clothing stores, ice cream stands, surfboard rentals, and many other interesting buildings. though nothing really caught my interest. But just as I thought I'd lost all hope, one store in particular catches my eye. Is it what I think it is? In one of the display windows, I spot a cute little rabbit plushie in the style of Haruko's likeness. I mean, it even came with his limited edition sorcerer outfit and everything. I couldn't believe they were selling these things here of all places, and at such a cheap price too. Oh shit. Oh no, not this again! Ren seemed to take notice of what I was not so suddenly gawking at, but before we could enter the store, the cashier walks in front of the display stand and blocks our view. She drops a box of miscellaneous items at her feet and begins stalking the shelves next to the plushies, before she finally notices us standing by the window. I don't miss the way her eyes widen at Ren, obviously taking an immediate liking to him, and almost shamelessly pushes a strand of hair behind her ear before giving him a small wave. Sneaking a glance at the taller man beside me, I noticed Ren wasn't even paying attention to her, instead keeping himself busy scratching at his jaw and kicking at the stray cobblestone rocks by his feet. That's so embarrassing for her. But the cashier seemed adamant about getting Ren's attention, considering how she felt the need to abandon her spot by the shelves and make her way towards us. Hi there, welcome to the Seaside Trinkets. My name is Olivia, can I help you with anything? Oh, no, we were just looking around, but thanks for... We recently got some new beachwear merchandise if you're interested in checking them out. Was she seriously ignoring me? Oh, you kind of look like someone I know. Have we met before? Maybe we went to the same school? Me? I don't think so. Really? I definitely would have remembered a face like yours. Actually, now that I've got a good look at you, I watch as she shamelessly takes in Ren's appearance before crossing her arms over her chest and leaning back. You so remind me of one of those characters from a cartoon that's been gaining a ton of traction here. Apparently one of the locations from that show is based on Coraline Bay's main beach. Are you talking about Attack on Giant? Is that the name of it? Then yeah. I don't really know much about those cartoons, but our company recently started selling stuff for it, so for it to entice the tourists. Do you want to come inside and take a look? Actually, do you want my number as well? Here. You had this prepared? Of course. You always need to be ready in case cuties walk into the store. I fucking hate this bitch. Not because she's like coming on to Ren specifically, but just the way she's acting in general. I wouldn't want to sound like a hypocrite or anything. Ren looks at me with a shy, knowing look before he hesitantly reaches out to take the piece of paper. What did he mean by that? Before I even get the chance to ask Ren, Ren already answers my silent question with the red cheeks and a crooked smile. This is embarrassing, but I also had my number prepared for when we met at the library yesterday. Here. He reaches out into his back pocket and pulls out a folded pink sticky note of his own before discreetly handing it to me alongside Olivia's number as well. Huh? Why was he giving me her number as well? My confusion must have been blatantly obvious, since Ren was quick to explain his intentions. With a mischievous grin, he leans closer to whisper into your ear. Sorry, I already read before I even started speaking. Maybe we can prank call her later. That'll teach her not to give her number out to strangers. But this isn't what you... But isn't that what you just did with me, Ren? I match his But isn't that what you just did with me, Ren? I match his teasing smile with my own as I run my thumb over the pink sticky note in my hand. Touché. But I've yet to receive any prank calls from you, though. Don't jinx it. Just as Ren let out a puff of laughter at my joke, Olivia cuts him off. Hello? I'm still here. Oh, right. Sorry. Anyway, now that you've got my number and I've got your attention again, I think it's only fair I show you around the store. I don't do this for just anybody, you know. Ren doesn't seem to answer her initial question, nor does he seem to outright respond to her, and instead casts an inquisitive glance in my direction. It was like he was asking for my opinion, and I can only assume it was because he knew about my interest in anime. It was thoughtful of him to do that, but I kind of wanted him to tell that rude worker off instead. Wait, did I really want him to do that? What was wrong with me? I'm sure the cashier just took an interest in him and there was nothing wrong with that. It's not like we were a couple anyway, but we were supposed to be out on a date right now. And Ren did declare himself as my boyfriend earlier, but I just assumed he did that in order to get Theo off my back. Does that mean... Was he feeling the same way as me? Was jealousy on his mind when we talked with Leon and Theo earlier? I wasn't sure how I felt about this new discovery. Blake? Huh? Do you want to look at the items? We've still got a bit of time to kill. Here, why don't I show you the most recent stock? We haven't shown this to the general public yet, but I'm sure you'll love it. Without warning, Olivia, was that her name? Reaches out for Ren's arm and practically drags him inside the store. He lets out a surprised sound before leaning back trying to grab a hold of my own arm as well, but I was just out of his reach. There was nothing else I could do but watch Ren helplessly get pulled into the store. It's back here in the stock rooms. We usually don't allow customers downstairs, but you're a real hottie, so I'll let you take a sneak peek. No, actually, I'm good. Don't worry, we won't get caught. I'm sure your girlfriend won't mind if I borrow you for a bit. I'll even throw in some of those cartoon stickers for you. Surely that'll make it worth your time. The wink she sends him felt a little excessive, and I honestly wished Ren would just turn around so I could gauge his reaction. I'd want to see his reaction just for the entertainment value. But instead, he leans in closer to her face and whispers in a hushed tone that I could barely hear from my spot outside the store. If she wasn't right now, I would have down the stairs without a thought. Honestly, it's fucking tempting. Alright, he fucking threatens her. I forgot about that. From their current position, it looked as though they were having a really intimate conversation, and I felt the sudden urge to look away. Why was I getting bothered by this? I know we weren't together, but Ren shouldn't be off flirting with other people while on a date with someone else. Besides, this wasn't exactly the type of thing Theo would do to me when we were dating. He'd go around shamelessly flirting with other people, sometimes while I was in the very same room. And that made it worse. And what made it worse was that he'd simply laugh it off by saying he was just messing around and that I shouldn't be getting so worked up. I honestly couldn't believe that Ren was doing the same thing right now. But still, there was this nagging voice at the back of my head that kept telling me not to give up on him so easily. Ren was the one who confidently stood his ground when Theo got a bit suggestive, so maybe I should do the same? Would he even mind? Before I can stop myself, my feet start to move on autopilot as I march towards the two of them and reach for Ren's sleeve. I give it a hesitant tug, and I swear I could almost feel the relief wash over his body because of it. Ren's entire demeanor seems to change at that moment, and he turns to me with a relieved smile on his soft features. I don't really have any interest in this store. Can we go somewhere else? Yeah, of course. Wait, hold on. Ren carelessly shoves Olivia's outstretched hand aside and gently places an arm over my shoulder instead. And just like that, he's already guiding me out of the store and back onto the busy street. I can hear Olivia sputtering out confused sounds as she watches the two of us leave, and I suddenly felt guilty for causing a rift between them. Oh no, I wouldn't! I'm shameless! No matter how many times I tried to brush it aside, I still couldn't get my mind off what just occurred earlier. What if Ren was interested in her? Granted, he probably shouldn't have blatantly flirted with her while on a date with me, but he wasn't exactly the most confident guy. Would he still be able to talk to her again if things didn't work out between us? No, I shouldn't be thinking like that. Peering up to gauge his expression, I noticed how he didn't really look all that upset about leaving her. If anything, he seemed rather content to be walking down the street with his fingers intertwined with mine once more. I can feel him give my hand a protective squeeze as he looks down at me with his soft blue eyes, and all of my worries somehow melt away. Maybe I did make the right choice after all. It might have been selfish, but it was worth having Ren look at me with such a gentle expression. Eventually, the sun starts... Pause, rewind, play. Take a drink. I'm suddenly craving alcohol. Eventually, the sun starts to set behind the ocean as Ren and I continue to walk along the beach walk. Most of the conversation was geared towards me and my interests again, but every time I tried to learn more about Ren, he only seemed to divert the conversation back to me once more. But the more I focused on this odd behavior, the more I began to pick up on his social habits as well. I learned that Ren would oh my fucking god. I learned that Ren would subtly pick at the sleeves of his cardigan whenever he got nervous, or how he'd scratch at his jaw whenever the conversation strayed down a path he didn't feel comfortable with. His little quirks told me more about him than the dead-end conversation that only led back to me. And I was content with knowing more about him than I did yesterday. Ren no longer felt like a stranger I had met at the library, but rather someone I could consider a friend. Except friends weren't supposed to get jealous whenever they see them flirt with someone else. Jeez, what was wrong with me? It had barely been 2 days, and I was already contemplating whether or not I truly saw Ren in a romantic light. Have you seen the man? I wouldn't even hesitate. Was I going too fast? All of these thoughts were starting to get a bit overwhelming, and... Angel? Hello? Huh? You were spacing out on me again. There's that look again. He keeps staring down at me with so much adoration in his eyes, and if I didn't know any better, I would think he was already halfway in love with me. But that was a very conceited thought and probably wasn't even true. Sorry, I was just thinking about things. Are you going to share those things with the rest of the class? He sends me a playful smile and a gentle nudge into my side, and I couldn't help but laugh. When did we become so comfortable with each other? And when did he lose his stutter? It's nothing really. Maybe a bit embarrassing, but well, I was wondering, how do you feel about... My sentence gets cut short when a drop of rain lands on my cheek. Instinctively, I look up and find myself wondering how I didn't notice those dark clouds in the sky sooner. All of a sudden, more droplets fall down until it's all but pouring rain and forcing everyone in the area to find cover. Over here! Ren doesn't even seem to pay much attention when he grabs me by the wrist and pulls me underneath one of the awnings of a nearby building. I don't fucking know how to say that. He shields me from the rain with his body, and I couldn't help but feel tiny with the way his arms cage me in as he rests them against the wall. CG. Yeah, look at him, he's so cute. We look at each other in silence for a brief moment before erupting in laughter. Perhaps it was because of the adrenaline from the panicked running, or the fact that Ren's hair was starting to lose its fluffiness, but I couldn't hold back from letting out a fit of giggles. This only seemed to spur Ren on as well, until we were both wheezing out our lungs and gulping down air. I can't remember the last time I ran that fast. Me too. I'm like, okay. The looming sound of thunder echoes from afar and drowns out our laughter until we're both silent once more. We both calm down. Ren moves further away from the rain before casting a glance behind him. Wait here. I'll buy us an umbrella so we can get out of this rain. But you'll get soaked! 'Tis the sacrifice I'm willing to make. I rolled my eyes at his corny joke and sent him off with an amused smile. I'm willing to make that sacrifice. It's been a while since I've heard that one. But what if he wants to kiss? I'm willing to make that sacrifice. He doesn't look back before he makes a dash out into the rain and down the street towards the closest convenience store. Though the rain only seems to get heavier the moment he leaves, and I find myself pressing even further against the wall behind me to avoid the recoil of the rain bouncing off the pavement. There wasn't much for me to do while I waited for Ren to return, aside from watching people scramble around for shelter. And just like that, the carefree sound of laughter echoing down the street captured my attention as I watched Leon, Theo, and Jay run to cover like their life depended on it. Well, it seems as though their beach outing got cut short as well. Glancing back once more, I barely make out the figure of Leon, using his bag as a makeshift umbrella as he ducks under one of the awnings of an ice cream stand. All while Theo and Jay trail behind at a leisurely pace, kicking and splashing water at each other in the rain. I had to look away the moment Theo started to remove his shirt. Sorry, I just had to start. I hate when men do that. Put it back on. I don't want to see that. And I had an inkling then it was so that he could show off. And knowing Jay, he'll follow along without a care in the world because that's what he always does when it comes to his friends. A part of me feels like calling out to the group to see if I can wait out the storm alongside them, but they all seem to be enjoying themselves, and I didn't want to get in between that. Plus, I did promise Ren I'd wait for him here, even if he was taking his sweet time. Was he going to return? There was still no sign of him or his comfy-looking cardigan, and I was beginning to wonder if he really did ditch me. After all, it must have been more than 15 minutes by now. What if he got caught up with something, or what if he went back to see that cashier lady again? Her store did happen to be on the same street, but after spending the afternoon with Ren and getting to know him, I concluded he wasn't the type of person to do such a thing. But if he was, then that would only add insult to injury, considering how Theo had done the same to me multiple times in the past. Although if I had to be honest, it did seem as though they had chemistry, especially with how she looked at him and touched his arm as though that was the most natural thing in the world. She apparently knew him as well, or at least he looked recognizable enough. Why did that thought make my blood boil? Thankfully, the rain was there to cool me off, as well as soak the ends of my outfit and make everything feel damp and uncomfortable. Was Ren really coming back? It shouldn't take this long to buy an umbrella. I'm gonna fucking wait. Maybe something did come up. I'm sure he'll come back. And as if on cue, I spot a familiar patch of pink hair from within the misty rain. Frantically sprinting with an umbrella in one hand and a bag under the other. Angel? Blake. He almost slams into me before stopping just in time, and I could tell by the way he was wheezing that he had ran all the way back here without stopping. Sorry, I thought I had lost you for a second. It's so hard to see in this weather. Jeez, Ren, what took you so long? I almost wanted to cuss him out for taking well over 20 minutes just to buy a single umbrella, but the genuinely apologetic look on his features made me hold my tongue. Fuck. Sorry, do you remember your friends from earlier? I had run into them on the way there, which took forever for me to shake them off. And the convenience store ended up closing early due to the sudden weather change. So I had to go back to that awful souvenir shop with that obnoxious and clingy cashier again, and she asked me if He was talking a mile a minute, and I was worried he'd end up biting his tongue. Gently, I raised a hand to signal to him to calm down, and his intense monologue soon came to a halt. I'm really sorry for making you wait so long, but... Ta-da! I did manage to get an umbrella, among other things as well. He gives it a small twirl in his hand, sending droplets of water all over the place. We can start heading back home now if you want, unless you want to go somewhere specific. Apartment. Ooh. We can go to your apartment? My apartment? Sure, it's not that far away anyway. We could wait out the storm there if you'd like. I even have a heater and dryer we could use. The image of me sitting in front of a warm, cozy heater was too hard to resist, so I ended up eagerly stepping under Ren's umbrella while he leads the way. This is honestly one of my favorite parts from the game. To be honest, it's just my personal opinion. Despite the heavy downpour of rain, we managed to make it to Ren's apartment complex in one piece. I guess he really wasn't lying when he said his apartment wasn't far from mine. But judging from the pristine interior and fully functioning elevator, his building seemed to be in far better shape compared to my apartment. The elevator ride could have been a little less awkward though if it weren't for the slow ascent and tacky music. Or for the fact that Ren deemed it appropriate to shake his hair like a wet dog and get water droplets everywhere. I would fucking laugh at that. Once the elevator door slid open, I was immediately met with a grandiose corridor and large spacious doors. And I found myself wondering, how much did it cost to live in a place like this? Don't look too hard at how messy my place is, okay? I wasn't expecting to have someone over today, so I didn't bother cleaning up. I'm getting a weird sense of deja vu. Thankfully, I don't have any white-haired neighbors who'd like to take their plants on walks. Actually, now that I think about it, it's a bit strange, but no one lives on this floor aside from me. I'm not really sure why, but I'm not gonna complain. I can make as much noise as I want and no one would notice. Is that supposed to be suggestive or in a serial killer sense? I'm just wondering. Ren shoots me a mischievous grin and I find myself wondering what he meant by that. Bitch, I already know! Bro! I might be asexual, but I'm not stupid. Like, loud music and stuff? Movies? Yeah, something like that. He unlocks the door with some electronic card attached to his keychain, and the moment the door swings open, I let out an audible gasp. Ren doesn't seem fazed by in the slightest as he flicks on the lights and walks into his own home. But I could only stare at the entrance to his foyer in shock. Yes, foyer. He had a whole damn foyer in his apartment. Was this even an apartment? Surely a penthouse would have made more sense. Holy shit, Ren. Who the fuck is driving that fast? You're not supposed to drive that fast. Is there something wrong? What is it? I know the decor is kind of tacky, but it came with the apartment, and I haven't found the time to do anything about it yet. I'm sorry, but are you the long-lost heir of a billionaire or something? This place is huge! And hello? Is that marble? No, I get paid a lot for my job. Enough to afford rent, at least. You know, I don't think I've asked you this yet, but what exactly is your job? Oh, my job is, well, I guess you could say I'm a programmer. I don't know, I just take a few jobs every so often. Nothing super fancy or anything. Nothing super fancy. Ren, you have marble flooring! Leaving the newly discovered programmer at the entrance, I curiously venture further into his apartment. Marble's a pain in the ass to clean too. Like, clean blood or... Oh, Angel, do you want some slippers? The floor can get cold. And your shoes are probably soaked, right? Turning around, I notice Ren opening a small closet and pulling a pair of dark house slippers. He looks at me with a curious expression, but makes no effort to hand them over. Only if you want them. My voice is starting to fuck with me. We're good. I'll take them, but only because they look like they're Gucci. Ren lets out a puff of laughter through his nose at my joke, but doesn't seem to deny it. Were these slippers really from a luxury brand? As I put them on, I notice they're an exact fit, and it makes me wonder just if I just have average size feet, or if Ren bought a bunch of expensive house slipper in varying sizes. But as funny as the imagery, fuck, I can read. But as funny as that imagery was, how did he accurately guess my shoe size without seeing my feet? Here, why don't I show you the bathroom? I'll find you something to wear in the meantime while your clothes are in the dryer. Or would you prefer a towel instead? I guess that makes more sense. Sorry, I don't really invite people over. Seeing his timid sides resurface once more gave me the sudden urge to tease him. Oh, just a towel? Just a towel? Nothing else? Yeah, to keep you warm instead of taking a shower, unless you'd prefer a blanket. Maybe I'm pretty sure I have an electric... Oh. It was as if all the gears inside his head were finally clicking together. No, I mean... I didn't mean... I meant a towel that you can wear over your clothes, not just you in a towel, unless you want to, but that's... Why would you? I'm just going to shut up now, sorry. That wasn't what I meant at all, but his reaction was priceless nonetheless. No, that is what I meant! Anyway. I'll show you to the bathroom so you can... Bathroom, you can use whatever you want there. Nothing's off limits. First, it was offering to spend the... Wait a second. Okay, now I need to read. Now I need to pause. Am I reading this right? First, it was offering to spend the night at my place. Then it was asserting himself as my boyfriend in front of my friends. He really doesn't care about personal boundaries, huh? I was beginning to think Ren didn't really seem to mind when it came to me invading his personal bubble as well. Though he still seemed pretty standoffish around Theo and Leon, and it took him a while to warm up to Eleanor back at the library. Bro, he probably threatened Eleanor, let's be honest. We haven't seen that woman since yesterday. I know that shouldn't be that concerning, but still. I just want to double check how many days we have, so my throat doesn't absolutely get multiple endings per day based on your decision. How many fucking days? In the demo. How many days are in the demo? Is nobody gonna answer this question for me? No? Okay. Oh, day 5 update. We have 5 days. My throat's gotta be fucked. He even seemed indifferent when he first met Violet, but I figured that was only because he was shy. Speaking of shy, I noticed how Ren didn't seem to be switching up his personality as much anymore, and I was beginning to think that he was showing me his real side. Up till now, everything felt real and genuine, and I found that we would bounce back witty retorts between each other more easily. Though every now and again he might slip up and stutter, but I just assumed it was because of my teasing, because my teasing made him flustered. So maybe the timid reaction was... oh, fuck. Maybe the timid side of him was genuine after all. But I'll leave some clothes for you outside, but put the plushie I bought for you in your room. Huh? Oh, yeah, thanks. Great. I was zoning out again and completely missed half of what he was saying. Something about clothes and a plushie he bought? Was he talking about the Haruko plushie I was eyeing up earlier? I mean, he was carrying a gift bag from the souvenir shop earlier. Did he really buy me a toy? That toy? Fuck. Okay, I feel like I need to pick this back up tomorrow. Jesus fucking Christ. But I just want to get through day 2. Fuck. I am really out of my game. Ren, however, doesn't seem to pick up on my confusion though, and invitingly opens the bathroom door for me with a soft smile. And so, without trying to make things awkward, I quickly slip inside and lean against the door for support. Which was fortunate for me because one sweep of the bathroom floor had me stumbling back in surprise. One sweep of the bathroom? Why did I say floor? Fuck. One sweep of the bathroom. Fuck. Whoa. Even his restroom looked expensive. I was afraid of touching anything, fearing I'd accidentally break it and end up paying for it. Glancing around, I noticed how his countertop seemed to be void of any dental care, hairbrushes, and skincare products, though a few bottles of concealer and an open box of hair dye sits in the corner near the sink. Well, I guess that answers my question on whether or not he naturally had pink hair. But now it made me wonder, if Ren does dye his hair, then what is his natural hair color? I know the answer to this question, unless that's also fake. Oh, fuck. I need a second. There were still so many things I didn't know about that soft-looking guy, and I was beginning to question whether coming here was a good idea or not. With a sigh, I decided not to waste more time thinking about irrelevant things and instead turn my attention back to the shower. Quickly stripping out of my clothes, I jump into the unnecessarily large glass booth and turn the water on. Glancing at Ren's shelf of albeit limited hair and body products, I couldn't help but notice that one brand in particular happened to be the exact same as mine. Did we use the same body wash? He didn't really smell like me, but maybe that was because I wasn't paying much attention? I mean, who randomly smells people out of the blue anyway? Bro, you've been doing that, the fuck? Shaking my head at such a silly notion, I begin to scrub away the lingering smell of rain from my body and quickly finish washing up. Bundled up in a warm towel, I cracked the large door open to poke my head out into the hallway. True to his word, Ren left a small pile of clothing outside the bathroom, neatly stacked and propped against the side of the wall. Bringing the contents back inside, I noticed that one piece of clothing in particular was a rather comfy looking hoodie. But the design on the front, however, was rather morbid looking and didn't really suit Ren's vibes. Let me guess, it's a slasher hoodie! Let me guess, it's a slasher hoodie! Maybe from a horror film or something? Eh. Shrugging my shoulders, I put the hoodie on and instantly get enveloped by the sheer amount of fabric. I mean, it made sense considering Ren's large and lanky frame, but this was just absurd. I had to stifle a laugh from the amusing sight in the fogged-up mirror and had to admit that the soft fabric felt nice and warm against my skin. Fuck. I was a burp and a half. Even the scent that came from it felt oddly comforting somehow. Turning back to the remaining clothes in the pile, I gently pick up the next item and try to put it on. The gray sweatpants didn't seem to fit the length of my legs despite the number of tries I tried to tug the fabric, but luckily Ren was thoughtful enough to give me other alternatives. A pair of shorts seemed like the better option, especially since it came with a drawstring and deep pockets. Once I was fully dressed, I stepped out of the bathroom and aimlessly walk around until I hear the faint sound of a TV playing. Feeling curious, I followed the source down the hallway. Breaking news! A sudden storm hits the bay. Gale force wind and knock over street signs and even awnings. Guests believe that this sudden change in weather will die down soon, and to stay safe indoors. I continue to follow the noise until it suddenly cuts out and changes into a monotone sound, indicating that the television must have lost all signal. And soon enough, I found myself in Ren's spacious lounge room. Aside from the TV, the rest of the lights were off, but I could still make out most of the shapes within the room with ease. It was just as ostentatious as the rest of the house. Yeah, it might as well be a house. Though I couldn't help but feel like it lacked any form of life. It just didn't seem like someone actually lived here. The furniture was gaudy yet tasteless. There was hardly any personal items. Hardly any personal decoration or colors. And there was nothing that really screamed Ren to me. There was no personal touches, photos, items, hobbies, nothing. Just tacky furniture and bland smell of something sterile. If I was being honest, it gave off the same vibe as a dentist clinic or a hospital. I mean, he did mention recently moving in, right? Maybe that's why? Who moved in? Surprised by the sudden voice, I spin on my heel to find Ren coming out of one of the hallways with a new set of comfy clothing. Fuck, do you see the little heart peeking out? Sorry, I get too excited by that. As someone who played the earlier versions and actually got to, like, read some of the not safe for work shit, that was good. It was good. It was so good. Oh my god. Whoa! I will support this game no matter what. He seemed much more at ease like this, especially with the gentle expression on his face. I watch as he takes a respectful glance at my attire before sheepishly averting his attention to the ends of his sleeves. Sorry, that's the only pair of clothing I could find that might fit you. It looks really good on you, though. Oh, thanks. You can keep them if you want. The sound of thunder rumbling in the distance cuts off Ren's mumbling, and I involuntarily step closer to him. Without missing a beat, he reaches out and rests his protective hand on my shoulder to steady me. Ren idly glances out of the window before turning his undivided attention back to me once more. only this time with a determined look. It's really pouring, huh? I could only nod my head, suddenly feeling sheepish all of a sudden. I really should have checked the weather forecast before I went out today. But to be fair, it didn't look as though it had started spontaneously raining when I left my apartment this morning. I guess I was enjoying my time with Ren to the point where I didn't even realize the weather was turning sour. Angel? Sorry, what did you say? Just asked if you wanted to stay the night here. You know, seeing how hard it's raining out there. And your clothes haven't finished drying yet. It'd be no trouble, and I could return the favor considering how you let me stay at your apartment yesterday. Staying at his place for the night? Well, this certainly isn't how I expected my day to... expected to end my day. I can read! But would it really be that bad? It definitely beats waiting out the storm and walking home with a bunch of puddles everywhere. I like to find there's a spend the night and then spend the night. Spend the night. I guess I could stay if that's really okay with you. Yeah, of course. It's totally fine. Wow. He really was energetic. He really wasn't well, fuck. He really was an energetic, eccentric man, wasn't he? Try saying that 3 times fast. Let me know if you need any more pillows or blankets. Or if the room gets too cold. I haven't worked out how the fancy heater system works yet, but I can definitely try. Also, if you already know where the bathroom is. Also, you already know where the bathroom is, but if you... Okay, I think I got it, Ren. I shoot him a reassuring smile as I turn to face him at the door. I should have gotten used to his attentive and observant behavior by now, but this still felt like a foreign side of him that I hadn't actually fully uncovered. Still, at least he wasn't stuttering as much anymore. I know. Sorry. I just want you to be as comfortable as possible. Just treat this house like it's your own. Alright, gotcha. He looks like he doesn't want to leave, and instead lingers in front of the door a little longer. Are you sure there isn't anything else you need? Anything at all? Oh, sorry. Can I sleep in your bed? Can I get a good night? Fuck, why do I have to choose between those 2 options? I want both! Fuck. Can I get a good night kiss? Almost sheepishly, I dared to look up and gauge Ren's reaction to my words. He seemed to be taking it as best. Oh fuck. He seems to be taking it as best he can, judging from how bright red his cheeks and his neck get. And the fact that he can't seem to look me in the eyes. Ren, don't get all shy on me now. Before I could finish my sentence, Ren was already leaning down and pressing his soft lips against my own. I barely noticed the way his hands gently hold my shoulders to keep me steady as his head tilts to the side. The kiss was brief and chaste, but it still made both of us flustered. Is that okay? Uh-huh. Okay, good. I'm glad. Good night. Before I could even respond, he's already turning on his heel and speed walking towards his own room. The image of him speed walking is kind of funny. Shaking my head at his odd behavior, I close the door behind me and slowly make my way towards the bed. I noticed that the Horricle plushie Ren had bought me earlier was sitting atop the sheets, and I gently bring it closer to my chest, giving it a soft squeeze. So, he really did buy this for me after all. The faintest tint of cherry and mint emits from the toy and makes my mind drift to the thoughts of that strange pink-haired man once more. He was still as odd as usual, but some parts of him were starting to feel rather endearing. I noticed the way I noticed how he was no longer stuttering as much or acting as shy, and it made me wonder if we were getting closer. Now that I really thought about it, how did I feel about Ren? I'm crushing on him! Sorry. Knee-jerk reaction. Fuck. I love my yanderes! Ooh. Okay, so maybe I did find him rather endearing and attractive. Ren was very considerate and attentive towards me during our date, and I could see myself wanting to go on another date in the near future. He certainly had boyfriend potential, but I still needed to work up the nerve to make it lead towards that direction. He seemed far too hesitant to do it himself, but it would have been nice to see him put more effort into it as well. Well, just knowing Ren wanted to spend the entire day with me is enough. Rolling onto my side, I hugged the plushie closer so I can be surrounded by his comforting scent and slowly drift off to sleep. Woo! Okay. Quick save. My shoulder really hurts for some fucking reason, and I can't. I don't know why. It just started hurting a lot yesterday. When I was, like, editing. Okay. The usual sounds of the city life and traffic pull me away from my slumber. I wake to the sight of an unfamiliar ceiling. This wasn't my bedroom, and this certainly wasn't my bed. Last I checked, my duvets were patterned purple, a housewarming gift from Violet when I first moved into my apartment, not this dark shade of black. Confused, I rubbed the sleep from my eyes in order to fully take in the rest of the room, and just like that, memories from yesterday came flooding back. Oh, right. Ren offered to let me stay the night due to the freak storm that swept over Corland Bay. It was sweet of him to do, and it had me wondering where he was right now. Oh shit. Was he still asleep, or perhaps he was already awake? Deciding there's no time like the present to find out, I stretch out the knots in my body and wake myself up fully and jump out of the bed. As soon as I walk into the hallway, the mouth-watering scent of something sweet and sugary greets me, and it almost has my feet floating towards the kitchen. Curiosity, or perhaps hunger, takes over my body before I know it. I find myself navigating through the maze of Ren's stupidly large apartment. Speaking of the devil, there, Ren standing in the kitchen, hunched over the stove with a spatula in one hand and what looks like a recipe pulled up on his phone in the other. He doesn't seem to notice my presence yet, so I take the opportunity to study him a little bit more. And although I could only see most of his back, side, and side profile, I could easily make out the concentrated look on his face as his gaze flits back and forth between his phone and the pan. But just when I was thinking he's about to turn around, Ren lets out a surprised noise and immediately lifts the pan from the stove. Fuck! Hearing Ren swear so casually was still something I hadn't to get used to, but that wasn't what made me speechless right now. Sniffing the air, the smell of something burning invades my nostrils and has me retreating back into the living space for some fresh air. Wow. Did Ren really manage to burn a pancake? Or maybe he just wasn't that confident in cooking? Regardless, seeing him put so much effort into something so trivial did manage to pull at my heartstrings. Deciding I've had my fill of watching Ren, I finally make myself known. I kind of want to try and scare him, but I don't think he's gonna be that surprised. Hug him from behind and make him flustered. Let's go. Quietly tiptoeing behind the taller man, I wait for the perfect opportunity to strike before wrapping my arms around his waist and resting my head on his broad backside. Blake? I didn't hear you, Despite his flustered outburst, Ren doesn't seem to move from my hold. In fact, he almost seems to melt and lean into my touch instead. Almost as if to confirm my thoughts, I feel him wrap one of his arms around my waist to pull me in for a brief hug. Good morning, Blake. I was going to surprise you with breakfast in bed. Sorry, did I take too long? It was like I flicked an invisible switch because all of a sudden Ren was back to the usual timid personality that I've grown to know. Aww, you don't have to go through all that trouble for me. It's fine. I wanted to. Really, here. Without giving me a second to spare, Ren conjures up a full plate of thick, fluffy pancakes from somewhere behind him, alongside a few toppings as well. I didn't manage to burn these ones, at least. Eat as much as you like. I'll have this one. He gestures to the burnt pancake still stuck to the frying pan. No amount of washing and scrubbing would restore that pan to its former glory. You're supposed to add butter into the pan so that doesn't happen. Sweet summer child. Giving Ren a pitiful look, I deposit a few fluffy pancakes onto my own plate before offering the rest to him as well. Ren, you made enough to feed an army. Why don't we share? It's okay. I made them all for you, exactly how you like them. Oh? Then how do you know how I like my pancakes? Deciding to tease him a little, I throw the light-hearted accusation into the air and hope he'll catch it. Huh? Oh, I don't know. I suppose... Don't people normally enjoy pancakes this way? I thought maybe... There he goes again, getting flustered beyond belief while his cheeks flush a deep shade of red. It really was adorable. Relax, I'm only teasing you. These pancakes are delicious, by the way. Oh, you were just joking. His mood immediately seems to perk up once he hears my compliment. You really like them? Really? You're not lying. Then I'll make them for you again sometime. Oh, only if you want, that is. It's no problem at all. I really don't mind. How about you just focus on eating first? Aren't you hungry? I snacked on a few pancakes while cooking them. Don't worry about me. You just eat. Do you want some different toppings? I'm sure I got some strawberries in the fridge. Something inside me told me that Ren was lying about eating already, but I didn't feel like calling him out on it. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I need to calm the fuck down. I'm good for now, but thank you. Really. Seemingly satisfied with my response, or lack thereof, Ren lets out a pleased hum and instead moves away to busy himself with washing the dishes. My gaze follows him as I absent-mindedly catch a glimpse at the clock on one of the shelves. 8 o'clock on the dot. Wait a second! 8 o'clock?! I was going to be late for work. As if picking up on my panic behavior, Ren halts his movements and sends me a curious glance. Crap, I'm going to be late for work again if I don't leave now. I still need to walk home and get changed and... Hey, it's okay, Blake. Calm down. Look, your clothes from yesterday are washed and dried. Why don't you change into them, and when you're ready, I can drop you off at work. Ren... There I go again, relying on this enigma of a man and taking up too much of his kind hospitality. I was already... Oh... Why am I yawning? I've been up for like 2 hours at least. I was overstaying my welcome by using his dryer and sleeping in his spare bed, but now here I was, eating his food and being exactly 5 minutes away from getting a lift in his car. It's not gonna be a fucking car. That man rides a motorcycle. And I'm gonna ride him. Hold on. I need to calm down. I don't play when it comes to this man. I'm just gonna say that. He really should be the one being called Angel instead of me. Thank you so much. I owe you my entire life. And I thought I was dramatic. Another day with you will do just fine. Oh, I'll do more than that. His soft smile is the last thing I see before I head back to the guest bedroom to change. But before I can make it 3 feet away, Ren's voice called out to me once more. Oh, but I should warn you, I don't exactly drive a car. Oh, I know. I know. Turns out, Ren didn't actually own a car like I expected. He owned a damn sports motorcycle. All black, sleek, and scary. But what surprised me the most were the faded Always With You sticker decals that adorned the tank. So Ren was a fan of that webcomic as well. I always assumed the community was rather small. There wasn't much talk about the webcomic online, so it was nice to know someone else enjoyed it as much as I did. But just as I was about to bring the topic up, my vision goes dark as Ren places a helmet over my head with a smile. He fastens and adjusts the strap before motioning towards the back of his bike with an expectant look. Admittedly, I was a bit hesitant to hop on that thing, but Ren assured me that he'd tell me what to do and keep me safe the entire time. Daunting, couldn't even begin to describe how I felt when the engine turned on, and I was certain Ren had scratch marks with how tightly I was clinging to him, but somehow came out of it unscathed. I managed to bag myself a nice warm hoodie that smelled like Ren, even if its only purpose was to protect me from the wind and flying debris. And when we parted in front of the library with a friendly goodbye, Ren waited until I was inside the building before taking off. But I barely make it 3 feet inside before a mess of blonde hair enters my field of view and almost knocks me over. Blake, there you are. Quick, I need your help. Eleanor's anxious demeanor catches me off guard, and I immediately do a sweep of the library for anything out of place. But I'm hardly giving any time to take in my surroundings before Eleanor reaches out for my arm and all but drags me behind the reception counter and towards the mountain of paperwork. Stacks upon stacks of books, files, newspaper, and manila folders covered the entire expanse of her desk, and for the briefest moment, it almost resembled a messy archive repository rather than her workstation. What's all this? This was supposed to be all sorted out yesterday. I swear, I did it already. In fact, I know I did. I remember leaving it all in Conan's office before I left work yesterday. So you can imagine my surprise when I saw it back on my desk this morning. Eleanor seems genuinely concerned, especially with how she's flitting about and pacing back and forth in front of me. It was almost like she'd seen a ghost, and if I didn't know any better, I honestly would have believed it. Please help me if Conan finds out I somehow messed up again. I don't know what will happen. Hey, don't worry, Elle. I'll help. And I doubt Conan will get mad. You know how he is. I suppose you're right. Her shoulder seems to visibly relax at my words, and she slumps into her chair with a heavy sigh. Thank you so much, Blake. Do you think you could manage the stack of books? I'll handle all the files. Without missing a beat, lest our boss magically appears somewhere behind us, we immediately get to work. Slight break. Oh yeah. Time flies by quickly when I had my chatty co-worker to keep me company. She fills me in on how the freak storm caught everyone off guard, and how some of the patrons shared the same idea of seeking refuge within the library as well. Apparently Eleanor was the only one around to keep an eye on things, and from the sound of it, she seemed to take on the leadership role like a pro. Still, discussing her whereabouts had me thinking. That reminds me, where did you go the other day? The other day? What do you mean? You remember Ren, the pink-haired guy? Oh, lover boy? Yeah, him. After we had that conversation with Ren, I never saw you afterwards. Oh, let me think. I watch as she inclines her head to the side to think, and all too quickly she snaps her fingers and gives me an affirmative nod. Oh, that's right. Well, this is a bit embarrassing, but I ended up going home early. I must have accidentally bumped into something while cleaning the stockroom the other day, and before I knew it, one of the shelves came tumbling down on me. It wasn't until a little later when Conan found me and pulled me out. You knocked over an entire shelf. Miss Creston. Knowing I was only teasing, Eleanor sends me a sheepish smile and bows her head to hide her reddening cheeks. But now that I think about it, the shelves in the stockroom had always seemed relatively stable. My coworker wasn't known for her strength, so it didn't make much sense for it to topple over that easily. I wonder. But thankfully, Eleanor elaborates more, almost as if she could hear the gears in my head working overtime. Well, I suppose it was a tad bit odd. I mean, I've worked in this library for more than 5 years now, and not once have I heard so much as a creak from those shelves. It does seem a bit strange, yeah. Well, I have no doubt Conan will be installing new storage shelves soon. Oh, speaking of, did you notice the new awning outside the library? I suppose that sudden storm from yesterday had something to do with it. In fact, maybe you've heard the news already. I heard that all the rain. Our conversation gets cut short as I watch Eleanor's attention drift behind me and towards the flashing red light above one of the shelves. Duty calls, I guess. As soon as she stands, I shoot her an appreciative smile, which she returns with an apologetic one of her own, and meanders her way towards the aisle. Yeah, I wonder how that bookshelf toppled over. Now, left to my own devices, I go back to sorting through the books and putting them into separate piles. I managed to get a solid 10 minutes to myself before a sudden sense of unease creeps up on me. It felt as though someone was watching me, so I take a curious sweep across the vicinity to try and locate the source. But nothing out of the ordinary. People were studying, others were quietly typing away at computers, and I could even spot the back of Eleanor's head from her spot near the fantasy fiction aisle. Nothing was out of place, yet that unnerving feeling of having eyes on the back of my head still lingered. In fact, now that I thought about it, it was eerily similar to the feeling I got when I was walking home a few days ago. Violet's words about someone breaking into my apartment echo in my mind before all suddenly dawns upon me. The supposed person watching me, could it somehow be linked? No, definitely not. Shaking my head, I try to dismiss those unsettling thoughts before they start to develop into something more sinister. There was no one watching me. After all, there was hardly anything impressive about me to warrant a stalker in the first place. I was as plain as they come. And if some asshole really did break into my house, they left empty-handed. That alone clearly proved that I don't own anything worth stealing, except maybe my limited Attack on Giant figurines. But even then, I remember thoroughly inspecting my entire apartment once I got home. Nothing was out of place, nor looked like it'd been touched. Everything was as I left it that morning. Yet, it still didn't explain why I was feeling this way. Fear and apprehension seemed to overwhelm my senses so much that my mind barely registers the sound of something rustling. And I looked down to see that I had been worrying the papers in my hand for the past few minutes. Have I been stressing out that badly? Jeez, I really was letting all this paranoia get the best of me. Shaking my head once more, I decide it's best not to let those thoughts fester and grow into something far bigger than it should be. No one broke into my apartment, and no one was watching me right now. I was making a mountain out of a molehill, and nothing was going to scare me. Hello? Ah! Whoa. I fucking love her. She is so pretty. Instead of some creepy stalker dressed in all black, I was met with blonde hair and expensive looking clothing. Was this the person I felt watching me? It was difficult to make out her words over the loud, rapid sound of my heart. Pause, rewind, play. It was difficult to make out her words over the loud, rapid sound of my heartbeat, so I tried my best to calm down before responding. Sorry, I didn't notice you come in. Welcome to Corlin Bay Library. Can I help you with anything? I hope I sounded professional enough, though I'm sure there was still a lingering sense of fear in my words and facial expression to match. But it starts to dissipate as I take in the woman's appearance. Her green eyes seemed oddly familiar to me, but what gives it all away is how the woman slightly inclines her head to the side as she looks over me with concern. Surely not. Was that? I don't suppose are you Kiara? Eleanor's told me all about you. In the flesh. What fuck? No. Let me try that again. In the flesh. I'm actually here to visit my darling sister. Would you believe? But now you've piqued my interest. She shoots me a harmless wink and rests her hand atop the reception counter. Wow, even the clanging of her jewelry sounds expensive, and I can't help but look at her in awe. Tell me, what else has Nori said about me? She really admires you, she loves your taste in fashion. She wants her jacket back. Her... what? Surely not that raggedy old thing she always keeps in the trunk of her car. I'm honestly doing her a favor. Besides, doesn't her outfit look cuter without it? I think. But Blake. As if summoning Eleanor herself, she emerges from somewhere behind me and joins us at the front desk. Kiara, what are you doing here? There she is. What? Am I not allowed to see my little sis? I'm at work right now. You could have texted me in advance. But I wanted to surprise you, and look, I come bearing gifts. At that, Kiara places down a bag branded with high-end print and designer logos. Sorry, darling. If I knew I'd be meeting you here, I would have brought extra. But I'm sure there's something for you in one of those bags as well. Pick whatever Eleanor doesn't want. Genuinely, I wish I could be rich enough to say something like that. I'm inclined to agree. The sisters seem fully engrossed in each other's presence, so I leave them alone so that they can have their moment to catch up. After all, I didn't know how long I'd be there since Eleanor and Kiara had seen each other. Wait. I needed a second. Pause, rewind, play. After all, I didn't know how long it'd been since Eleanor and Kiara had seen each other, and the mountain of work in front of me wasn't going to sort itself out in the meantime. But before I can silently slip away and sit back down, a tattooed R boxes me in and commands my attention. And for the second time today, the expensive smell of wealth and luxury floods my senses. Only this time, I knew the person it belonged to. Check out this asshole. Damn. Who are they? Seemingly out of nowhere, Theo appears with a familiar smirk on his face and an unbothered drawl in his tone. He's absolutely shameless with how his eyes take in both the sisters' appearances before he's leaning more of his weight onto his arm and shooting me an expectant look. Don't even think about it, Theo. Trust me. You don't want to know what I'm thinking about right now. Yeah, I'd rather not. Given how he leans even closer to my side with a sultry grin, I end up believing his words. After all, I wouldn't put it past Theo to think up multiple ways to cause a scene in his free time. Not jealous, are you? Why would you even... Whether or not it was my sudden outburst that captures their attention, Eleanor and Kiara finally seem to notice us, and I thank my lucky stars for the chance to escape this conversation. Perhaps I could sneak off to the employees' lounge while everyone was busy talking. I'm sure... You work here too? I've got a few things here that you could check out. Ugh. Despite my disgust at Theo's blatant flirting, Eleanor seemed to be eating it up with a blush on her cheeks. Oh, actually, I'm just visiting. I don't work here, but little Nori over here does. I'm sure she can help you out. Despite her friendly tone, Kiara seems to be passively shutting down Theo's attempt at flirting and redirecting it towards Eleanor instead. That's a fucking lesbian! I'm gonna call it now. Kiara, lesbian. Femme, lesbian.
Holy shit.
I've cracked the code! Yet, Theo doesn't seem to be picking up on it. Instead, choosing to lean a little more against the counter so that his muscles flex under his form-fitted shirt and crosses his ankles. You're not from around here, are you? I'd remember a face like yours. The name's Theodore... Oh, fuck. I can't even take this man seriously. The name's Theodore, by the way, but cuties like you can call me Theo. Charming. I'm Kiara. And no, I'm only in town for a few weeks. I'm visiting some relatives and finding some inspiration before I head back home. Inspiration, huh? I could show you around. Well, aren't you fun? What about my baby sister? Huh? But I'm older than you. Oh, come on, live a little, Nori. You always tell me how you're holed up at work all the time. I suppose, but... Looks like you're in need of a bit of fun. I can help with that. Have either of you been to the aquarium yet? It opened recently. Not yet, but I'll have to give your offer a pass, I'm afraid. Aquarium not your style? You're not my style. Ouch. Despite the low blow to his ego, Theo doesn't look at the least bit offended. In fact, he seems to thrive off it. But as if fate felt the urge to intervene, Kiera's phone suddenly goes off and startles everyone. Sorry, give me a sec. I need to take this call. She slips away before any of us have the chance to respond, and without missing a beat, Theo immediately takes her previous spot beside Eleanor. And what about you? Me? Don't see anyone else around, Prince. Ugh! Okay, when he says it, I hate it! Oh, well, I mean, I think it'd be fun, but... I suppose it would make it a bit awkward if it's just you and me. You heard her, doll. As if finally acknowledging my presence, Theo turned to me with an expectant look on his face. Why don't you tag along? I'll even see if Leon wants to join the fun. It'll make it like a double date. At that, Eleanor visibly seems to relax a bit. I spare a quick glance in her direction, and I can pick up on the barest hint of hope in her eyes. Wait, she wanted to go on a date with it? I don't know, Elle. Aww. Why? Got better things to do? Look, I'll pay for everything. I can even pick you up as well if you want. Sound good? Not that I'd ever openly admitted to Theo, but his offer was finally starting to sound tempting. I mean, free food and a free outing? It was too good to refuse. However... Fine, but I'm doing this for Eleanor. Eleanor seems to brighten at that, and her smile just about makes it all worth it. Atta girl. Knew you weren't gonna check it out on us. Then it's settled. Leon and I will meet you both here tomorrow after work. What time do you finish? Around... There you are, Blake. Okay, wait. I'm trying to remember what fucking voice I did. There you are, Blake. Ah, I didn't realize you were busy. Finally, it was as if someone had heard my prayers this time. Conan emerges from somewhere behind me, and what was up with that today? And offers me an escape from the current conversation. And without missing a beat, I turn towards my savior and spare him a thankful glance. I make sure to silently apologize to Eleanor and clearly... to apologize to Eleanor as well. Clearly uneasy with the thought of leaving her alone with Theo. But she seemed all too happy with how she suddenly shoos me away with a hand behind her back. Sure, I can slip away for a moment. Did you need something? I just need an extra pair of hands to sort through some boxes. But if you're busy, I'll manage it myself. It's fine, I could use a breather. Okay, perhaps I didn't need to announce that so joyfully. With warm cheeks, I turn back towards Eleanor and Theo to send them one final apologetic look before following after Conan. I hate Theo. He's hot, but he's too much of a dick. Apologies for this. I didn't mean to steal you away from your friends. This happened to be sorting through all the books. A coworker managed to knock over this morning and making sure they were all in the correct category before putting them back onto the cart. It felt eerily similar to what I had been previously doing with Eleanor, only this time there weren't any Theo-shaped annoyances to keep me company. But man, I swear, Conan had to be the only boss who'd be perfectly fine with their employees slacking off to talk to their friends instead. He hadn't said a word about Theo, and possibly Kiara too, depending on how long he'd been standing behind me, and seemed more than okay with us huddling around the reception desk. Deciding not to push my luck, I returned Conan's soft look with one of my own. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I've been meaning to ask you something, actually. Has everything been going alright with you? Nothing shady has been happening lately? What do you mean? You haven't heard the news? There's been a few murders happening in the Bay Area recently. Admittedly, I had been worried for your safety as of late. You live by yourself, correct? Yeah, but I recently had a friend stay with me. Now that I think about it, he's also been concerned for my safety. That's good. I'm glad. Listen, if something ever happens... Conan awkwardly glances over his shoulder before returning his gaze back to me. Nothing but sincerity stares back, and I find myself in stunned silence. Here. It's my personal number. But due to the lack of clarification, I ended up sending him a confused look instead of thanking him. I know you've only recently moved back to Coraline Bay, but you've yet to put someone down as your emergency contact. I'm worried you won't have anyone to call in case something does happen. I want to make sure you're safe at all times. Oh, thank you, Conan. Of course. He gives my shoulder a gentle pat before resuming to his original task. The conversation falls back to into an easy, comfortable silence, and I pocket his number before pouring all of my focus towards the books laid out in front of me. Oh my god, he's so dad. Grandpa. The rest of my shift passes uneventfully, and at some point Eleanor informs me that Kiara had to leave for a work-related matter and wouldn't be coming back for a few days. She'd even asked Eleanor to give me her number as well, alongside mentioning something about sharing more embarrassing stories about little Nori the next time we talk. Whatever that meant. Still, it was really nice to finally meet Eleanor's sister. And it was even kinder of her to gift me a fountain pen before she left. Or at least I assumed it was Kiara. I found the expensive-looking box sitting on my desk once I returned, and I wasted no time in opening it up and examining the contents. The pen itself appeared to be made from extremely high-quality materials, and the cursive B and R logo looked rather fancy underneath the light. I made a mental note to get something for Kiara as well, before pocketing the pen next to Conan's number and packing up my belongings for the day. But as I'm slipping out of the library back door, I notice a familiar broad backside, a patch of blonde hair, and a bright red patterned shirt standing near the alleyway's entrance. As if sensing my presence, Leon turns around and greets me with one of his familiar warm smiles. Good day, Darl. Been a while. He sends me a toothy grin before making space for me within the... Oh, fuck. I needed to... My nose has like a cat hair. Jesus. Am I getting a text message? Oh my fucking god, my shoulder. Ow! Okay, why does my shoulder hurt that much? I don't understand. He sends me a toothy grin before making space for me within the group. Eleanor greets me with a delicate wave, and Theo looks moderately annoyed as usual. Theo was just introducing me to Eleanor and yarn on about this little outing he has planned. Hey, oh fuck. Hey, how come you never told me you've never been to the aquarium before? Makes sense though. I reckon it was built a bit after you left the bay, right? So I doubt you had time to check it out. Pretty much. Most of my free time has been taken up by moving and unpacking boxes. I couldn't help but find myself agreeing with his words. It was crazy how Leon seemed to know me so well, even though we hadn't had the chance to speak to each other like this in a while. But I'm curious to see what it's like. What about you, Nori? I couldn't help but let Kiara's nicknames for her slip. Oh, yes, I'm the same. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I've never been to an aquarium before, so this should be fun. Well, here's hoping the weather will be more lenient tomorrow. It was pissing down buckets yesterday, wasn't it? Did you make it home alright, Sunfish? All of a sudden, an eerie feeling comes back, and I resist the urge to turn around and look behind me. I only now notice that I've had my back to the dark alleyway this entire time. Blake? Sorry, what was that? You alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. I watch as Leon looks behind me before glancing at Theo and Eleanor for what seems like reassurance. No, it's nothing. I guess I've had a long day at work. Nah, I get it. Feeling tired? You should head on home then. Please, don't let us keep you any longer than we should. Want me to drop you off? Car's out front. As much as I appreciate everyone's concern, I honestly wanted to be left alone right now. To clear my head. And going on a walk would surely do me wonders. Besides, it was still somewhat bright outside and there were people around, so I had no reason to worry about my non-existent stalker. I also heard that some new merchandise arrived to the local manga store, which I had been meaning to check out. So that would surely help to... Oh, fuck. So that would surely help... Fucking hell. So that would surely help to get my mind off things. It was along my route home anyway. What harm could possibly come out of a quick detour? At that thought, I quickly placate fucking hell is that word? Everyone's concern before bidding my goodbyes and heading off along down the street. It wasn't until I got far enough away from the library that the eerie feeling started to dissipate. The nostalgic smell of comic books and plastic greets me as I enter the all-too-familiar manga store, and I immediately beeline my way towards the anime aisle. I was set on collecting the last remaining accessories for my mini Attack on Giants display, and I wasn't about to let my paranoia get in the way of that. But as I was passing through a few aisles, I noticed a familiar shade of pink near the cashier. Is that Ren? Oh, with his tiny little ponytail. He's adorable. I didn't even notice his motorbike out front. And like you can see him trying to cover up the tattoo right there. It's his angel. if he even brought it. Up till now, I always assumed he walked everywhere. And even though he was wearing a mask and had his hair tied up, I could easily make out his large and lanky frame anywhere. Sneaking closer, I noticed how he appears to be in a hushed conversation with a manager about something confidential. If their closeness wasn't anything to go by, but before he placed a thick manila envelope into her hands and leans back. Oh, I wonder what's inside. Was Ren trading in some old manga? Ooh, what if it's Attack on Giants? Though, if it is AOG, I'm not really sure why'd he want to trade them in. If how popular the franchise is currently, there isn't much of a high demand. If anything, there's too much consumable media being produced right now. Everywhere I go, all I see is Haruko, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Speaking of my beloved Haruko, now that I got a better look at Ren, isn't that the limited edition Spring Haruko hoodie? I thought they weren't selling them anymore. But just as I'm about to make myself known to ask questions, Ren is already turning on his heel and slipping behind the large racks filled with cosplay and gaming-themed apparel. His height does him no favors, though, as I watched him peek out from the top while he bobs and weaves his way towards the side entrance. At that very moment, my phone decides to jump scare me by suddenly going off, and it startles me enough to temporarily forget about Ren. Letting out a string of curses, I reached into my back pocket and pull it out, only to see Moth's name flash on the screen. With a grin, I accept the video call and hold the phone up to my face. Hey, listen, now is really not a good time to talk, but... Oh no, that's terrible. Get well soon, or sorry for your loss, or whatever. Anyway, listen. Guess who won an all-paid holiday trip overseas? Me. That's who. Oh my god. They have like an eyebrow piercing. I like that. It'd been a while since I'd last seen Moth's face, but they appeared just as boisterous as I remember them. And for free too! I mean, okay, I still need to pay for food and stuff, but hey, where are you? I'm in the manga store? Hold on. Can we backtrack for a second? You got free tickets. To where? Is that a Haruko figurine? Can you get it for me? Please, 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 please. Moth. I'll pay you back, I promise. I'll pay for shipping too. It's so cute. Look at his little outfit. Look at his tiny little jacket and tiny little shoes. With an eye roll, I reach behind me for the figurine, but not before picking it up. But not before picking up the accessories I originally came in for, and slowly make my way towards the cash register. Once Moth hoots and hollers calms down, I gently try to coax them back into the original topic. Oh, right, you asked where I was going? Well, it's actually a surprise. Seriously? A good surprise. A good surprise, though. Hey, you're still in Coraline. For a brief moment, their screen starts to lag, and a loading symbol pops up. Moth? I'll be in almost... That okay with you? Their voice cuts out, giving almost a robotic effect before the screen eventually fades to black. With a heavy sigh, I end the call and shoot Moth a text to let them know that they got disconnected yet again. But as I absentmindedly look out the window, I notice blurry lines out. Oh fuck! I notice the blurry outline of Ren's figure sitting out on a bench outside, busying himself with what looked like a phone in his hand. He's fucking hacking me right now. Is that what he's doing? Next. The cashier's voice pulls me out of my thoughts and I quickly pay for my purchases, all while sparing not so secretive glances at Ren from the beyond the shop's window to make sure that he's still there. It was strange. I couldn't help but hope that I'd get a chance to catch up with him on my way out. I know it'd barely been more than a few hours since I last saw Ren, but I still wanted to thank him for letting me stay at his place for the night. And for washing my clothes, cooking me breakfast, and driving me to work. The cashier pulls my attention away by handing me a bag and a receipt, and I give them my thanks before making a beeline towards the exit. But just as the door swings open, I notice that Ren had already left. He was no longer at the bench where I last saw him, and I couldn't spot him on either end of the street either. It was like he was never there in the first place, and I almost find myself wondering if I had imagined the whole thing. It was a shame, though. I really wanted to see him and his charming smile again. But Cortlandt Bay isn't that big of a coastal town in retrospect, so I'm sure we were bound to run into each other again sooner or later. I mean, I literally met Ren at my workplace because we shared a few common interests in books. His just so happened to be more about native flora. That kind of stuff wasn't something either of us could control, and I was most likely looking too deep into it. Still, it felt strange all the same. Oh well. There was no use dwelling over it. I was bound to run into Ren again at some point, regardless if I had a way to contact him or not. It was beginning to get dark once I arrived back at my apartment complex, so I quickly ushered my way up the staircase and onto my floor. But as I'm making the long trek up the stairs, I bump into someone lingering around the corner and almost end up tumbling down. Whoa! Hey! Watch it! Glancing up, I notice it's the cashier from yesterday, who's glaring daggers at me while I try to steady myself with the railing. Was that Olivia, wasn't it? She makes no effort to help me, though she does move to the side in order to give me space at the top of the stairs. It's then that I take notice of a giant basket of laundry in her arms, and it makes me wonder if she was actually going to carry it all the way to the laundromat by herself. Clearly, she was stronger than she looked. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Olivia cuts herself off once the severity of the situation finally sinks in, before she sucks in her cheeks and lets out an exasperated chuckle. Seriously, what could she possibly find so funny about this situation? Of all places, a staircase. Really? Your boyfriend sure has a messed up sense of humor. What? No, it's nothing. Look, I didn't mean to knock you down the staircase like that. I got a lot on my mind lately, and I wasn't looking where I was going. Hey, it happens. It most certainly didn't. But Olivia seemed to be having a rough day, so I wasn't going to make things worse by being rude to her. She already looked on edge for some reason, especially with how she kept sneaking glances over our shoulders. It was almost like she was looking for something, and I would have asked her about it if she didn't beat me to it. So, where's that boyfriend of yours anyway? Not lurking around the corner like a creepy psychopath, is he? Who? Seriously? Your boyfriend? The guy you visited the souvenir shop with the other day. Oh, Ren. He's not my boyfriend. We're just... Okay. I'm just gonna... I've never seen that man in my life. That'd be funny. Actually, he is my boyfriend. Great. No need to rub it in my face. And why are you so indecisive? Either he's your boyfriend or he's not. You know what? I'm not even sure why I'm having this conversation with you. Forget it. I'm in a rush, so please move. Clearly done with the conversation, Olivia sidesteps me and starts to make her way down the stairwell. But she only manages to get a few feet away before she turns around once more. Resting her laundry basket on her hip, she looks up at me with an unreadable look. You live on this floor as well? Then it looks like we're going to be seeing each other more often. But just some neighborly advice, if you plan on bringing Ren around, keep it down. I'm not afraid to file a noise complaint. And with that, she disappears around the corner. What was that all about? Deciding it wasn't worth my time to mull it over, I slowly make my way towards my apartment. Not bothering to turn on the light, I toss my keys into the tray and shrug off my jacket, and unceremoniously drop myself onto the couch. Today had been a whirlwind of events and emotions, and the worst part was that it still hadn't ended yet. Pause, rewind, play. I still had an hour or so left before considering any dinner plans, so I figured might as well spend the evening winding down in the meantime. All too quickly, an idea pops into my head and I reach to grab my phone. Figuring it'd be best to catch up with someone instead of stewing in my apartment alone, I pull up my contacts list and idly scroll through it. Conan's number immediately captures my attention, being the newest addition in my contacts sitting near the top of the list, before my curiosity begins to stray once more. Without so much hesitating, I tap that person's number and brings the phone close to my ear. Ren! Odd. I don't remember scrolling all the way down to view his contact details. Nevertheless, I find myself tapping Ren's name and bringing the phone closer to my ear. He picks up almost immediately, and I can practically feel the excitement Mo flowers expel from the screen and hits me in the face. And before I know it, Ren is agreeing to come over as soon as he can, so I quickly turn the lights back on, clean the place up a bit, and anticipate his arrival. We all know I was gonna invite him over regardless. When I pick a bitch, I stick with it. Barely 10 minutes pass before I hear a loud knocking at my door. Almost immediately, I leap to my feet and unlock it with a smile. Hey Ren, come on in. I see you're still wearing my hoodie. I also brought some takeout with me, if that's okay. I figured you hadn't had a chance to eat yet. Whoa, how'd you know? It's like you can read minds or something. Sure. Barely registering the look on his face, I gently coax Ren into my living room. He makes himself at home on my couch, and I bring a few utensils from the kitchen for the food he so kindly brought. Oh, by the way, were you at the manga store earlier today? I thought I saw you there. Yeah, I know you did. I mean, because I saw you as well. After I left. I noticed you through the window. Well, that seemed to confirm my thoughts about Ren sitting outside the store. Stabbing my fork into the food, I take a bite and let out a pleased hum from all the delicious flavor dancing on my tongue. Really? You should have said hi. I thought about it. You seem really focused on something. And then you got a call, so... Ah, yeah, that was my friend Moth. Oh, that reminds me, Ren. His full attention is immediately on me. takeout long forgotten as the taller male moves in his seat to face me. I remember you saying you like Attack on Giants too, right? I could introduce you guys. They're a die-hard fan for the anime, and I'm sure they wouldn't mind. Oh, Moth is the one who's interested? Almost shyly, he turns his head away and meekly scratches at his jaw. I don't mind, but I wasn't expecting Ren to be so hesitant, and I suddenly felt bad for springing this all on him without considering how much he might... Considering how he might feel as well. Hey, no need to force yourself. If you don't want to, that's okay. I just thought it'd be nice to let them have someone else to talk to, you know? Moth has trouble making friends, and most of the time they're only talking to me. Yeah, that's too bad. He sends me a sad look coupled with a frown before returning to the plate of food before him. Although I was thinking about Moth, I really didn't want to force Ren into befriending someone he didn't want to. Besides, maybe he has trouble forming friendships too? It was a little difficult trying to keep up with his sudden personality shifts, but at this point in our friendship, I was starting to get used to it. Deciding to lift the mood a little, I tried to change the subject to something more lighthearted. So, the rats, huh? Really, Blake? That was the first thing you could think of? How was that any less awkward than what we were currently... Actually, I didn't want to say anything, but I think I saw one on my way up here. It made itself home in that busted elevator shaft. Seriously? Wait, do you think you could come with me to explain it to my landlord? I swear that... Your landlord isn't doing anything about it? No? I collapse onto the sofa with a dramatic sigh. Honestly, I don't know what they're doing, if I'm being honest. I've sent so many complaints, but I haven't received a reply for any of them. Really? Have you considered just moving? Quite a few times, actually, but... My neighbor is friendly. Well, everything was a little overwhelming in the beginning, but my neighbor was nothing but kind to me when I first moved in, and she has the best afternoon snacks. I see. Then it's not so bad here after all, right? I mean, as long as there's no creep trying to break in and steal your laundry or something. You've got a point there. He's fucking stealing my laundry! Oh my god, why? Now I'm just thinking of Caleb. The fucking panty-sniffing allegations. I think I'd take the rats over laundry-stealing intruder any day, but... Now that I'm thinking about it, who would want to break in and steal my dirty clothes? He's sitting right there! While I'm sure Ren only meant it as a joke, it was oddly specific! Yeah, I wonder why. Oh, I just figured that's what normal creep behavior would be like. You have a great sense of fashion, and I see your TV is still there, so... Yeah, I guess it would be difficult to log that down the staircase. They probably would have asked the rats for help. Again with the rats! I couldn't help but let out a laugh at his corny inside joke. Wait, since when did we have our own inside jokes? Now that I've really thought about it, the banter I shared with Ren seemed very easygoing as of late, despite how serious the topic were supposed to be. I had been worrying all day about the supposed stalker, yet here I was, casually brushing it off as a carefree joke. Still, Is everything alright in your neighborhood? I've heard about the murders going on recently. Yeah! You think? Well, no one I know has gone missing, so I suppose that's good, right? I won't lie, though. It is kind of scary that there's a serial killer out there. Yeah, I suppose so. But are you really okay with staying here alone? Doesn't that scare you? I'm sure I'll be fine. I've got my neighbor Violet, and if it's really necessary, I'm sure I could stay with Leon for a while and say you could always stay with me instead. I mean, you've already stayed the night at my place, so it wouldn't be a bother if you wanted to come over again. I honestly sleep better at night knowing you're safe. And I always carry a spare key with me. Anyway, if you'd like, you can hold on to it in case something... I appreciate the offer, Ren, but I can't accept that. It's fine. Besides, you said that living here can get overwhelming. If that can help in any way... I don't know. Keep it. Just in case. I mean, you never know. If that creep breaks into your apartment again... If that happens, you could come and stay over with me this time. I could keep you safe, just like the first time you invited me over. The lobby is full of security, and they won't let anyone upstairs without proper clearance. Plus, I don't have rats. I won't lie, Ren's offer honestly was tempting. The idea of having somewhere to go in case things got bad was a comforting thought, but something just didn't sit right with me. I know I've been spending a lot of time with Ren recently, but I still wasn't that familiar with him. And sure, I might be developing a bit of a crush on the tall guy, but I wasn't going to be swayed by my feelings. Still, the offer really was tempting, and and it wasn't like he was asking me to move in with him or anything. Now that I thought about it, Ren was the one giving me access to his home. It wasn't like I was the one in danger. Wait a second. It wasn't like I was the one in danger here. He was trusting me enough not to be some kind of crazed killer, but much like the one on the news. I can't help but crack a smile at the somewhat morbid thought, and Ren seems to take it as a positive sign. But before I can dwell on it any further, I watch as he leans over to reach into his back pocket and pull something that resembled a plastic card. Ren wastes no time handing it to me, and I take a moment to look it over. His address and unit number are neatly printed on the top, and some kind of obscure barcode is on the bottom. However, the apartment name and logo in the top right corner are what really captures my attention. Sunshine Hills. I almost forgot he lived in the nicer parts of Coraline Bay. They were known for their high-rise apartments and fancy penthouses, so I'm sure Ren never had to worry about rat infestations or deadbeat landlords. Though, the more I thought about it... That is my fucking alarm. Just saw, like, a post on TikTok that was like, why is everyone calling Ren not a yandere because he doesn't, like, essay or like, hurt the MC? And I'm like, you know what? Who the fuck is saying he's not a true yandere? Because that man is. Like... Speak a little bit louder for the people in the back, please. Though, the more I thought about it, the more willing I was to accept this offer. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. I couldn't help but wonder what kind of programmer could afford fancy marble flooring, but as always, Ren remained a mystery. If this opportunity meant getting to know him better, maybe it would be worth it. Snapping out of my thoughts, I look up from the glossy plastic and focus my attention back to Ren. Seriously though, it wouldn't hurt to keep it. And it's a spare key card anyway. I can always get more. I already have a stack of them at home. They're real handy too. I can use them to lock up my office and bedroom without a physical key. Huh. Okay. But I always end up misplacing them all and... Sorry, Blake. Am I rambling again? I don't want you to worry or anything. And maybe you never know what might happen. I've seen what's been going on in the news lately, and I just want you to be safe. He wants me to be safe? Where have I heard that before? Well, I suppose so. Great, then. He glances back at the plastic item in my hands with an expectant look, almost as if he was waiting for me to put it away. And I carefully shove it into my pocket. Ren seems to visibly relax and lean back in his chair once more. Then that settles it. Come by whenever you want. You don't even need to call. Thanks. I think I'll still call him in advance or even shoot a text. As lovely as Ren's welcoming hospitality was, I wouldn't want to disrupt or intrude or anything. On anything. As if picking up on my sudden silence, he clears his throat, gestures towards the food on the table, and scoops up a giant forkful. Anyway, we should finish this before it gets cold. Oh, yeah, you're right. Deciding to ease the tension once more, I speak the first thing that comes to my mind as I stab the fork into the container as well. You got crumbs on your face. Before I can stop myself, I reach out towards Ren's face and gently wipe away the crumbs from his cheek. My fingers brush against his bottom lip, and I can't help the slight tinge of pink that blossoms on my cheeks. Ren seems to be sporting a similar look of his own before he awkwardly clears his throat and goes back to eating. Thank you. The casual banter continues throughout dinner, and soon enough, all the containers were empty and our stomachs were full. I dimmed the lights and switched on the TV at some point to fill the silence between our conversations, and soon enough, Ren and I find ourselves taking an interest in a movie that was currently playing. It was some unknown sappy rom-com that came out almost a decade ago, yet Ren didn't seem to mind it all that much. I wasn't following the plot too keenly, but from what I could gather, the male lead just confessed his love for the main character in the back of her truck. To the topic at hand, it started raining as some slow melodic love song came on the radio. The two characters were all too happy to share a sweet kiss with each other in that romantic moment, but the tenderness soon gets cut short once the scene starts to travel down a more heated path. The kisses become more passionate, and before I know it, I'm watching the main character lean across the center console to sit in her lover's lap instead. Clearly, I wasn't expecting this to happen in what I falsely believe was a harmless rom-com, so I dared glance in Ren's direction to gauge his reaction. Yet, aside from the faint dusting of his cheeks, the rest of him seemed all too relaxed. There's an arm casually thrown over the back of the couch while he rests, while the rest of his body is slouched onto the plushness of the seat. His lanky limbs are stretched out in front of him, while his thighs are spread out slightly, and the empty space between his legs was beginning to look inviting for some reason. I will not hold it! Was it because of the movie? No! It's because this man is too hot and I can't help myself. Before I can stop myself, I find my mind wandering. Keep watching the movie. What was I thinking? This movie was clearly messing with my head. Suddenly, I slap my cheek and focus my attention back to the TV screen. But every so often, my gaze flickers back to Ren to see if he was feeling just as awkward as I was throughout the scene. And it seemed I was right. It's almost painful watching him awkwardly clear his throat a few times until his interest ultimately shifts towards my wall instead. I also feel the urge to look away once the couple starts to get even more handsy with each other, and when it starts to become too much to bear, I impulsively change the channel. A monotone voice droning out the weather fills the silence, and I feel the couch move as Ren shifts in the seat. That was, yeah. They were really going at it, huh? Mm-hmm. Jeez, I can't believe it's somehow even more awkward now. But just as I'm about to do something about it, Ren awkwardly clears his throat and moves to stand up. It's getting a bit late now, isn't it? I should probably start heading home soon. Oh, are you sure you can stay a bit longer? No, I really should go. Now that I think about it, you need to wake up early, don't you? Yeah, actually. But how did you know that? Oh, you seem like the early bird type. I'm not, my kind sir. No. He doesn't seem to elaborate on that and instead starts to pack up his belongings and head towards the hallway. Deciding that was that, I walked Ren towards the front door with a soft smile on my face. Today had been a lot of fun thanks to him, and I was able to keep my mind off the events that would ultimately transpire tomorrow. I was still unsure about Theo's intentions, but being with Ren helped me to understand that maybe I was wrong. It was wrong of me to judge others so quickly. At first, I thought Ren was just some shy guy with a stuttering problem, but over the course of a few days, I've learned there's more to him than just that. He had his moments of confidence, and it was endearing watching him stand up for the things that he wanted. Perhaps I was a bit too harsh on Theo. Even he deserves a chance to redeem himself. I'm shaking my head profusely. I do not believe that man's gonna change. I suppose I'll give him a chance tomorrow. Blake? Sorry. Crap. I really need to stop spacing out like that. I asked if you wanted me to lock the door for you. It suddenly hit me like a ton of bricks. I was still standing in the hallway where Ren was already waiting for me at the door, so I quickly rushed over to him with a flushed expression. Sorry, I was just busy thinking. I can lock it. Thanks, though. You do that a lot. It's cute. I almost rolled my eyes at his words as I leaned against the front door and watched Ren awkwardly shuffle on my doormat. Thanks for today, and sorry for taking up so much of your time. Not at all. Thanks for coming over. Get home safe, okay? Ren's eyes seemed to light up at the moment I voiced my concern for him. Yeah. Okay. I will. You too, or, I mean, you're already home, so go to bed safe. Or sleep safe? Sleep well? What am I... I can't help but chuckle at his panic state, and Ren seems to settle once more once he hears my laughter. Good night, Ren. Good night, Blake. I'll see you tomorrow. The sound of the door shutting drowns out the ending of his sentence. I just need to shuffle a bit. I'm like sweating my fucking ass off. I hate this heat. Excuse me. Once I had nothing else to do for the night, I changed into some comfy pajamas and brushed my teeth before settling into bed. The newest chapter for Always With You was going to drop in a few hours, and I figured I might as well stay up and read it before going to sleep. But my eyes were starting to get droopy, and all my mind could think about was the double date I had planned with Leon, Theo, and Eleanor tomorrow. Man, I sure hope everything will be fine. But I know worrying about it wasn't going to do me any favors, so I let my pent-up stress out into the pillow by smacking it and making it less lumpy. Though the moment I unceremoniously flopped back down, I noticed the cold draft and the fact that my bedroom window was left wide open. Strange. I don't remember opening it earlier. With a groan, I get up from my bed and go to close it, but once I lock it shut, something moves within the shadows and startles me. Squinting, I barely make out the black mass moving through the gaps in the fire escape balcony. Was that a person? It certainly wouldn't be strange for someone to take a cigarette break at this hour, but I couldn't smell any telltale sign of smoke. Maybe it was my landlord's cat out for a leisurely midnight stroll? That idea seemed more realistic in my mind. Yet, despite my futile attempts at calming myself down, I still somehow find the willpower to go back to bed rather than opening the window once more and taking another curious peek outside. I didn't have a death wish, nor did I have the stupidity of a cliche horror film character. But before I turn away, I double-check to make sure the window is locked shut and the blinds are fully closed. I wasn't about to risk it. Happy with the precautions put in place, I make a hasty dive towards the warmth and safety of my bed. Snuggled deep within my blankets, I find it harder and harder to think about someone breaking in, and even more so with keeping my eyes open. Before I knew it, pink-colored sheep slowly filled my mind as I drift away. Okay. End of day 3. Save. Yes. Better to save than not save at all. Rainbow bandages, a red tunnel, blue eyes. That's all I can seem to recall from my dream, as the blaring bzz 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 of my alarm pulls me from my slumber. I groggily reach for my phone and turn it off, and flop back down onto my bed. Curious, I glance at the screen to check the time, only to get blinded by the brightness of my wallpaper. Ugh. Glancing at the bright screen and practically flashbangs me, I crack one eye open to read the numbers on the screen. 9:05 a.m. So it wasn't too early then. I still had plenty of time to get ready for the day and possibly make some waffles for breakfast. The batter would expire soon anyway, and I didn't really feel like visiting the bakery this morning. With that plan in mind, I let out a sleepy groan and roll out of bed. Muscle memory kicks in, and my immediate reaction is to open the blinds for some much needed sunshine, but when I glance at my windows, they were already pulled back. Okay. That's not unsettling at all. Sunlight had been pouring into my room for who knows how long, and I didn't even notice. Then how the fuck did your phone flashbang you? I swear, I closed the blinds last night. In fact, I was confident I did, because there was no way I'd be getting any sleep after finding out a potential stalker was creeping outside my window. Don't tell me someone broke in again. I try not to focus on the twang of dread slowly building up inside the pit of my stomach. I wasn't about to get worked up again, and so early in the morning, too. Ugh. This was not what I needed to start my day with. Deciding not to dwell on it for now, I stand up and gradually work out the kinks in my body. No way was I going to let this ruin the outing I had planned with Theo, Eleanor, and Leon. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. We were supposed to go to the aquarium today. With that in mind, I make a mental note to dress properly as I walk over to my closet. Absentmindedly, I run my fingers across some of my clothes before pulling something edgy from the rack. My usual style has never let me down before, so I decide to stick with the theme and wear something similar. I pick out a few matching pieces and accessories before giving them all a cursory glance. Feeling satisfied with the items I chose, I nod in approval before heading to the bathroom to change. I doubt the hot water would work this early in the morning, so having a nice refreshing shower was definitely out of the question. Well, not that it mattered. I still needed to buy some shampoo anyway, and... Oh? Strange. Was my toothbrush holder always this solid black color? I could have sworn it was gray. Picking it up from the shelf, I give it a once-over. The Horrigo print was still there, yet somehow felt heavier in my hands? But then again, I didn't exactly go around meticulously measuring how heavy my items were in the first place. Jeez, today was seriously a day of overthinking, huh? Well, whatever. Putting the holder back on the shelf, I focus my attention back on the reflection of myself in the mirror and give him an apprehensive nod. The outfit I chose looks perfect, and once I put everything on, all I had left to decide was how I should style my hair. Absentmindedly brushing my hand through my long red hair, I tried to come up with something that looked good. An idea comes to mind, and I immediately set to work. An hour flies by, and I somehow manage to get dressed, style my hair, finish breakfast in record time. With nothing else to do, I decide I might as well kill time in my entryway by picking out which shoes to wear. But just as I stop in front of the shoe rack, something near the front door catches my eye. A letter? Odd, my door doesn't have a letter box, so I usually have to visit the front desk to collect my mail. That is, if Violet doesn't bring it up for me? So, what was this doing here? Curiosity gets the better of me, and I find myself scooping up the letter and opening it. Inside was nothing more than a folded note, written in red ink, and... was that a lock of dark blonde hair? What the... Did this belong to Kiara? A chill runs down my spine once I realize what exactly this item is, and I hesitantly scan the rest of the note for answers. It simply read, I think she might need a new lock as well, don't you think? And don't bother warning her about this. I'll know. What the fuck?! Let's keep this between us, alright? It'll be our little secret. What?! What the hell? Was this somehow tied to that asshole who broke into my apartment a few days ago? Or was it someone else entirely? Though, admittedly, whoever this stalker was, they were honestly doing a pretty bad job at making their intentions clear. I mean, what exactly were they trying to accomplish by doing this? Did they want me to stay away from Kiara as well, or just keep silent? What did they get out of blackmailing me like this, and why target Kiara specifically? None of this made any sense. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I have no fucking clue. No idea. This is different than... This is different from the what the demo used to be like, so I have no idea. And now that I give it more thought, I still wasn't sure what they wanted from me, either. Why go through all the trouble in the first place? It wasn't like I was doing anything wrong. Maybe moving back to the bay wasn't a good idea after all. I mean, I left the hardships and turmoil of the city behind for a reason. I wanted fresh air, new faces, and a more easygoing lifestyle. Things I'd never get in the city. And now it seems like history is only repeating itself once more. I thought I could live a peaceful life here with my job and friends, and now I somehow find myself in more trouble than I could ever ask for. And what's worse is that after denying my own paranoia for so long, this was all it took to convince me that my potential intruder really was real after all. Shit, maybe why Violet was right. I remember brushing off her concerns because the idea of a stalker seemed too far-fetched to me, especially given Coraline Bay's innocuous reputation. But now? Admittedly, a big part of me wanted to see if Violet was still home. But another part of me rooted in place. Would it be safe? What if the intruder was looking outside? Ah! Suddenly my phone goes off, scares the living daylights out of me, so much so that I end up dropping it on the hardwood floor and clambering to pick it back up in a panic. Shit, 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 shit. With shaking hands, I forego looking for any dents and cracks in the screen as I try to discern the reason for the noise instead. A letter T shows up on the caller ID, where the caller ID should be, along with a suggestive contact photo of someone's abs that I don't remember taking, which could only mean one thing. Theo was calling. It takes a few failed attempts, but I somehow managed to press the answer button and respond with a shaky tone. Hello? Oh, that's not an abs pic, but okay. Well, damn, doll. You sound like you just woke up. Not planning on sleeping in, are you? What? No, Good, because I'm outside your apartment right now. Your neighborhood looks like shit, by the way. Smells like it, too. Did you seriously call me to make fun of where I live? I called you to tell you to hurry up, unless you want to walk to the aquarium. In fact, maybe I should just... Ah, damn it. Well, if it isn't Miss Priss all by her lonesome. Oops, she looks mad. Theo's voice practically oozes smugness as he taunts whoever he's talking to, most likely Violet, before I can hear him adjust the phone and continue speaking. Oi, dollface, hurry up. Won't you? He hangs up before I can mutter out a response. But still, knowing Theo was downstairs somehow gives me the confidence to leave the safety of my home. Though, not before committing the state of my apartment to memory and triple-checking my lock. I have half a mind to quickly snap photos of everything to see if anything was touched in my absence. But I doubt I have enough time. Still, if my stalker does decide to come back again, I'd want to know. But now that I'm thinking about photos, it gives me a perfect opportunity to splurge on some new security cameras. I've been needing them for quite some time now anyway. With all this talk of violent crimes, dead bodies, and murders happening on the news lately, and now this intruder, I figured it'd be better to be safe than sorry. So deciding to let Theo suffer even just a little at the hands of Violet, I pull out my phone and scroll through the home security bundles on sale and make my way towards the lobby. Theo ended up being uncharacteristically quiet throughout the drive, and if I were being honest, I appreciated the silence. It was definitely odd not having our typical playful banter, but it also wasn't something I needed first thing in the morning. But no, fuck. Ugh. He also doesn't seem in the mood to be disturbed, given that he clenches the wheel with one hand while the other supports his head against a window ledge like some angsty teen. He fucking looks like an angsty teen. So I tried to settle further into the admittedly comfy seat of his luxury car and focus my attention on the scenery that passes by. It isn't long before the aquarium comes into view, and Theo looks around for a decent place to park. We must have picked a busy day to visit, considering the amount of cars parked outside and in the reserved parking area, though Theo seemed to have somewhere in mind. I watch as he drives straight past the very clear labeled no-go zone and pulls up into an empty space without so much as a reaction. He's parking in the fucking worker spot, isn't he? I fucking bet on it. He doesn't even wait for me to get out before he opens his door and walks to the front of the car, and not wanting to be left behind, I quickly follow suit. Theo? I was about to question whether he was allowed to park in the employee zone. I fucking knew it was the employee zone in the first place, but given how he shamelessly pulls down one of the warning signs and tosses it into a bush, I figured that was my answer. I hate this man. I fucking hate him. I think I'll mace him too. It doesn't take long before he's right by my side once more and ushers me towards the front entrance. I almost stumble over my feet as Theo pulls me along, but not before bowling him over as he abruptly stops in front of me. Look at that. Almost like a loyal dog, isn't he? Glancing in the direction he was pointing, I see Leon sitting on one of the benches as he absent-mindedly watches people go by. And once he catches sight of us, he immediately leaps to his feet and rushes over with a wave and a warm smile. It's a good thing he doesn't bite. At that snarky comment, I nudge Theo with my elbow and send him an eye roll. I doubt he takes any notice of it, though, since Leon's arrival takes up all our attention. Heyo, you look good, Sunfish. You're not so bad yourself, Oarfish. Hello, I'm here too. Eleanor hasn't arrived yet? Scoffing at her playful dismissal, Theo cracks a joint in his neck and crosses his tattooed arms. However, he doesn't seem to stray from his spot, which meant he still had an interest in our conversation. At his almost childlike reaction, Leon shoots his friend a cheeky, lopsided smile before continuing. I'm sure she's on her way. She said something about wanting to get her steps in our group chat. Is that why she didn't want Theo to picking her up? Actually, I don't know if you realized, but you guys were 15 minutes early. Really? No thanks to Theo speeding, I guess. And what about you? I'm guessing you had to walk all the way here, right? There's nothing wrong with getting a bit of exercise in the morning. I'm sure Eleanor would agree. And I just got here, actually. Really? Because it looked like you were sitting on that bench for a while. I just sat down. Long enough to stretch your legs, huh? Okay, yeah, so maybe I did arrive half an hour early. But I was excited. It's been a while since we've been to the aquarium. Even longer since you've seen Dollface over here, I bet. Huh? Can you blame me? We've been separated for years. Now we've finally reunited again. It must be fate. No. Destiny. Playing along with Leon's dramatics, I lean against his side and clutch the spot above my heart. It's written in the stars. You guys are genuinely so embarrassing. Hey, Noah! Hearing Theo huff out once more, Leon and I both watch as he tries to distance himself, looking at the posters on the wall. No doubt feigning interest in it. It wasn't like Theo actually cared much for marine life, and his words revolved around, and all his world revolved around was wealth and luxury, giant tech companies, and probably starting fires. Yep, definitely starting fires. Though for a guy who spent most of his time in the shadows of his father's legacy. Oh, lore drop? I had to hand it to him. Theo was seemingly more down to earth than other people I met. He didn't have to spend time with us, but he did. And as much as he'd joke about how about not wanting to affiliate himself with people outside his tax bracket, Theo seemed to like hanging out with Jay, Leon, and me. I wonder, does he ever feel lonely? Before my thoughts can delve any further, I feel a gentle nudge at my side. Looking to my left, I see Leon peering at me with a curious expression. You know, I'm glad you came. But I'm also honestly surprised you agreed to this. Surprised? What do you mean? Well, you know, is Ren okay with this? Ren? The guy we met at the pier the other day. He said something about being your boyfriend? Oh, right, my boyfriend. Whether or not it was because I wanted to stake my claim over Ren, or because he confidently declared himself as my boyfriend a few days ago, I couldn't help but let it slip. But Leon seemed to pick up on the hesitance laced within my words. Given how he inquisitively tilts his head and sends me a reassuring smile. Is it still a new thing for you? I'm sure calling someone your boyfriend must take some time to get used to. Take things at your own pace. It was strange hearing this kind of advice from Leon, especially after practically lying to him, but I wasn't going to say anything. We've been friends for so long, yet the topic of dating never seemed to come up between us, much less something more extreme like settling down or getting married. At that, I recalled a fond memory from my youth. A younger version of ourselves greets me as they innocently play a game of pretend on the playground. I can see Leon in all his boyish charm as he promises to marry me from atop the slide, before he slides down and runs to my side in glee. He seems all too happy to run circles around me while he shouts to the skies above, protecting me from bad guys. Yet something else was missing from the scene, something I couldn't fully remember. What was it? As long as he's chill with this, yeah? I wouldn't want any misunderstandings to happen. Great. I had been spacing out again. Not wanting to offend Leon with my silence, I tried to make sense of his words before coming up with a sufficient response of my own. Oh, yeah, he's fine with it. Probably. Besides, I only agreed to this outing because of Eleanor. Besides, I only agreed to this outing because Eleanor genuinely seemed like she wanted to go. I can read. And it's not like this is a date anyway, so hey, don't sweat it. And no need to explain yourself either. I get what you're saying. I'm sure everything. Leon cuts himself off when he noticed something behind me, and when I turn around to look, I see Eleanor running up to the group with a flushed expression on her face. But as she draws near, she clumsily trips on a stray piece of cobble and tumbles forward. Ah! Without thinking, I lurched forward to close the gap between us, but Theo's muscular arm beats me to it. Almost effortlessly, he reaches out to catch her. Almost like some cliche romance movie. Almost like those cliche romance movies, except not at all, because Theo was allergic to anything romantic. A fact that's emphasized by the look of pure disdain on his face as he pulls my coworker to her feet. Eleanor seemed to be blissfully enjoying every moment of it, though seeing as she practically clutches onto his bicep while looking up with wide sparkling eyes. In fact, I doubt she was even aware of our presence with how she stays rooted in Theo's awkward embrace. Looks like she really fell for him, huh? You're as bad as Jay with those puns. He's rubbing off on me. Come on. Let's go see if she's okay. As it turns out, Eleanor really was okay. being cradled inside the arms of Theo. But the moment only lasts until Leon and I rejoin the group with a knowing smile on our faces. Theo aptly chooses not to say anything, and out of solidarity or perhaps future blackmail, neither do we. And soon enough, we all found ourselves waiting in line to buy admission tickets. Eleanor happily takes photos of us while Theo scrolls through his phone, and Leon stands beside me to look at all the colorful fish in the small tanks. This is rather exciting, don't you think? Really? It's just fish. Oi! Come on, mate. Show a bit more enthusiasm, yeah? If you love him that much, wait till you find out what's at the beach. I want to apologize in advance for him. No, it's fine. I'm sure Theo has other interests that excite him. Fish just aren't particularly one of them. Wanna know what makes me excited? Leon and I both share a look before rolling our eyes. Breaking taillights and slashing tires. Oh! Wait. Slashing tires? Isn't that illegal? Probably. I'm just messing with you, princess. Loosen up a little bit. All too quickly, the light-hearted mood gets replaced by something serious as Leon's phone starts buzzing. Recognition flashes across my childhood friend's face as he looks at the screen before awkwardly scratches at the back of his neck and points towards the entrance with his thumb. Sorry, give me a sec. Without waiting for a response, Leon makes a beeline towards the door. After a few seconds, I see his figure emerge from outside the large windows, pacing back and forth on the sidewalk as he talks to someone on the phone. Judging by the solemn expression on his face, I can only guess that the call isn't a good one. I sure hope everything's alright. Too caught up in Leo's shift in demeanor, I barely notice how Eleanor's hand gently pushes Theo and I forward so they can speak to the clerk at the front desk. Broad tattooed shoulders now block my view from the window which causes me to shift my attention back to the present. But Theo doesn't seem to notice my lack of focus, or perhaps he just doesn't care, as he pulls out a black card from his wallet and leans over for me to hand it to the woman behind the counter. He could have gone without the nonchalant, smug look on his face, but I wasn't about to say anything when he was literally about to pay for my admission fee. But before I could begrudgingly thank him, Eleanor's excited voice cuts me off. Oh, do you suppose there will be shows today as well? I saw some advertisements outside. Oh yeah? I wasn't paying much attention to them. I hope there'll be penguins. Perhaps Leon would enjoy them. What about me? You? I don't suppose you like sharks? I love sharks! Never mind that man! I don't care if he does. I can hear the clerk chime in with information on the latest hotspots and what shows were playing. But I shut it all out when I noticed Leon standing idly near the doorway, still sporting that concerned look on his face. Without missing a beat, I make my way over to his side and spare him an empathetic glance. I'm really sorry about all that, Blake, but something's come up involving my mom at the hospital. Oh, no, is everything okay? Yeah, no, my mom's fine. It's just about important paperwork I need to fill out on her behalf. You know, since Dad is still working abroad and all. I'm so sorry, but I really gotta go. I'll try to get back as soon as I'm... Hey, don't sweat it, Leon. Focus on your mother first. I don't miss the way his entire demeanor softens at my concern. Leon looks as though he wants to say something serious, but holds himself back at the very last second. As if to compensate, I end up filling the silence instead. I'm sure I can survive third-wheeling Theo and Eleanor stayed alone. Jeez, I really owe you one. Actually, you know what? Here. Before I can refuse, Leo shoves a stack of small bills into my palm and closes his hand around it. Hey! You don't have to, besides Theo already paid for everything just now. Nah. I won't be hearing anything from you. If you won't accept it, then spend it on something for me instead, yeah? Go to town on the souvenir shop. See if they have any sunfish merch in there. Alright. Thank you, Leon. No worries, Storm. But I already gotta go now. I'll tell my mom you said hi. Leon turns on his heel before I have the chance to respond. So he completely misses me waving him off. In his rush, he almost knocks someone over, but he quickly helps them regain their footing and apologizes before speeding off once more. Man, I sure hope everything's okay with his mother. I can already feel my voice failing me a little bit. We have 1.5 days left of this game. Come on. We can do it! But before I can dwell on it any longer, the sweet melody of Eleanor's laughter pulls me from my thoughts, and I turn back towards the group. I noticed that Theo and Eleanor were now standing by the entrance, which so happened to double as a massive underwater tunnel, all while pointing a school of fish swimming over their heads. When Eleanor notices my presence, she happily waves me over before her attention shifts back to the door behind me, no doubt expecting to see Leon walk back in and join us. It made sense considering how they missed his departure, but she snaps out of her curious daze the moment Theo brushes a hand against her back to move her out of the way of a family passing by. But what truly shocks me is that he doesn't seem to move his hand. Instead, Theo leaves it there as he steps closer and blocks my coworker from my view. He meets my gaze in an intense, unreadable expression, and I can't help but look away. What was that all about? Suddenly, the moment felt too personal for my liking, almost as if I shouldn't be looking at something so intimate. Turning away, I decide to channel my interest in picking out a roadmap from the brochure stand instead. If Theo and Eleanor were planning on getting cozy with each other, I needed to plan my escape route. But before I move away, I notice a lone aquarium tank off to the side. It was far enough from the eyes of the people still waiting in the queue, but close enough to the entrance to entice any passersby to come in and take a look. Inside were countless amounts of colorful fish, coral, and other sea creatures. Sea crustaceans! Fuck, I can read. And I couldn't help but look in awe of some of the bright marine life as they float about in the water. If only Leon could join us. I could almost hear his laughter at some of the sunfish-like creatures that swam by. Keeping the rest of the group inside, I stray slightly to the right for a better vantage point. A group of neon tetrafish zip past, and my eyes follow them as they swim around. They easily stand out against the bright orange and green coral. And especially the pink and blue... Wait! Pink and blue? Oh my god! Okay, I can't help but notice he has a ring around his neck and then a ring on his hand. I wonder if the ring around his neck is actually MC's. Now when I think of it. Peering closer to the glass, I catch sight of a familiar face on the other side of the tank. Ren doesn't seem to notice me yet, seemingly too far entranced by the brightly colored creatures as they swim by. His soft eyes follow His soft eyes follow some of the smaller fish as they dart across the tank before swapping over to the group of guppies swimming past. Suddenly, our eyes meet, the moment the fish split up. And I watch as Ren's expression morphs into surprise, from surprise into something sickening, into a... oh, fuck. And I watch as Ren's expression morphs into more... fuck. I'm starting to get a headache. Suddenly, our eyes meet the moment the fish split up, and I watch as Ren's expression morphs from surprise into a sickeningly sweet look. He tries to say something, but his words come out inaudible due to the glass separating us. As if realizing, Ren instead points to one of the fish off to the side before resting his hand on the glass and mouthing something else. I can't fully understand what he's trying to say, that is, until my eyes land on what he was pointing at. Catching me off guard, I watch in awe as a lone fish swims between us and captures both of our attention. Was that an angelfish? The fond memory of our time at the pier comes to mind, and I find myself thinking to when Ren affectionately gave me that nickname. And had I known better, I would have assumed that he was thinking about the same thing. Given the way his eyes crinkle and soften as the fish scales shimmer underneath the artificial light. Too absorbed how picturesque this all looked, I completely missed Ren's swift departure, that is, until he's rounding the corner of the fish tank and taking his place by my side. Hi, Blake. Oh! Hey, you! Fancy meeting you here. The first thing I notice is how Ren is tugging at his sleeves again, though he doesn't seem to shy away from my close proximity, nor seem to mind it as much. Those fish were pretty neat, huh? Yeah. I couldn't take my eyes off them. Hey, did you spot the angelfish swimming by? I was staring at the sharks! I did. It was so captivating. It was, huh? I couldn't stop looking as well. Bro, you were looking at me, and I know that. Yeah, I didn't even know they could be that colorful. Actually, this might sound cheesy, but after you mentioned the angelfish, it reminded me of our date by the pier. Remember? How could I forget? It's one of my most treasured memories. Top 3, in fact. Not wanting to let this opportunity pass, I decide to tease Ren a bit. Oh? Please. Top 3? Don't laugh. If you get to be cheesy, why can't I? Well, in that case, if you give me a cheesy nickname like Angelfish, why can't I? Wait, you want to give me a nickname? Come on, it's only fair. Though, to be honest, I don't know how to know any pink-colored fish. Damn it. Oh, yeah? That's too bad. Hey! Don't think you can get away that easily, Buttercup. I'll think of something better. Eventually. Eventually. At that, Ren lets out a puff of laughter before returning his attention to the tank once more. He doesn't seem to stray from my side, though. And it's then that I realize, what was he doing at the aquarium in the first place, you mean? Without missing a beat, I step closer and voice my thoughts. You know, I wasn't expecting to run into you here. Oh, really? Oh, fuck my shoulder. Ow! Yeah, no offense, but you don't really seem like the aquarium guy. Is that so? I didn't have any plans for today, so I figure to do a bit under the sea sightseeing to pass the time. Plus, I finished the book you recommended me the other week, the one about the underwater city. I guess it inspired me to come here. Really? Did you like it? What did you think about it? I enjoyed it, especially the part where... Oh, say look at that. Ren isn't shy about how he leans over my shoulder to point at something outside my peripheral vision. I can read that word. I follow his finger, and between the driftwood and coral, I spot Eleanor and Theo standing awfully close together. I don't miss the way Theo sizes up Ren, even from a distance, before he tears his gaze away from us with an inaudible scoff. A surprised sound escapes the back of my throat as I watch Theo unabashedly run a hand down my coworker's side. But what truly shocks me is the way Eleanor boldly grabs his arm and loops her hand around it. No way. That's, wow, I honestly didn't know she had it in her. And while her confidence shocked me, it also sparked It also sparked a bout of curiosity inside of me as well. Even though we established that this wasn't an actual date, Eleanor still wanted to treat like one. Okay, now I don't know if it's my brain messing it up or if the grammar is starting to fall off a bit. But now that I was really thinking about it, isn't this similar to the date I shared with Ren at the pier as well? The next thing I know, I find my mind wandering to all the times I held Ren's hand as well as we walked along the boardwalk. And right now, it looked all too tempting with how it was resting against the glass. I could easily fit the palm of my hand in his, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind in the slightest. If I were to reach out right now and... No. Come on, Blake, what are you thinking? Although, come to think of it, wasn't I the one who initiated most of the hand-holding during the moments we spent together? Maybe he'd be okay with it after all. Should I? Hold Ren's hand! Whoa! Before I can talk myself out of it, I reach out and slip my fingers between Ren's palm and the glass of the tank. His skin feels uncharacteristically coarse and rough against my own, but before I can question it, I brush against something cold and metallic instead. Darting a curious peek, I look down and notice a golden ring on one of his fingers. In fact, it appeared to look vaguely similar to the one around his neck. But as soon as I open my mouth to ask, Ren casually slips his finger between my own to intertwine them. So I was correct! I'm assuming I'm right, at least. He gives me a soft smile, almost as if he knew what was going to happen, before Eleanor's voice pulls me back to the present. Blake, there you are. Why didn't you say anything earlier, Theo? Where'd Pretty Boy run off to? Princess over here said he had to leave earlier. And damn if it isn't Buttercup. It's Ren, actually. Not this again. Before the two of them can have the chance to butt heads, I carefully step in and interrupt. Something came up at the hospital, so Leon had to go. Oh dear, I hope everything's okay. He assured me everything's fine, so I wouldn't stress too much about it. I watched Eleanor shuffle on her feet in contemplation before noticing the items still grasped carefully in her hands. That's a relief. But, oh! What do you suppose we should do about this ticket, then? Shall I ask for a refund? This is fine. That's like loose change to me. I'll take it back in 45 seconds. I'll make it back in 45 seconds. I can read! Still, we wouldn't let it go to waste. Oh, I know. Eleanor's expression shifts from revelation to something more cheeky as she turns to me with a small knowing grin. She leans close enough to whisper, but doesn't seem all that quiet about it. Here, why don't you give the ticket to your lover boy? Lover boy? You've got to be joking. Should I tell you all about how our lovely Blake has a secret admirer and how often he rents out her books from the lie? Eleanor! I feel like I'm missing some context here. Almost hastily, I snatched the ticket from Eleanor's hand and ushers ran inside the tunnel, away from my gossipy coworker and Theo Smuggrin. I hardly notice the time passing with all the fun I'm having, and before I know it, the 2 hours go by in a blur. I'd initially been so fixated on being a third wheel that I completely forgot about the exciting things people could do at the aquarium. Eleanor seemed all too happy to snap pictures of everything, ranging from Ren and I petting some stingrays, Theo getting splashed by a seal, and the giant sea creatures that swam around the overhead tanks. By the time I noticed my feet starting to hurt, we all made it to the small food court, conveniently placed at the end of the main attractions. Eleanor used this opportunity to use the bathroom while Theo wandered off, who knows where, so Ren and I were left to look for a place for us all to sit down and rest. But we didn't get far before the light sound of footsteps drew closer once more. Blake, Ren, there you are. Sorry for the wait. I ran into Theo earlier while he was talking to one of the tour guides. He's a friend. I wanted to talk to him. But you didn't need to wait for me. Oh. But you said you were lost and needed help with something urgent? Oh, come on, princess. No need to act coy. Surely people say the same thing to you say the same thing to you at the library, right? Well, yes, I suppose they do. But I don't see... Oh, fuck. My voice is starting to give out. But I don't see what that has to do with me waiting for you. Or acting coy, for that matter. You're adorable when you're clueless. Anyway, are either of you hungry yet? It's past noon and I'm worried Theo won't put his pride aside and admit that he's hungry. Excuse me? Oh, okay, my voice is starting to give out. I need a minute. Oh? Am I wrong? I could have sworn I heard your stomach growling earlier. Now who's acting coy? First of all, when did they reunite without me noticing? And secondly, was Theo embarrassed? 1 second, my headphones are fucking... There we go. Now it's working. There was no way I was going to let this opportunity pass. Aw, is the big baby hungry? Didn't eat breakfast this morning, did you? Unlike you, I can afford to eat whenever I want. Though it came out blunt and harsh, I knew Theo was only joking. Then why don't I go and get us all something to eat? Any preferences? Allergies I should be made aware of? Aww. Why do you care, princess? You plotting to kill me or something? it's only natural to worry about the health of others. I wouldn't want to give you something you're allergic to. Besides, everyone deserves to be cared for. He likes that. I actually like this, unlike the demo when I first started playing. This is cute! I remember him being a bitch. Okay, he's still a bitch, but you know what I mean. You're weird. What was that? I said wasabi. I'm allergic to wasabi. Wasabi, huh? I see. What about you lot? Any preferences? Do you think they have any cakes? I've been having a really bad craving for it recently. Then, in that case, I'll have a... Before I can voice my preferences, Theo cuts off by pulling out his wallet and handing it to my coworker. Eleanor takes it from him without complaint, but pairs it with a curious look and a slight tilt of her head. Get whatever. I need to have a word with Dollface over here. I don't get a chance to fully respond before Theo directs me towards the opening of the food court, but I barely get 3 steps away before I can feel a gentle tug at my sleeve. Curious, I glance back, only to find Ren sporting a pout on his soft features. Relax, Buttercup. You'll get her back in one piece. Now that I was thinking about it, it was kind of out of the blue for Theo to be acting like this. I mean, since when did he ever want to talk about something serious? With that revelation in mind, I offer Ren a reassuring look and give his arm a comforting squeeze. I'm sure it'll only be a few minutes. Oh. His eyes flicker between me and Theo a few times before it lands on my hand, still resting on his arm. And he lets out an inaudible sigh. Okay. I'll wait for you here. No. Stay where Princess can see you. Unless you want her to freak out and think we ditched. Her name is Eleanor, you know? Wow, amazing. Whatever, come on, let's go. Without another word, Theo nudges me in the right direction, leaving Ren all alone and confused. Bro, he's not the only one confused. I'm severely confused. Falling closely behind, Theo leads me toward a quiet corner near the food court before turning around and boxing me in with his large arm. Back the fuck up. I would literally be like, do you actually know what personal space is? I don't think you do. He casually leans his weight to one side before finally speaking. So, I've got this fun idea. Seriously? I thought you wanted to talk about something urgent. Damn. Could you be a little less loud about it? As a matter of fact, yes, I do. No, you always say, I got an idea, and it turns out to be something illegal, like trespassing or vandalism. Isn't that the whole point of an idea? He was not serious. We are not about to discuss the logistics behind. Look, it's serious. I need you to help me make Eleanor, or whatever, jealous. She's getting a bit too clingy for my taste, and it might even get Buttercup to ease up on all that juvenile puppy love shit. You seriously don't think he's being too clingy? He's practically glued himself to your side the entire day. Oh, please. You're the one to talk. You always used to do this to me whenever we were dating. Remember all those parties you invited me to back when we both used to live in the city? You always left me by myself so you could go mess around with other people. At one point, I had to ask Jay to take me home because you didn't come back. You're not seriously bringing this up again, are you? Who do you think asked Jay to pick you up in the first place? And I know you. You always hated getting in trouble with the law. Why would I bring you along and get you involved in that shit? Plus, I'd appreciate if you didn't lump all my interest into just messing around. Is that seriously what you think of me? Yes! It is! Holy Jesus! Am I just some serial cheating sleazebag to you? Yes! Yes, you are! I wouldn't even hesitate to say that! Well, no, but... And, like I've told you a million times, doll, we were never dating. You came to that conclusion by yourself. Excuse me? I mean, when have I ever said we were exclusive? I would mace this man, like Violet did. At what point did I ever call you my girlfriend? Every time you asked me what we were, I told you it was just something casual. Nothing more. Sure, you got special treatment, but that's only 'cause I saw you as a friend instead of someone I can just screw around with. You don't see me going after Jay or Leon for the same reason, do you? I guess, but still, for what it's worth, I'm sorry for giving you the wrong impression. But you knew from the damn start that I wouldn't be down for those kinds of relationships. I told you from the very beginning, Dollface, but whatever we had going on between us, it was never meant to be something serious. You were the one who got too attached and clingy. And now the same damn thing is happening all over again with that blonde friend of yours. Little Miss Princess over there is treating me like I'm a damn child who needs to be supervised all the time. And I can't even tell if she's interested in me or not. Oh my god! Is this man serious? I know you have parental issues, but like, take a damn second. Use your brain! The thing in your head! Use it! Plus, you're not exactly no, never mind. Either my idea works out and this gathering gets more interesting, or she realizes I'm not the type to be babied and backs off. While I had to jump through hoops and hurdles to understand it, Theo did have a point. No, he does not! But everything about his idea still firm. Bro, he does not have a point! Shut up! Regardless if I agree or not, if Eleanor saw us flirting, wouldn't she just assume you're not interested in her at all? Besides, I'd never betray her like that. Who said anything about flirting? Shit, you really are into me, aren't you? Can't say I'm flattered, doll. Excuse me? All I was gonna do was ignore her for a bit, make them think you're more entertaining, or something. I mean, it almost worked with that tour guide from earlier. But if you wanna cling to my arm too, by all means. By all means, pretty. Go ahead. Just try not to get attached again this time. You are so insufferable. So, is it a yes or a no? Hell to the no! I still don't know what you want me to do exactly. Theo's gaze shifts to something behind me before the light ignites in his eyes and he sends me a sly smirk. Just follow my lead. I barely had the time to process his words before Theo places a hand on the small of my back and pulls me closer to his side. Ren is gonna kill you. Ren is gonna kill you. Ren is going to fucking murder this man, and there's nothing I can do about that. His voice is louder than usual, and it's then I notice Eleanor and Ren slowly coming into view. See that storeroom over there? Looks like it's unlocked. Wanna go check it out? What is this, a bad porno? I'm going... Oh my god. I don't remember this man being this insufferable. What are you? Come on, doll. You're not interested in having a... Are you... Fuck. Pause. Rewind. Play. Come on, doll. You're really not interested in having a bit of fun. Loosen up a little bit. All of a sudden, I feel my phone vibrating in my pocket. But just as I'm about to pull it out, Theo gives me a pointed look and I find myself stalling. Wait for Ren to notice you, because hell to the no. There's a man that actually wants me to call him my boyfriend, so no! The moment Ren notices my alarmed expression, he immediately starts to make a beeline towards Theo and I. But just as he gets cut off by a large family passing by, Theo's body covers him from my view. Looks like we gotta hurry this up. Without a warning, Theo gently tugs me along by the sleeve of my jacket and shuts the door behind us with an audible click. I'm going to shove a broomstick up his ass. Darkness envelops us both as I strain to make out the sound of Theo's shuffling in order to pinpoint where he is. Seriously, I can't believe he roped me into this. This is my side. Don't cross that line. What line? The line I just drew with my finger. Theo, I can barely see a thing in here. Well, almost. Even if in my corner of the dark room, I can still make out a faint shape, the faint shape of boxes on shelves alongside a dirty mop that I'm gonna shove up his fucking ass. And cleaning supplies that Theo made sure to put me near. Shit. I hope I wasn't standing in anything. But just as I pull out my phone to use the flashlight to check, bright overhead lights floods the confined space as Ren and Eleanor's concerned faces appear from behind the door. Well, that was quick. Ren wastes no time shoving past Theo to reach for me, only to take his place by my side and pull me into his chest. Because of this, I could hardly see Eleanor's or Theo's reactions. Couldn't you talk to her outside? I can practically hear the venom dripping from Ren's tone as he harshly glares at Theo from over his shoulder. Who goes into a storeroom just to talk anyway? Talk about clingy. Well, whatever. I got what I wanted. I follow Theo's gaze as he takes in Eleanor's flushed expression before he throws an arm over her shoulder, takes the bag of food from her grasp, and guides her out of the closet. I can hear him mumble something about how adorable she looks with a pouting expression as the door shuts behind them. Oh, so we're in the closet now. Okay! I'm gonna come out and say it. I'm gay! Which surprises nobody. Nothing but silence is left in their wake. And it's then I notice that Ren is still in the closet with me, peering down with an unreadable expression. Did he hurt you? Do anything strange? No, Theo was just odd. I couldn't help but feel the need to explain myself. He just wanted to make Eleanor jealous, so he suggested going into this closet with him. I swear, nothing happened. Do you like him? What? Do you like Theo? Why else would you agree to... Clarifying who he was talking about still didn't lessen the confusion bubbling in my brain. And I can hear Ren's grasp tighten around the shelf behind me as he tries to find the words to say. His breath comes out staggered now, and his gaze isn't any less intense. No, actually... He's gonna die if I say that. I think I like Eleanor more! I like you the most, Ren. Ren lets out a shaky breath as his composure practically melts in front of me. His cheeks flush a deep red, and he looks down with intense love-struck eyes before he closes them and rests his forehead against my own. But the action was fast fleeting as his head eventually drops into the crook of my neck, and his hands remain against the shelf behind me. Me? You really like me the most? Fuck. Sorry, I need a second. Ren? He doesn't seem to respond. Instead, he simply stays rooted in place while his breath fans against my shoulder. I can almost hear the wooden shelf creak at his as his grip tightens, before he pulls back with a determined glint in his eyes. As long as Theo didn't do anything to you, then... And if he did... I'd kill him. We're here! Oh my god! Finally, the man showing his true colors. Let's go! It was like the room got cold all of a sudden. There's an unsettling look on Ren's face before it quickly morphs into his usual soft expression. Was I just imagining things? Just kidding. Something tells me he wasn't joking around. Angel? Are you okay? Was that really Ren just now? Listen, we already know what I'm gonna do. You know what? Maybe you should have. I can't really stand people who do whatever they please for their own selfish reasons. I glare at the floor as I recount how Theo had been treating me lately, like I was something expendable to throw away once he had his fun. Besides, wasn't that what he essentially did? Once Eleanor came in, he didn't look twice before leaving me with her. You'd be okay with that? With Theo dead? Yes. Really? You sure? I'm sure. He stares at me with wide eyes, and it almost makes me regret saying anything in the first place. Sorry, I just have to make sure I'm actually recording. Because sometimes I click the virtual camera, and that's not what you were supposed to press. He stares at me with wide eyes, and it almost makes me regret saying anything in the first place. I don't really know what just came over me, but still. Some decrepit and morbid part of me genuinely did believe that Theo would have been better off at the bottom of Lake Blue Moss. I never really let it get to me, but I've honestly had it up to here with people like him. Those hedonistic individuals who only care about themselves and never the well-being of those around them. Perhaps it was why I moved away from the city in the first place, to escape people like Theo. In some messed up way, at least it brought me closer to someone as understanding and considerate as Ren. Speaking of, I dare a glance towards my pink-haired companion, only to find him staring back at me with a soft smile. He leans in close this time, as if he wanted to whisper something for only me to hear. Well, if I ever need to hide a body, I'll know who to call now. No way you're getting me involved with... No way you're getting me involved with your crimes. No. But I think it's a genius idea. They'd never suspect the cute librarian. Now that the mood had lightened, I give Ren a playful shove and roll my eyes. Well, now that's all sorted. I think we should leave this dingy storage closet by now, don't you? I mean, we've been in here for a while. And Nori has our food. I suppose we should leave. I guess there's something sort of comforting about this closet, or maybe it's just you. Huh? Being this close to you, I like it. Where was this coming from? Suddenly, I can hear Ren's arms shift from beside me and move towards my face instead. His fingertips hover close to my cheek, and for a brief moment, I almost find myself wanting to lean into his touch to feel his warmth. But he suddenly pulls away at the very last second, and instead rests his hand by his side once more. Ren? I don't want to be a hypocrite. He sends me yet another soft smile before stepping back and awkwardly tugging the end of his sleeve. A hypocrite? What did he mean by that? Confused, I press him for answers. What do you mean? I came in here thinking Theo was putting moves on you to get a rise out of me. If I'm being honest, part of me wants to think that he's still outside waiting for us to leave. I'm kind of... I want to... He covers his mouth with his hand as he awkwardly shifts his weight from one foot to the other. Ren almost looks like he's weighing his options, and I can't tell if it's a winning or losing battle in his mind. All I can do is offer him a reassuring look to let him know he can speak more freely with me. I mean, we did just have a heart-to-heart about the appropriateness of murder a few minutes ago. I kind of want to make him jealous too. Oh? I mean, I'm supposed to be paired up with you today, not him. He has no business trying to take you from me. Not like he could anyway. His words remind me of the day at the pier, when that pushy cashier kept trying to flirt with Ren. I won't lie and say that I hadn't been affected by it. It's hard not to be when being with Ren had been the most exciting thing. It's hard not to be when being with Ren had been the most exciting thing as of late. But I still had so many things I needed to discuss with him. What better place to start than here? About that, remember our time by the boardwalk the other day? Our date by the pier? Yeah. And how the cashier tried to... Well, I'm not sure what she was trying, but she seemed really cozy with you. Cozy? Did it come across that way? I thought I had made my intentions with her clear. The confusion must have been written all over my face as Ren takes it upon himself to elaborate further. I may have threatened to push her down the staircase. I wouldn't really do it though. What? You really tried to threaten her? Yes, but only because she tried to take me away from you. I'd never want to make you upset. Or leave your side, for that matter. We were having fun together, and she had to come along and ruin it. Besides, whatever she had to show me downstairs probably wouldn't have been that interesting anyway. I let out a deep sigh and weighed Ren's words. Was he really telling me the truth? I swear, I'm not interested in her, Angel. In fact, I'm not really interested in anyone who isn't you. I guess I haven't been really forward enough with you. Oh, fuck. Let me redo that. I guess I really... Fuck! Pause, rewind, play. I guess I haven't really been forward enough with you, huh? In that case... I watch as Ren takes a tentative step towards me and reaches an arm out. But before I can feel the cool touch of his hand on my cheek, he seems to hesitate. But when I take my own step closer and lean my head into his hand, Ren's demeanor seems to melt instantly. He sends me a soft smile before fully committing to cupping my cheek. Believe me when I say my only interest is in you, Blake. No one could possibly sway me from you. I'm yours completely. All of me. And more. Ren's gaze is almost intense as he peers down at me. Sincerity manifests on his face and in his words, and I find myself slowly believing it. You don't need to feel the same way right now, but so long as you believe me, that's all I ask. And his gaze drops to his feet, and the hand that was once caressing my face now moves to cover his mouth instead. Perhaps it was a trick of the eye, but I could have sworn I saw Ren gently inhale. Maybe don't look at anyone else who isn't me too. What was that? Nothing. Just wondering if Mr. Wasabi Hair is still outside the store. Wasabi Hair? Why don't you check then, Buttercup? I'll wait here. No, I like being here with you instead. Ren takes yet another step closer. We're practically chest to chest at this point, until I could feel the warmth radiate from his body and bring me comfort. No one compares to you. I could bask in your company for as long as you let me. I'd never tire of you. Oh. Was that too much? I figured I'd be more honest and open with you to avoid any more misunderstandings. But I can dial it back. Or not at all if you'd prefer. I don't mind, Ren. I just wasn't expecting it, I guess. Normally, you're more reserved. like Haruko, right? What a coincidence, huh? I suppose. He's my favorite character for a reason, you know? And is it winning me any points? We'll see. I can feel Ren's breath ghost against the shell of my ear as he lets out a puff of laughter. Can't believe I'm getting jealous over an anime character. Hey now! Unlike Haruko, you're real. I can touch you. That didn't... Whoa! I'm sorry, my mind's always in the gutter. I can't help it. Ren's face seems to immediately flush at that. Besides, imagine how Theo must be feeling right now. We've been in here for how long? You know, I didn't think you'd be on board with making him jealous. Really? Yeah. But if you're still up for it... There's a mischievous glint in Ren's eyes, making him look younger and more youthful than he normally appears. What harm could a little prank do? I did want to get back at Theo for making me go through this in the first place, and admittedly, I was enjoying my time with Ren in the closet. I wouldn't have had this much needed conversation otherwise, nor would I have gotten clarity if I'd kept pondering over it endlessly. With a lopsided smile of my own, I come to a decision. Stay a little longer in the closet. Whoa! Fuck. Jesus. Oh, that's a sock. Hello. I'm sure we could spend a few more minutes inside this closet. We could sell it if you let me tussle. We could really sell it if you let me tussle your hair a bit. Only if you turn your jacket inside out, too. Though, something tells me Theo would see right through it. Yeah, I guess he'd be all too familiar with this sort of thing, huh? Hey, have you heard? Deciding that if we're going to spend a bit longer inside this closet, I might as well have fun with it. Without missing a beat, Ren leans closer to me and lowers his head so I could whisper into his ear. One time, Theo got caught fraternizing with the mayor's son at some club. Apparently, he left with the wrong tie and belt. Seriously? Yeah. It was all over the news. Wow. I must have missed it. I don't usually watch TV. Oh? And what do you do? I rent good books and chat up pretty librarians, of course. And do you normally chat them up in the dark closets as well? Only one. So far. So far. I'm hoping it will stay that way. The smile Ren sends me somehow makes the closet feel much brighter. Can you tell I love this game? As soon as Ren and I... Though, the thing is, I do miss that the not safe for work shit used to be free. Now it's like added on paid, like, paid DLC. Which... I have my quips about that, but maybe the content in it is way better than it was the last time I played this, and when it actually had it. As soon as Ren and I exit the storage room, the first thing we notice is that Theo, Eleanor, and our food were nowhere in sight. Well, I guess the resident arsonist really got what he wanted after all. And for some reason, Ren seemed just as bummed about the situation too. They really just left. I guess so? Which kinda sucks because Theo was my ride home. Oh? Sorry. Oh, I can drop you off if you want. Or we could go to my place. It's not far, we still have some time to kill. All of a sudden, the chilling thought of a potential stalker lurking returns, and I will the unsettling feeling in my stomach to calm down. Perhaps going home wouldn't be the best idea right now, especially if someone might still be there waiting for me. Ren's innocent offer lingers in my mind, and I find myself feeling more and more inclined to take him up on it as the seconds pass. Excuse me. I mean, I definitely would feel much better if I had someone else around in the off chance that something were to happen. Plus, Ren did offer to let me stay at his place if something ever went wrong. And some part of me felt almost safe in his presence. Which is ironic, but at the same time, he would never hurt us, he would just hurt other people. Still, I didn't want to concern him with my troubles, let alone potentially put his well-being at risk. I also didn't want anything to happen to Kiara by revealing too much to Ren. So maybe it would be the best to keep quiet about my problem and accept this offer? And if I change my mind, I'm sure Ren would be kind enough to bring me home. So, with a forced smile, I peer up at Ren with a determined look and give him my answer. Sounds good to me. So we're going to his apartment. The walk to the parking lot was slow and uneventful, but I didn't seem to mind. I was having fun with Ren as we playfully nudged each other along the sidewalk, and the banter we shared helped brighten my mood. Eventually, though, things started to wind down, and I found myself trying to fill the silence. So, you and Eleanor, huh? Somehow the conversation kept falling back to the pair, and I couldn't understand why. It wasn't like I was actively trying to think of them, though maybe I just needed to rack my brain around it for the thought to leave my mind. A sideward glance in Ren's direction shows me that he genuinely was considering my question. If the pursed lip and head tilt were anything to go by, and I couldn't help but chuckle. It sure is a weird combo now that I think about it, but well, if it works, sure. Fuck. That's true, I suppose. It's just hard to imagine worrying with someone like Theo. Do you think it's impossible, being with someone who's not your type? I guess it depends on the person? I see. What about you, Ren? Think you could be with someone who might not be your type? No, absolutely not. His response is immediate, and it has me turning my head in my pink-haired companion's direction. I mean, you're my type. Why would I want to be someone who isn't you? Oh, but this isn't about me, right? You asked about Eleanor and Theo. Yeah. Kinda wondering if I have enough time to go for a walk before it gets too dark outside. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, actually. Yeah. Well, do you think they should be a couple? I choose to ignore the way Ren evades my initial question, but I won't lie, his own musings does leave me pondering. Did I think my friend and coworker would be a good couple? Hypothetically, of course. I was well aware of the fact that the Theodore Alvarado I can't time to white would never settle down with anyone. But still, if anyone would be able to get Theo to change his ways, I'm sure Eleanor could do it. She just has a certain charm about her that makes people want to be a better person. I had no doubt that even people like Theo would be immune to it. I'm not really sure, to be honest. Yeah, it's hard to tell with those two, isn't it? Maybe it's best if we leave it up to destiny. You know what? You sound awful lot like Leon. Soon enough, our conversation comes to a halt when a sleek black sports bike comes into view. So Ren brought his bike again, huh? Part of me still expected someone like him to just walk everywhere, if I was being honest. If I had known I'd be bringing you home, I would have brought my car. You actually have a car? But, I recently loaned it to a friend, actually. Oh, really? Yeah, he's out of town, though. I doubt I'll be getting it back anytime soon. Anyway. Ren retrieves a spare helmet from the side of his motorbike and turns to me once more. All too familiar with this routine, I let him slip the helmet on me and secure it tightly. I still wasn't used to riding his bike, but I put the fear aside for the retrospect of more free food and a warm home. I'm not gonna say no to that, man. I can't. Somehow we managed to make it to Ren's apartment complex in record time. I guess he really wasn't lying when he said it wasn't that far. And unlike Theo, Ren lawfully parks his bike in the designated area before guiding me towards the elevator with a spring in his step. Tacky music plays as we slowly ascend to the upper levels, though Ren only makes it even more awkward by staring at the back of my head the entire time. I can practically feel his eyes on me as I try to ignore them. So I offer him a forced grin while we both wait for the elevator doors to open. Once they do, I let out a sigh of relief. The same gaudy interior greets us, and I still find myself trying to process how Ren could afford such a lavish place. Too lost in thought, I aimlessly follow behind my pink-haired companion as he leads me towards his door before bumping into his backside when he abruptly stops in his tracks. Concerned at his odd and sudden reaction, I glance up to find him staring intently at the floor. Following Ren's gaze, I notice the lights coming from beneath the crack of one of the doors. And weirdly enough, the faintest hint of black smoke seems to be emerging from there as well. Smoke? Did they burn their food or something? Confused, I look to Ren and see if he has any better ideas. Is something wrong? Oh, no, I didn't realize someone had moved in. I thought I was the only one who lived on this floor. Not a fan of sharing, are we? Not particularly. Still, I guess everything should be fine as long as I don't... Never mind. Before I can question it, Ren continues walking until we arrive at our destination. Watching him dig through his pockets for his keycard only reminds me to check my phone. But when I reach for it, I notice that my own pockets are empty. A wave of realization hits me as panic slowly starts to creep in. Oh shoot. In my flustered state, I barely notice Ren turning to me with a curious look on his face. I think I left my phone back at the aquarium. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I placed it on the shelf when Theo pulled me into the closet earlier. Ren seems to bristle at that. Hey, don't worry. I'll go back and get it. The aquarium should still be open anyway. I'm so sorry about this. Ren unlocks the door and gestures for me to go inside. Don't worry about it, Blake. Here, make yourself at home. I'll be back before you know it. Ren doesn't give me a chance to say goodbye before he's speeding off towards the direction of the elevator, leaving me to my own devices. I awkwardly step inside his apartment and take everything in. Is it now when we're gonna start snooping and be like, hey, why is there a fucking locked door over here? Everything looks the same as last time I was here, down to the cold marble flooring and the gaudy furniture scattered about the place. And although I didn't notice it last time, the mirror in his entryway looked similar to mine. The only difference was that his was hung up correctly. Cute. Well, at least I know what mine will look like when I put in the effort to fix it. But until then, it's going to stay crookedly placed on my wall and forever taunt me. Saving that mental note for later, I recall my steps towards Ren's spacious lounge and take everything in. Yep, still same grandiose furniture, sterile smell, and... Wait a second. Oh? Looking closer, it's then I noticed a large desk pressed against one of the corners in the room, tucked and hidden away from view. It didn't look brand new, though I don't recall looking in that spot last time I was here. Either, last time I was here either. The desk could have been here since the beginning for all I know. I can't help the twang of curiosity that hits me when I draw as I draw closer to it. And with the desk now close enough to see, I can easily make out the shape of some kind of art station, as well as Ren's laptop still open to the side. Papers were scattered all over the rest of the table, and another tentative step closer brings its contents into view. Were they rough drafts for a webcomic? I had an inkling Ren would be into them, given that he's interested in AOG, but I had no idea he created a few of his own. One book in particular, however, piques my interest. With its unique cover. Though it might have just been the book lover in me. It was thick and worn out, yet it looked like it was well taken care of. I noticed some kind of smudged marks, possibly red paint. Are we sure that's red paint and not blood? Stain the front of the cover, as well as some sort of circular indent notch right in the center. Does something go inside here? The contraption is foreign to me. Wait. Do you, place one of the rings in there? Hold on. I'm onto you. I know exactly what this is. The contraption is foreign to me, and whatever fits inside must be how you unlock it. But as I turned the book in my hand, I noticed the latch was already detached. Oh. And a few loose pages spill out on the desk. With a panicked cry, I quickly scoop the papers back up and open the book to stuff them back inside. But as I do, something catches my eye. Weren't these sketches from Always With You? I could easily make out the male lead's hairstyle anywhere. After all, it was similar to Ren's, or rather Haruko's. Yet this one had contrasting shade of black instead of maybe another character then. Strange, I don't remember seeing any similar black-haired characters in the webcomic. Still, the likeness of the art style was insane, and Always With You was the only webcomic published by the anonymous author. Their debut into the online industry was a huge success because of it. So, fan art? It was oddly cute to think Ren might have made his own self-insert character. Though if I were any better at art, I probably would have done the same. I say as I've drawn my own Vtuber. Curiosity once again get the better of me, or was it my hyperfixations? And I was half tempted to peek through the rest of the book to learn more. Should I? Okay. I'm just gonna save. Can you tell I'm excited to explore this? Can you tell? Investigate the drawings? I can't resist the urge to flip through the pages, and when I do, my suspicions were confirmed. They are right in front of my eyes, were the all too familiar characters of Always With You, yet something about them felt almost uncanny? They didn't look exactly like the actual characters from the webcomic, though I could sense a certain familiarity from them. And upon closer inspection, most of the drawings were of the main character and their love interest doing various lovey-dovey things together, though other drawings were depicted rather ominous and gloomy. Which was ironic, considering the male lead was usually referred to as gloomy by the narrator. Ah! Sorry, I just think of Tamo's B-side. It was often withdrawn and greatly preferred to lurk in the shadows instead of interacting with others, so the name really fit. Gloomy horror. But still, seeing my beloved Gloomy In one of these drawings, surrounded by hundreds of creepy eyes, harsh scribbles, and more of that deep red ink it honestly made me feel bad. Why was he often being drawn in a dark room with nothing in it? Almost like an endless void with no exit in sight. Figuring I'd seen enough, or perhaps I just didn't want to see my comfort character so alone, I tear my eyes away from the pages and close the book. When I do, I make sure to shut the latch properly and place it back on the table. But as I do so, I accidentally knock over one of the ink bottles, which stains the desk a deep shade of black. For fuck's sake, bro! I frantically skitter about to look for some paper towels and eventually settle on the toilet paper from Ren's bathroom. By some miracle, it easily lifts the mark from the desk, though it only seemed to transfer onto my skin instead. Ugh, great, just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, I say as he comes home. It takes a solid minute or two of scrubbing until I'm satisfied, and once I'm sure no stains were left on the table, I haphazardly throw the toilet paper into the trash can and wash my hands in the kitchen sink. That alone takes another 5 minutes of scrubbing and rinsing, but I somehow manage to lift the ink from my skin and wash it down the drain. After all, I definitely learned my lesson not to snoop ever again. With an embarrassed sigh, I plop myself on the couch and let out a groan. A small part of me knew Ren wouldn't get upset over something so small, but I didn't want him to know I was snooping through his things, much less trying to learn more about his personal hobbies and interests. The queasy feeling in the pit of my stomach only seemed to worsen at that, and I contemplate running away from such a confrontating scene and locking myself at home for the rest of my life. Forget my phone, I could always buy a new one. Bro, this phone was fucking expensive. I can't do that. I bought a fucking gaming phone with 1 terabyte. I can't do that. I'm sure I still have my spare one still lying around in a box collecting dust somewhere. Sure, the screen was cracked, but it'd still get the job done. Still, I couldn't help but feel like I was making a mountain out of a molehill, and there was the looming threat of a potential stalker waiting for me to come home. Maybe it was best if I stayed here after all. With that thought in mind, I settle further into Ren's plush couch and anxiously await his return. I can hear the faint ticking of a clock somewhere in this endless maze of an apartment, alongside the occasional humming of the central heater he turned on before he left. So he finally figured out how it worked. Aside from that, the silence is almost deafening, and I have half a mind to reach for the remote and turn on the television. Surely it wouldn't hurt. I mean, Ren did say I can make myself at home. Potential snooping aside. Perhaps it was to get rid of the guilty feeling in my stomach. Forming in my stomach, but I quickly find myself shaking my head to dismiss those thoughts and reach for the remote on the table. Flicking through the channels, I land on one in particular, and although the signal was weak, I could discern the picture from some news reporter in a blazer that looked far too flimsy to keep her warm. She's droning on about the local happenings in Coral Bay before familiar backdrops comes on the screen and captures my full attention. Oh. The entrance to the aquarium appears on the television. An ambulance Oh my god. The entrance to the aquarium appears on the television as ambulance lights flash and sirens go off in the background. There's a somber expression on the reporter's face as she communicates with her counterpart who is currently at the location. victim's body has just been found, mauled and ripped apart in one of the shark tanks. Authorities have confirmed that it is the body of Christian Du's son and sole heir to the corporate giant tech marketing. Also believed that was a self-inflicted incident. Here on the scene with us, we have the mayor's chairman and the mother of the victim, Kaori, Alv, to talk about. What the fuck? The TV turns to static and I quickly reach for the remote to find another channel. Another news pops up with a time showing a grainy black and white recording of the CCTV footage taken from the aquarium. And though it's hard to make out, the footage depicts a person around the wooden decks until the upper half of their body is just out of the frame. The rest of their body was still in view, though illuminated by their phone as they fiddle with it. Then all of a sudden, the person immediately drops it, almost as if it was too hot to touch, and takes a step back. They must have lost their footing or something, as they end up tumbling into the tank and submerging themselves underwater. Footage cuts shortly after, seeming too inappropriate to air on live television, as noted by the reporter. I let out a breath I hadn't known I'd been holding, and the reality sinks in. I was just at that aquarium. I looked at those sharks with everyone just hours prior. Yeah, well, I don't think any shark that you're legally allowed to have in an aquarium can maul someone like that. Besides, they'd be too used to divers cleaning the inside of the tanks. So, I don't... I mean, if you struggle enough, I guess they're gonna be like, ooh, what's this? Because, you know, if you're thrashing around and actually panicking, yeah, don't do that around sharks. That's not good. Everything felt all too surreal in the moment, and I suddenly wished I had my phone to text Eleanor and Theo to see if they saw the news. With my heartbeat still hammering loudly in my chest, I end up unconsciously turning the television off to avoid hearing more heavy topics. Seeing all of the recent talk of gore and murder on TV, it makes me feel... I enjoy saying, no, I'm not a psychopath. It makes me sick just hearing about it. Thinking about all of this gory violence and death, it makes me feel uneasy. In fact, it was one of the reasons why I left the city in the first place. Prior to moving to Coraline Bay, I had always been surrounded by petty crime, selfish assholes who called themselves my friends, and even the stench of death. Moving here had been a good decision at the start, but now I'm not so sure. Everyone always say that nothing bad ever happens in the Bay, but after recent events, it was slowly becoming untrue. Ugh. But I suppose it wasn't all bad. I have supportive friends now, an amazing boss and coworker, and a timid librarian patron who goes to great lengths to keep me safe. Man, I guess I never truly appreciated Ren's thoughtfulness until this moment. He's done so much for me in the past few days, and not once has he asked for anything in return. That is why he's like one of my favorite yanderes, to be honest. And as if manifesting him with my thoughts, I hear the telltale sound of the front door unlocking before Ren shuffles inside and flicks on all the lights. In one of his hands is my beloved phone, alongside a bag of delicious-smelling takeout and an angelfish plushie peeking out from another. And, almost like a puppy, Ren immediately makes his way over to me, still perched on the couch before depositing the toy in my hands. But, Blake, you were sitting around here without any lights? Sorry, I should have turned them on before I left. But, I brought some food with me. I figured you might be hungry. I don't really have much food in the pantry right now. Also, well, Ren looks as though he has something deeply serious he wants to say, and I had some kind of inclination as to what it might be. Something happened at the aquarium, Blake. You might want to... Actually, maybe we should move this conversation to the kitchen. I already know, Ren. You do? About... Yeah, I saw it on the news. So it's true then? Someone really did die? I didn't really stick around to find out once the first cop car pulled up, but I don't know. Something doesn't add up. What do you mean? Ren looks conflicted with what he wants to say. I passed by the shark tank when I went to retrieve your phone, and it didn't exactly, I didn't exactly stop to look, but I didn't see any dead bodies in there. Look, I know I said some incriminating things today, but I swear I didn't... Angel, I would never... I could tell Ren was taking this hard with how he wouldn't meet my gaze, and his shoulders seemed to shake. I wasn't the one who killed them. It's okay, I believe you. You do? It was like a weight was taken off his shoulders, and without thinking, I find myself stepping closer to bring Ren into a comforting hug. I know you, Ren. You would never hurt a fly. Sorry, I need to stop myself from laughing! And I saw what happened on TV. They fell into that tank. The reporters say it was a self-inflicted accident. Man, you really are an angel. I can feel his hands clench around the back of my shirt before he pulls away. With a forlorn expression, he attempts to put on a smile for my sake, though I could see right through it. Here, why don't we eat something to get our minds off it? Are you feeling up to it? I know this might be a lot for you to stomach right now. Yeah. Some food might be nice. Great! Let me get some plates so we can eat them. As Ren lifts himself from the back of the sofa. Since when did we move to the couch? What? Okay, anyway. He makes sure to hand my cell phone back to me, excuse me, as well before heading off towards the kitchen. Now reunited with my beloved phone once more, I unlock it and check for any notifications. One update in particular lets me know that the security camera I ordered had been successfully delivered, and that alone makes me feel safe enough to return to my apartment. Should I change my mind about staying here? With a satisfied hum, I quickly pocket my phone, lest lose it again, and follow Ren into the kitchen. I watch as he turns on the lights in there before he places the takeout on the countertop and stops to sniff the air. Uh-oh. What's that smell? Oh shit, I forgot about the ink I hastily threw away in the trash. In retrospect, I probably should have flushed it down the toilet or something instead. No, I don't think that's a good idea. Oh, about that, I'll be honest. I can't lie. I can't lie to this man, I can't! I figured it'd be best if I simply come clean. After all, Ren didn't deserve to be lied to. Much less have a guest he trusted snoop through his belongings while he was away. Man, if only I could say the same thing about my stalker. Before I can dwell on it any further, Ren's worried look pulls me from my thoughts and back to the present. Well, here goes nothing. I accidentally spilled some ink. Some of your oh, fuck. I accidentally spilled some of your ink earlier. You... What? Everything now long forgotten. Ren rounds the corner within seconds and peers down at me with soft eyes. Are you okay? It didn't stain you, did it? Let me see. He was still concerned about me. I watch as Ren reveals more of his hands from within the sleeve of his cardigan to hold and inspect my own. His blue eyes are full of concern as I feel the rough pads of his thumbs caress my skin. Once again, I'm reminded of the ring on his finger, and I can't help but ask. That ring, it must be special to you, huh? My ring? Ren follows my gaze to his hand before awkwardly pulling away and scratching at his jaw. Yes, it's a ring I made when I was younger. I'm surprised you noticed it. This ring, it means a lot to me. I don't know what I'd do if I lost it. It's very pretty. What about the one around your neck? That's... Ren clams up the moment I meekly reach out to touch it, and he stares down at me with wide, cautious eyes. His own fingers wrap around my wrist, though he makes no effort to remove my hand from his necklace. In fact, he only seems to hold them in place as he peers at me. Feigning confidence, I run my fingers across the cold metal of his ring and take in all the small details. Much like the ring of Ren's finger, the one around his neck also had a handmade feel to it. If the faint scratches and chips were anything to go by, though the craftsmanship was no less impressive. There also seemed to be some kind of an inscription on the inside of the ring, but it was difficult for me to read due to the glare coming from the kitchen light. Part of me wants to pull it closer to get a better view, though I doubt it'd be a good idea to yank Ren down by his necklace.
Ow, what?
Calm the fuck down. Ah! Especially considering how he was already hunching over enough as it is. Still, I couldn't stop my budding curiosity from putting one of my fingers inside the ring to feel if it fit. And almost immediately, Ren stumbles forward as his fingers gently squeeze my wrists. Do you want to try it on? Before Ren can speak, a loud booming sound erupts from the outside of the apartment and startles both of us. Man, was it seriously about to start raining again? You're joking. With a sigh, I abruptly pull away and glance out the large ceiling-to-floor windows. Dark clouds were rolling in from the distance, though there weren't any telltale signs of rain yet. Though the ominous black smoke was new, I didn't know the the condensation got this bad. We weren't even that high up for it to fall We weren't even that high up for fog to appear. Was this some kind of sign? Still, it wouldn't do to be stuck waiting out yet another storm again, so I glance in Ren's direction and offer a sympathetic smile. Maybe I should head home before it starts raining. Oh lord, hold up, hold the phone. I kinda want to stay the night, I do. I'm curious. It's probably best for me to just wait out the storm somewhere safe. If Ren was willing, I wouldn't mind spending the night here. Actually, would it be okay if I crash at your place tonight? His gaze was still on the black smoke outside the window, and it took a gentle nudge and the mention of his name to get Ren's attention once more. Why is it? I haven't done any... I mean, yes, of course, it's no problem. I'll go get your stuff set up right now. Here, go ahead and start eating while I go prepare your room. That was an awkward pause. Thanks, Ren. It's great that I can rely on you for anything. He might be going crazy, but I'm crazier. Oh my god, look at his face. That man's about to cream his pants. And honestly, I might as well. I need to shut up this second. Fuck, that facepalm was way too much. Ow! I think I smacked the shit out of myself. I mean, yeah, of course. You can rely on me to keep you safe. His cheeks immediately flushed at my words, and I could tell that something was still troubling him. Though before I can get a chance... Though before I get the chance to ask, he's already leaving the kitchen and meandering down the hallway. Just as Ren passes by the couch, I notice how his gaze shifts to his little art station hidden in the corner of the lounge room. He casts a curious glance in my direction before taking a step towards it. Did you? Was that where you spilled the ink? Sorry, I didn't mean to. And it wasn't like I was going through your stuff. I only looked at that table, I promise. Oh, I see. So that explains why it's... With an unreadable expression, Ren switches from looking impassive to determined in a matter of seconds. He reaches for something on the table, though it was hard to see what it was from where I was sitting in the kitchen. You keep on eating. I'll join you shortly. And with that, he disappears into the darkness of his apartment. Deciding there's no use in overthinking his eccentric reactions, we're dwelling over the fact that I got caught red-handed for being nosy. I pick up a fork and begin to dig into my food. The taste of something both sweet and savory floods my taste buds, and I let out a pleased hum. Man, was takeout always this good? It only takes three more modest bites before I practically scarf down my meal. The flavor was immaculate, and I made a mental note to ask Rand what exactly he ordered the moment he returns. But now that I was thinking about it, it'd been a while since he left, and Ren still hasn't come back yet. It'd surely been more than 20 minutes by now, and his food was starting to grow cold. Was he really mad after all, or maybe he needed help? Whether or not it was the guilt still ebbing and flowing inside of me, I put my food aside and tried to locate the eccentric guy in his stupidly large apartment. Oh, okay! Ah! Okay. But as I tiptoe down the hallway, the very same black smoke from earlier rolls from underneath one of the doors, making my mind go fuzzy and my legs feel like jelly. What the... Confused and slightly dazed, I lean against a wall for support and weakly call out Ren's name. What was happening to me? A lurching feeling settles in the pit of my stomach, and just before I topple over, strong, scarred arms reach out to catch me. Oh my fucking god, I'm scared. Why did you come back? I thought I asked you to... no, never mind. Did you want to see me again? Is that why you're here? Were you thinking about me? Oh, I was thinking about you too. Oh my god, I can never seem to get you off my mind. It's always so much fun watching. You never fail to make everything seem brighter. And it's so cute when you think you're by yourself. And I'm not right. Like I'm not right there, just out of reach. Would you like that? Don't worry, I'll always be with you. Do you want to be with me too? Is that why you were trying to meet me here? Keep it up and I won't let you leave next time. Would you like that? Do you want to be with me here forever? Forever and ever and ever. Oh, okay. Is it game over? I'm scared if it's game over. I'm just kidding. I only wanted to tease you about— Fuck. Okay, he got me! He got me. He fucking got me. Get your heart racing the same way you make mine. Please don't be scared of me. You know I'd never hurt— Oh yeah, thank the fuck. But the thought of always having you by my side is so overwhelming. I ache to have you near, did you know that? And now that I finally have you here again, maybe I could— No, I can't. Not yet. As much as I want to be with you forever, there's still so much planned out for the both of us. I can't see it, but I can feel it. I can tell something big is going to happen soon. I can't wait to see what it is. And I can't wait to experience it with you too, Blake. Alright, I'm going to send you back now. No jump scares this time, I promise, Blake. So be good and do as I say, okay? I love you. I love you so much. Until next time. Uh-huh. Shit. I thought we were supposed to have 5 days. Hold on. Okay. Go home. I just want to see if it's the same thing, because I think there's supposed to be a day 5. Yeah, it's probably best for me to go home before the storm gets any worse. Still, I had to go back to work tomorrow anyway. Thanks for today, but I should probably start heading back now. Oh, it's no problem. Here, why don't I put your food in another bag and drop you off? Are you sure? I don't want to be a bother. You're never a bother to me. Tapping the table, Ren pushes himself up and sets off to find something to put my takeout in. What did I do to deserve someone as kind as Ren? With a smile of my own, I get up from the stool and slowly make my way towards the entrance. Once more, but before throwing Ren one final compliment. It's great I can rely on you for anything. Oh, okay. I mean, of course. He's gotta get freaky, and I want to get freaky with him. Okay, I need to calm down. The ride back to my place was nothing short of ominous. The looming clouds on the horizon made the scenery seem dark and eerie, but thankful to Ren and his pastel-colored hair, oh fuck. But thankfully, Ren and his pastel-colored hair were there to brighten things up. He even offered to walk me to my door, and what greeted the both of us was a single package on top of my doormat. Panic flashes through me at the thought of being another gift from my supposed stalker, but then I remember the purchase I made this morning and the notification I received on my phone. Ah, that must be my security cameras. Deftly picking it up, I put it under an arm and fish for my keys in one of my pockets. I can sense Ren's eyes on me, or rather my package. But even as I glance in his direction, I can tell he's trying to hold himself back from asking. Surely there wouldn't be any harm in telling him? Oh, I brought security— blah, blah, blah. Okay. Oh, I brought a security— not brought, bought. Oh, I bought a security system this morning because of how shady this neighborhood is. I figured it'd be a good idea to be safe to be safer than sorry. That creep didn't come back, did they? Without thinking, I drop my keys and slap a hand over Ren's mouth before cautiously looking over my shoulder. Though, what was I doing? What was I doing? I was getting worked up and acting paranoid again. With an embarrassed look, I turned back to apologize to Ren, only to find his cheeks a deep red and a hand wrapped around my wrist. What did he... Quickly withdrawing my hand, I squeak out an apology before picking up my keys and turning back to my door. Still, I still didn't want Ren to be an... Still, I need a second. I still didn't want to get Ren involved with my problems, but I honestly didn't want to risk being alone tonight either. Too lost in my own world, I barely noticed Ren coming closer, nor his hand covering my keys to steady my fidgeting. Do you want some help? He must have seen the look of confusion on my face since he continues talking. Setting up your cameras. I mean, self-taught programmer, remember? I'm sure I can figure it all out. Plus, it'd save you having to call someone to install them. He did have a point, and I'd honestly feel safer if I weren't alone tonight. Still, I'd been spending so much time with Ren lately, I didn't want him to get fed up with me and my presence.
Bro, I don't think he could.
I don't even think that's a possibility. Would it be a good idea? I feel like I should decline and say goodnight, just in case. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, actually. No, I didn't want to risk it. I really appreciate the offer, Ren, but I gotta tough this one out on my own. Oh, if you say so. His concern for my well-being was still evident. But I didn't want to get him involved. This was my problem, and I would handle it all on my own. Still, a part of me knew I wouldn't hesitate to call him if something went wrong. After spending so much time with Ren, I'd grown to appreciate his company. Something about him felt so comforting to me. Anyway, you should probably head home before the storm comes. Thanks for dropping me off, and for the food. I make sure to lift the bag full of takeaway for him to see. Of course, thanks for, paying for my ticket? You can thank Theo for that. I think I'll pass. Ren's face playfully scrunches up at the mention of Theo, and I find myself letting out a small chuckle before unlocking my front door and stepping into my apartment. Fucking hell. Well, I should probably go get this camera set up and head to bed. Stay safe on your drive back. You too. Or, well, you're not driving anywhere, so dream safe? I mean, drive sleep. Okay. Stay well? Ugh, I can't get this right. I swear I'm having an issue. Good night, Ren. I send him off with a smile before closing the door. It takes me a while and countless online video tutorials, but I somehow managed to set up the security cameras and connect them to an app on my phone without too much trouble. It would alert me of any unusual activity and movements when I'm not home, and I felt immensely safer because of it. Though I still had faith. Oh fuck. Though I still had faith that my new lock hadn't been tampered with since I got it, considering how the letter had been shoved underneath the door rather than being placed on something as conspicuous as a table. If I had found it on my bedside table instead, definitely would have felt true fear. Ugh, I was getting worked up again. If I continue to think about this anymore, If I continue to think about this any more than I should, I swear I would start to go crazy. Crazy? That was crazy. Shut your fucking mouth. Deciding that that this was a problem for future me, I lock myself in my bedroom and hide within the safety of my duvet. A faint glow emits from my phone as I check to make sure I have all the angles in my apartment covered. Satisfied with my handiwork, I lay back on my bed and idly zoom in and out with one of the camera screens until I grow bored. I doubt I'd be able to fall asleep quickly, but wouldn't hurt to try. Besides, I had to be up bright and early for work tomorrow. With that thought in mind, I lock my phone, shove it under my pillows, and will myself to fall asleep. Nostalgia greets me like an old friend, and before my consciousness fades away, I try to chase after the foggy memory that had been plaguing my brain as of late. Those 3 kids laughing and playing together near a lake. Who were they? And who was the one that stayed right by my side even after everyone else went home? Almost desperately, I try to recall their face or any of their defining features. At some point, I'd take anything. The faintest recollection of pudgy cheeks, twin pigtails, and a frowning expression swirls in my mind, but it slips away the moment I drift further into dreamland. Whoa! Okay, we live, we're saved. Last stretch. Let's see if my computer explodes when I edit. Rather than the faint chirping of birds outside my window, it's the sound of something buzzing and rudely pulls me from my slumber. Muscle memory immediately kicks in, causing me to haphazardly throw my arm above my head and fumble around to search for the noise. When my hand lands on what I think is my phone, I groggily pull it closer to see what all the fuss is about. My boss's name flashes on the screen, causing me to awaken fully. And I unlock my phone to read his message. Library closed today. Police closed down the entire street, unsure why. Will text you if more information becomes available. Conan. What? Conan's odd texting quirks aside, what did he mean the police closed down the entire street? Did that have anything to do with what was on the news last night? That reminds me, I still needed to call Eleanor and Theo to see if they were alright. I mean, it's been almost an entire day since I've heard any kind of reply from them. I'll try Eleanor first. Not wasting any time, I find her name in my contact list and press the call button, only for it to immediately go to voicemail. Strange. Maybe she's busy? I hope she at least received Conan's text. I'd hate for her to show up bright and early to the library only to find out it's closed for the day. Speaking of text, maybe I should send one of my own just in case. I type... My nose is starting to do that thing again. I type up a quick response before doing the same for Theo, and maybe it's because of what happened during our double date yesterday, but I wasn't in the mood to try and call him for some reason. With that out of the way, I let out a tired sigh before haphazardly throwing my phone back onto the empty space near my bed. Well, now that I've got the day off, I wonder what I should do today. But before I can decide on something, my phone goes off for what felt like the 100th time this morning. and I fish around for it with another groan. Not bothering to look at the screen this time, I swipe my finger. Not bother to look at the screen this time, I swipe my finger across the screen to answer the call. Wait, call? Hey! Hey there, sleepyhead. I've got something big to share with you. Do you remember how I told you about that drawing raffle I won? You know, the other day when you were at the manga store? Good morning to you too, and yeah, I do, but you got cut off near the end though. I couldn't really make out what you were saying after our call disconnected. I did? Weird. Maybe I'm remembering things differently again. Damn. Well, there's no harm in telling you again. You can hear me this time, right? With a tired laugh, I nod my head and give Moth a thumbs up. Loud and clear. Alright, drum roll, please. Guess who won a free trip to New Salvas? Me, that's who. No way! Yes, I'm passing through Corland Bay right now. I figured if you were still in the area, maybe we could... Did you want to meet up? Knowing... My throat is starting to do that thing again. Where it's being weird. Knowing that this could potentially be the first time I meet Moth in person, I don't bother to hide my joy and excitement. Finally, after years and years of video calls and messaging each other online, we had the chance to do it face to face. But before my thoughts can delve any further, Moth interrupts me with a tone equally excited as mine. Would that be okay? I mean, the shuttle won't pick me up until tomorrow morning, so I haven't got much planned, and I wouldn't want to intrude on your plans or anything. I know this is also sudden, and we've never actually met in person yet, or even made any plans to. Hey, it's fine. I could show you around the bay, take you to the famous beach from Attack on Giants. Say less! I'll be waiting for you at our special place or whatever the meme is. Anyway, I'll be at the ferry terminal. But don't make me wait too long. Watching the ocean makes me feel nauseous. Also, I want to be the one who hangs up first. Bye! Before I can get a word in, Moth flashes me a cheeky grin and ends the call. Letting out a puff of laughter at their antics, I eagerly get ready to start my day. Now appropriately dressed and prepared to face the day, I barely take 2 steps out of my apartment before the muffled sound of chatter captures my attention. Glancing towards the only functioning elevator on the far side of the hallway, I noticed Violet and Ren in what seems to be an animated conversation. Though it looks like my neighbor was the one doing most of the talking. Oh, hello Blake. Good morning. Heading somewhere exciting today? I was just on my way to the ferry terminal. Angel. I can practically see sparkly particle effects appear around Ren's face as he beams at me with a sunny smile. The next thing I know, he pivots away from Violet, beelines towards me, and invades my personal space by curiously leaning closer. Hi? And wow, this... Isn't this an... And wow, isn't this an unlikely surprise? Oh yeah? I actually bumped into Violet this morning while on my walk. We started talking about you, and she mentioned wanting to see you. I did? Yeah. You also asked if I wanted to follow you upstairs to see if Blake was home. And well, here we are. He's lying through his fucking teeth! Well, more like a smile. Oh? I see. I could have sworn I went upstairs to check. No, never mind. Violet seems somewhat confused at the legitimacy. Fuck. Give me a second. Pause. Rewind. Play. Violet seems somewhat confused at the legitimacy of Ren's words, but ultimately brushes it off and shakes with a shake of her head. Is everything alright with her? Well, I should probably let you both be on your way then. Have fun, you two. And remember, no funny business, you two. There will be a plenty of funny business. If I had my way. Before either of us can muster up a response, Violet swiftly turns on her heel and makes her way towards her apartment. A wave of concern washes over me as I notice how she ignores the potted plant by her door. Normally, she'd give it a pet or even bring it inside on certain days. But Ren's timid voice pulls me away from my thoughts and captures my attention. So, you said something about visiting the ferry terminal earlier? Oh, right. I was on my way to meet my all-night friend, actually. Yeah? Sounds exciting. But is it really good practice to be meeting random strangers online? His concern is almost palpable, and it strikes a chord with me. And although Ren definitely had a valid point, Moth was no stranger. All 5 years of our friendship can attest to that. However, I did appreciate his concern nonetheless. In fact, it reminds me so much of Haruko and how he'd always look out for the safety of his friends. All of a sudden, a mischievous thought crosses my mind. One involving Moth and the real-life manifestation of Haruko. Oh yeah, they definitely freak out if they saw Ren in the flesh. With such an ingenious plan now firmly hatched in my mind, I turned to him with a faux innocent glint in my eyes. No, I would not call him that. My favorite pink-haired guy. Did you want to come along? You want me to join? Yeah, sure, of course. I even know the quickest route to the ferry. You can count on me. And that's how Ren and I find ourselves catching a ride to the... Wait. And that's how Ren and I find ourselves catching a ride to the promenade to meet Moth. Huh? What the fuck was that sentence? I don't even know. The salty aroma of the sea is the first thing I notice before a large ferry boat comes into view. Ren becomes a temporary second thought at the moment. No, wait. Let me read it properly. Excuse me. Too much monster. Ren becomes a temporary second thought the moment I realize who might be on that ship, and I hurriedly make my way towards the dock where Moth is waiting. Blake! Moth! Blake! Moth! Almost immediately, Moth runs towards me with outstretched arms before pulling me into a warm hug. Their excitement is almost palpable as they laugh in my ear and gives me the tightest squeeze I've ever experienced. They nearly swept me off my feet too. Had it not been for the potential safety hazard of swinging someone around on a slippery dock. Man, I couldn't wait to get off that thing. Never again am I going to ride on a ferry. Ever. Ever. But oh my god, you're actually here. You're real. And you're taller than I expected too. And whoa, I love your outfit. Must be the shoes. I have to get a similar pair. And he looks at me, and I look at him. Holy shit, is that... You're joking. You're actually joking. Is this real? No way the real life Haruko is standing right before my eyes right now. Following Moth's gaze, I noticed Ren sheepishly walk up to the both of us and stand by my side. He doesn't seem to greet Moth in any way, but just as I turn around to fully face him, Ren removes a hand from his pocket and gives a shy wave. Ah, guess I've gotten used to Ren being more forward around me that I almost forgot about his reserved side. It's nice to meet you. I'm, Ren. Holy... You even sound like him. Wait, don't tell me. Do you also Shit. Did I say that out loud? Whatever, doesn't matter. You can't blame me when I've got the real life Haruko standing in front of me right now. Where'd you get your hair done? Can you save me from a giant? Do you need a spouse? God, I've seen what you've done. God, I've seen what you've done for other... Moth. I've never seen them so animated before. It was almost hard to believe that this was the same Moth who'd always shy away from social situations. Sorry, I'll try to tone it back. Keyword, try here. But for real though, thanks for coming out and meeting me like this. I know it's really last minute. Not at all. I had nothing planned for the day, and I'm glad Ren was willing to tag along. Of course. I like making you happy. God, he really is Haruko. I can imagine them, like, clenching their, like, the fabric in front of their chest. Like, it's Ren. I guess, well, apart from the hair, I suppose it's just major coincidence that Haruko and I happen to act the same. It is not. I don't believe you a single second. It's one of the reasons why he's my favorite character, actually. It's hard to miss the way Ren looks at me when he mentions Haruko is his favorite character. Oh shit, I pressed before I read the entire thing. But it happens all too quickly that I fear it's just a trick of my imagination. Yeah, I like him because he's odd. Can't blame you for that! Plus, he whimpers and pouts in the most cute way whenever he's upset. I almost laughed the way Ren's eyes widen at Moth's words. So, have you seen him in the latest episode? I swear, the animators knew what they were doing when they ripped his Wait, I haven't seen it yet, don't spoil it. Oh, shit. Sorry, B. My bad. But hey, if you got time, why don't we watch it together later? Sounds like fun. Don't you think, Angel? I wasn't expecting Ren to join in, much less witness Moth to be so social with anyone. But then again, much like me, Moth has been obsessed with Attack on Giants since it first came out. So it made sense for them to be able to gush about it without any restraint. Plus, it was nice to see Moth having fun, so who was I to put a stop to it? Speaking of... Did I tell you the reason I'm here in the first place? Well, you know about that one anime convention that's being held in New Salvis? They were hosting this AOG art contest online, so naturally I joined and won. So now I get to go to the convention for free, and I have one-on-one time with all the voice actors. I mean, come on. I finally get a chance to talk to the voice actor for Haruko. This is like a dream come true. I wonder if I can make him say he wants to marry me. Wait! Why didn't I know about this? Yeah, now that you mention it, it is kind of strange how you never said anything to me. You must be really busy with work, huh? Work? I guess you could say that. However, with everything that's happened, oh my fucking god. However, with everything that's been happening recently, I'm not entirely sure I can blame my distractions on my job. I love Attack on Giants. It's weird how I never got any recommendations or ads for the convention online. Huh. So much for personalized feeds. Well, don't worry about it too much. I'll be sure to buy you all the Haruko charms I can find. I mean, I still owe you, don't I? Besides, the convention isn't until tomorrow, and we've got an entire day to kill. Didn't you say you wanted to show me some of the sights here? Aw, you remembered. Well, oh my fucking god, I can feel my voice straining. Well, since we're all here already, why don't we start with the main beach? Oh, but you don't really like the water, do you? Maybe we can just... They don't? Yeah, though it's not really the water that gets me, it's what's lurking beyond. Unknown creatures, ships, and planes that go missing for no reason, endless depths that have yet to be explored. Yeah, nope, not for me. Oh, and I almost drowned as a kid. What? Unfortunately for you, B, you'll need to unlock my level 80 friendship to hear that one. Now, what did you say about the beach? After what happens in the latest episode, I hope to get to see Haruko's glorious butt imprinted in the sand. Please don't look at me like... Look at me when you say that. Okay, damn. Listen. I kinda... The walk along the promenade is awfully quiet, and it has me wondering where the usual crowd of people are. Usually I'd see Jay and Theo hanging around near the food kiosks, but today, no one seems to be around. Did something happen? And why was nobody answering their phones? It's surely been over a few hours now, and Eleanor has never been one to screen a text for that long. Theo too, for that matter, even if he often finds enjoyment in ghosting others. It sure is quiet today. At least we won't have to worry about fighting someone over a spot to put down our stuff. That's true. But we can't go in the beach wearing these outfits. Here, why don't I buy some swimsuits for us? There's a beach apparel stand just over there. Oh, you don't have to. Besides, I was mostly joking. You already know Moth doesn't like the... Oh. It's fine. I won't be long. Before I can respond, Ren is already bounding towards the nearby stall with a slight spring in his step. Well then. It's fine, B. You two can swim if you want. I don't mind sitting under a palm tree, I don't mind sitting under a palm tree or two and catching up on some webcomics. Are you sure? Yeah. Besides, now might not be a good time to try and conquer my fears. Probably. You know, I recently watched this anime where the main protagonist got isekai'd to an underwater city. When Ren returns, he's got a bunch of bathing suits, towels, and a beach bag bundled up in his arms. He wastes no time handing me a swimsuit, and before I can tell what's happening, he's already ushering me towards a changing stall and promising to watch the door from outside. Ever the gentleman. A small part of my brain picks up on the fact that the swimsuit is my exact size, but I put it on the back burner for now so I can focus on changing out of my regular clothes. When I look at all the items Ren got me, I notice that it shows parts of my skin. The design on the front somewhat resembles an edgy aesthetic, and it makes me wonder if it was the reason why Ren intentionally picked it out for me. However, another part of me wonders if he only picked the swimsuit because it shows off some of my legs. I know what you are, Ren. At least we're like slightly self-aware. I can still hear Moth moving about in the stall next to me, alongside the rustling of fabric and a few expletives? What? So I take my time changing, but it doesn't take long before I'm fully dressed and ready to throw myself into the ocean. As if to kill time and give everyone a few more minutes to get dressed, I stuff my regular clothes into my bag extra slowly and swing open the door, only to find Ren still waiting for me on the other side. All done? That was quick. Guess it's my turn now, huh? It's then that I notice that there's only 2 stalls available, and that Ren really was taking his guarding job seriously. But Ren joined me in my stall. I'm actually not quite done yet. Did you want to share my stall? Almost immediately, Ren's cheeks turn a bright shade of red as he practically chokes on his own spit. Join you? Are you sure? I can wait outside until you're done. I don't mind. Really? Besides, that stall probably won't fit the both of us. Oh, for Haruko's sake, just use her stall! Moth's words catches both off guard before Ren turns his gaze back towards me and pairs it with a sheepish smile. Figuring that his timidness was holding him back from taking the initiative, I moved to the side and silently beckon him closer with a wave of my hand. And, almost shyly, Ren stumbles forward and tries his best to squeeze inside the stall without disrupting me, despite his large frame. As if to offer some sort of comfort and breathing room, I give Ren a reassuring smile and turn my back. Don't worry, I won't look. Oh, I will! Sorry. I wouldn't mind if you did. I'm like biting my arm, like, I'm not a freak. I swear I'm not a freak. What was that? I said I won't look either, so don't mind me. I can still hear you two, you know. Hi, Moth. Yeah, whatever. You guys better hurry up, I'm almost done here. He's gonna look so good. The walk to the beach is nothing short of eventful, and soon enough we find ourselves at the entrance to the infamous Giant's Cove. Moth can barely contain their excitement as they take in the familiar scenery before them, and I don't miss the way they start to babble about the striking similarities between the beach scene from AOG and the current scene laid out before them. I've already visited this cove enough times for the excitement to wear off, but watching Moth have the time of their life right now only seems to hype me up even more. When I look back at Ren to see whether he was feeling the same, I find that he's already staring straight at me with a soft look in his eyes. Reaches a hand out to me, but just as he's about to say something, Moth cuts him off. They actually built a monument for Attack on Giants here? That's so cool. Oh, we should take a photo to commemorate. Here. In a blur, Moth excitedly shoves their phone into Ren's hands and tugs me towards the statue made in Haruko's likeness. One of their arms hooks over my shoulder to pull me closer to their side, and I can feel their smile grow the moment they press their cheek next to mine. Ren, however, seems to have a bout of confusion as he takes in the scene in front of him before he snaps out of his daze and lifts Moth and lifts Moth's phone to take a photo. The camera flashes every time he takes a picture, but after the 7th flash, Moth decides that's enough and signals for their phone back. Ooh, let's see the results. When I peer over Moth's shoulder, I can see the photos Ren took were actually kind of bad. Although the statue and I were perfectly in frame, Moth seemed to be cut out entirely, with only one arm around her shoulder making the shot. We know damn why that is. Holy shit, I forgot how fucking funny this was. Hey, what about me? You're right there, see? My arm, you mean? Yeah. That doesn't count. Here, take another one. Yeah, no, he is not a happy camper. This time, Moth curls their arm around my waist and leans closer to my side. I don't miss the way Ren's eyes widen, nor the way he takes a second too long to take the photo. But I chalk it up to him being surprised at Moth's sudden cleanliness. Was he jealous because we didn't have any pictures like these of our own? Before I can even think about it further, Ren's voice grabs my attention. There. Better? When Ren hands the photo... When Ren hands the phone back to Moth, they hunch over the screen and look over everything with a critical eye. It's almost comical watching them zoom in and out to scrutinize every little detail, but I figured it'd be best to leave them to their own devices. Once I see them open up a photo editing app. No doubt to cover our faces with AOG stickers before they share it in their family group chat to boast. Turning to my side, I look at Ren with a teasing expression. What about you, Buttercup? Huh? Don't you want a photo to commemorate this moment as well? Without waiting for a response, I playfully pull Ren's phone from his pocket and aim it at my pink-haired companion. Fuck, that man has a sleeper build! Oh my god! I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm fine. Ren immediately covers part of his face with his hand, but quickly realizes that he wasn't wearing his thick cardigan, so the sleeve of his rash guard hardly do much to hide his growing embarrassment. He seemed almost camera shy with the way he turns away from me with a soft blush on his cheeks, though he doesn't complain when I start to take a few pictures of my own. In fact, Ren appears to revel in all the attention I'm giving him with the way he indulges my request with a warm smile. Feeling a sudden surge of confidence, I reach out my hand expectantly and gestures for Ren to place his cheek against it. He wastes no time in leaning down, pressing his face against my hand and nuzzling into my touch. Ren almost looks like a puppy like this, and I find myself taking a few more pictures to savor the tender moment. Though, admittedly, the eye contact he's giving the camera feels a bit intimate. Oh, but I brush it aside for the sake of my rapid heartbeat. If I send these to you, will you make it to your lock screen? I can't! Ren, can you come over here for a second? I need to compare hairstyles with I need you to compare hairstyles with the statue. My brother thinks Haruko's hair isn't fluffy enough, but I stifle my laugh at Ren's confused look as Moth continues to rant while they tug him towards the Haruko statue. I look away for the moment they ask him to start the moment they ask him to start posing, and then I realize I still have his phone in my hands. But just as I move to return it to its rightful owner, the screen immediately lights up and starts to vibrate. Perhaps it's muscle memory kicking in from all the times my own phone would go off, but I find myself subconsciously lifting it up to look at the screen before realizing what I had just done. Oh. I'm guessing you're the reason it's placated again? Also, gross, dude. Don't tell me you went back and finished out his... The what? Shit, what exactly are you doing right now, Blake? I shouldn't be reading through someone else's private notifications like this, and yet I couldn't help but feel... fine. Hang out with Ren a little longer. I'm not waving my hands. What was I thinking reading through private messages like that? Ren didn't deserve to have his privacy disregarded like this. With a resolute nod, I make my way towards the group and call for Ren's attention. Angel, sorry, did you want to take more photos as well? Here, I'll move out of the way. Actually, I was thinking about heading to the manga store to check out some of the new merch. Do you want to join us? Oh, and here's your phone. That sounds like a good idea. Here, I'll go get our bags while you finish taking your photos. Let me know when you're ready to go. Almost like a puppy, Ren bounds off towards our belongings and starts to pack them, with a blissful smile on his face. Man, he really is just like Argo. God, I want him to turn into a sticky hand just so I can repeatedly throw him against the wall over and over again. Okay, that I'm gonna start saying that. Your levels of cuteness aggression is genuinely Oh fuck. Your level of cuteness aggression genuinely terrifies me sometimes. The moment we reach the main street, I immediately pick up on the lack of, well, noise? Aside from a lone cop car, there were hardly any cars or people on the street, and most of the stores appeared to be closed. What the fuck? Weird. Was today a public holiday? I doubt it, considering I was initially supposed to work today. But before I can dwell on it any longer, I suddenly find myself being thrust forward and onto the road by an unknown force, before Ren reaches out a hand to pull me back. Once the initial shock wears off and I gather my bearings, I whip my head around to figure out what or who tried to push me. But it proves difficult with Ren's large frame blocking my view, so I remove his hand from my shoulder to sidestep around him. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, I didn't expect this. When I do, I come face to face with a dark hooded figure who doesn't even seem bother to acknowledge our existence. What the? This asshole really tried to push me into oncoming traffic and walked off as if nothing had happened? Wait. Was this a person Violet was talking about? The tall build. The hooded jacket? But he was wearing a slasher hoodie. The only thing that was missing is the crazy amount of belts on his legs. So this is my stalker? I have half a mind to just pull down their mask and hoodie to expose their identity, but I didn't want to cause a scene or make matters worse. Ren, however, seemed to have other plans. Before I can even react, he surges forward to the hooded stranger with a nasty scowl on his face. The fuck is your problem? Not even going to apologize? When no response comes, Ren reaches for their shoulder to get their attention. All it does is cause them to turn around slightly before they shrug it off and break into a sprint. everything happens in a blur, and just as the smudge of black fades from my view, Ren's pink hair replaces it as he as he gently grips my arm to ground me. Are you alright? Did they hurt you? Concern and worry wouldn't even begin to describe the range of emotions present on his face. Ren peers even closer when I don't respond to his question. Ren peers even closer when I don't respond to his questioning, and in that moment, I find myself too stunned to speak. The woman was too stunned to speak. Shut up. All of my attention goes towards the warmth radiating off his sudden closeness and the soft blue eyes peering into mine. With too much worry. With so much worry, I can read. I can feel Ren's fingers press deeper into my shoulders. Not enough to hurt me, but present enough to anchor me, as he pulls me even closer towards his chest. I feel safe being surrounded by his concerned presence, and it was nice to know that he cared so much for my well-being, so much so that he'd willingly pick a fight with some stranger for a simple apology. But the moment only lasts for so long before I realize that he's trying to get me to respond. Angel, what's wrong? You okay, B? Do you know them or something? No. No. And I'm fine. They scared me is all. This has never happened to me before. You know. Oh, fuck. Pause, rewind, play. You sure you're fine? You're still shaking. Want to sit down? Oh, fuck. Want to sit down? Should I call the cops or something? I can barely hear Moth's words over the rapid sound of my heart beating and the ringing in my ears. I wasn't able to see the person's face because of their mask, but their scent, I could recognize that smell anywhere. It was something unmistakably earthy and muddy, and it felt oddly familiar in some way. Before I can let my thoughts travel any further, I notice my friends are still staring at me with concerned looks. Not wanting them to worry, I mask my fear with a determined glint in my eye and try to ease the mood. Maybe we should head home instead. Sure, but are you sure you're alright? You seem a bit dazed, Blake. Yeah, I'm fine. We should probably get off the street, though. I suppose peak hour is starting soon. That might explain why they were in such a rush. Still, it wouldn't hurt to apologize for bumping into someone. Well, whatever. You said you wanted to head home? She did. So, where do you want to go, Angel? If you'd like, we can go to my apartment. It's not far from here. Ah, but you already know that, don't you? Or we can go back to your place if you prefer. I kind of want to save it right here just to see what the option's gonna do. Don't mind the fact that it's 2 a.m. We don't talk about that. We should go to my place. My apartment might be the best. It's not far from here either. Purely on the happenstance of that asshole being my stalker, I'm sure they wouldn't have the guts to try anything while I still had company over. And somehow having Moth and Ren nearby seemed to boost my confidence, so I boldly commit to my decision with a nod of my head. Is that fine with you guys? Yeah, of course, it's fine. Moth still seemed a bit peeved by the person who bumped into me, but they still nod their head at my question. Alright, let's go. I'm kinda scared what's gonna happen. I'm not sure who exactly suggested it, but once we settle into my apartment, we all find ourselves huddled in the kitchen with a recipe pulled up on Ren's phone. It was by some miracle that we had all the necessary ingredients in my pantry, though the only thing missing was a tablespoon of sugar. Yeah, 1 single tablespoon. It's fine. I doubt it'd taste any different whether or not we add sugar. But the recipe calls for sugar. I'm sure the recipe will continue to live a long, prosperous life without it. Didn't you read the chef's family story? The sugar is mandatory. I honestly skipped over it. Ren genuinely looks heartbroken at the prospect of Moth skipping past a long-winded story about how the recipe had been passed down from generation to generation. And I had to admit, this sight was kind of funny. But the bickering could only go for so long before it started to become something more serious. It's fine, Ren. Besides, we'd only waste time going to the store just to buy some. I can get some delivered here. And if Blake needs sugar for something else, and what if Blake needs sugar for something else later? She'd have to go out of her way to buy it. We'd save more time by doing it now. But we'd still have to wait, and it's just a tablespoon. It's not just a... Alright, look, we shouldn't be arguing over this. Once I speak up, the two of them immediately pipe down. I catch a glimpse of Moth rolling their eyes at Ren's reaction, which was to stiffen his lip, pick at his jaw, and look down at his feet. Well, what do you think we should do? Don't make Blake decide. Why not? It's not like you're going to agree with me, right? I still think, okay, I don't mind. Whether or not that was true, it was too late for me to take it back. What should I do? Suggest asking your neighbors. Oh, good idea! Man, why didn't I think of that? I can go ask if you'd like. It's fine, I'll pop over to Violet's place and see if she has any sugar. You guys keep working on the main dish. I'll be just a few minutes. Wait. Now that B is gone, did she ever ask you to wear Haruko's cooking outfit? What? But Blake, please come back. Chuckling at their interaction, I make my way towards Violet's door. As soon as the cursive welcome mat comes into view, I clear my throat and gently knock on Violet's door, making sure to avoid the hanging ivy near the peephole. It barely takes 5 seconds before I hear the sound of feet shuffling and my neighbor's head appearing from behind the door. Oh, Blake, hello. Now, isn't this a surprise, Hey Vi, I'm sorry to bother you, I was just wondering. You don't happen to have some extra sugar I could borrow, do you? Sugar? Well, of course. I was just using some to bake a batch of blueberry cookies the other day. Here, I'll be just a moment. Before I can respond, Violet goes back into her apartment, but leaves the door open for me to peer inside. Once more, I'm hit with the calming aroma of lavender and herbs, though the smell of something luxurious is new. Leaning closer, I pick up on the faint sound of chatter in the background as well, and it has me wondering, did Violet have a guest over? Curiosity washes over me. It's then I notice a pair of high-end heels by the door. Were those Kiara's shoes? They look awful lot like... I don't have time to wonder for long, however, as Violet soon returns with a small container of full of sugar. Here you go. Is this enough, or would you like some more? Oh no, this is fine. Thanks, Violet. No problem. Feel free to stop by anytime. You're always welcome here. Oh. She follows my gaze toward the pair of heels, and almost shyly, she retreats behind the door with a sheepish smile. Ah, an old friend of mine is in town for a while. Her name is Kiara. We're catching up and reminiscing about old times together. Kiara? You mean Eleanor's sister? I didn't know you two knew each other, or that you guys were friends. Yes, well, it's quite a bit more complicated than that, actually. Wait, oh, girlfriends, girlfriends, girlfriends. The faint blush on her cheek says everything. See, I was right. I have a half a mind to tease her, but I ultimately go against it, considering how she literally just let me borrow some of her sugar. Still. Lesbians! A bit more complicated than just friends, huh? Does that mean you're planning on giving Kiara some sugar later as well? Blake, what are you suggesting? Everything alright there, Violet dear? Kiara's concerned voice can be heard somewhere deep within Violet's apartment as she shoots me an incredulous look. Though it only gets softened by the red blooming on her cheeks. Oh no, everything's fine. I'm just saying goodbye. Well, alright then. Taking the hint, I let out a snort and turned towards my door. Alright, I'll stop now. Thanks for the sugar, Vi, and... no funny business, you two. With a wink, I give my neighbor 2 thumbs up and head back to my own apartment across the hall. With everything settled, we all go back to making dinner. Admittedly, I was a little wary of letting Ren watch the stove, considering how he'd once burned an entire pan of pancakes, yet he seemed to be doing well so far. Moth, however, is all too happy to wash dishes, which leaves me in charge of dumping the remaining vegetables into the pan while Ren stirs. You know, Bee, if you were a vegetable, you'd be a cucumber. Cringe! Well, if you were a potato, you'd be a sweet one. You think I'm sweet? Ew! You two are acting like an old married couple now. Gross. Can we go back to the conversation about Red not knowing the difference between a cucumber and a zucchini? I don't even know the fucking difference. I don't. Because it's kind of funny watching him... married? Wait! Oh. Wait, it took me a second. I completely forgot what Moth said for a second. Holy shit, the man's about to cream his pants and I can't do anything about that. It's like he didn't hear a word Moth said. We look like we're married? Ren, your hand is getting awfully close to the flame. Huh? Shit. I didn't notice. You didn't notice? Now that I'm thinking about it, Ren did have quite a number of strange markings littering parts of his hands. Some look like deep cuts, while others loosely resembled inflamed blemishes and burn marks. Did something happen to him in the past? Was that why he wasn't able to feel the heat coming from the Oh. Before I can ask, Ren seemed to notice my inquisitive gaze fixed on his hands and beats me to the punch. Curious? I once said that I'd tell you about my entire life story, didn't I? All you have to do is ask, Angel. Well, he was being... Was he really being genuine right now? If so. Alright then, how do you get those burn marks? There was a flash of something in Ren's blue eyes as he steps closer and fills the space between us. He effortlessly cages me between his chest and the flat surface behind me, before he leans down and lowers his voice to a hushed whisper that sends a shiver down my spine. You'll have to keep this a secret between you and me, okay? It's pretty embarrassing. And no telling your friend either. Nodding my head, I try my best to focus on Ren's words, and I ignore the way his unique scent floods my senses and has me unconsciously leaning closer for more. Well, when I was a kid, I went camping with some friends from school. It was our first time doing something like this, so we didn't have much experience. I guess kid me wanted to prove just how reliable and capable I could be, so I volunteered to start the campfire while my friends pitched the tent. Big mistake. The fire got way out of hand, and before I knew it, the only thing I could feel was the flames scorching my skin and this horrible burning sensation tearing me up. The heat ended up marring most of my arms, and I suffered a lot of nerve damage from it. And now it's left me practically unable to feel most things. And what's worse is that my nerves continue to deteriorate with each passing day, no matter how hard I try to prevent it from happening. It's reached the point where I can barely feel anything at all. As if to prove the point, I hear Ren's hand grip the counter by my side, almost alarmingly tight. But I guess that's why I always like touching you. It's sad, isn't it? Someone who can hardly discern things by touch, no matter how hard they try. Yet, always yearning to see how much they can still feel. I want to experience everything I can before it all goes away, and you make it possible. Wow, after hearing all that, it makes me want to reach for his hand, reach for his face. He can hardly feel anything in his hands anymore, right? So that means... Without a second thought, I reach for Ren's face and gently cup his cheek. My thumb runs across his soft skin, and it's then I notice all the faint freckles and blemishes that litter his face. Part of me wants to trace them, but I hold back for now. It's much better like this, right? This way, you can feel everything. His own eyes widen at my words before I can feel him nuzzle his face closer into my hands. An almost pitiful smile pulls at his lips, and had I paid a tiny bit more attention, I would have noticed the tears forming in the corner of his eyes as well. But before I can open my mouth to speak, the soft and intimate moment is abruptly interrupted, leaving my words unvoiced and hanging in the air between us. Dude, watch what you're cooking! We started a fucking fire. Although dinner ended up being a little toasty, it does little to sour the rest of our evening, despite the slight pout that lingers on Ren's features. We decided to eat in the living room so that we could watch AOG and eventually blaze through the 14 episodes. Excuse me. And even a few MeTube theory videos I can read before the events of the day slowly started to catch up to us. Moth was the first to let out a yawn, and eventually the rest of us fell victim to it. I didn't want to leave the warmth of my blankets, but someone needed to turn my couch into a temporary bed for Moth to sleep on. Looking back at them, I see that they're already halfway to dreamland. Given the way their head was awkwardly thrown over the seat and reclined with drool peeking out from the corner of the lips. Getting up as quickly as I can, I silently tiptoe towards my bedroom to retrieve a few spare pillows and blankets. But what I didn't expect was for Ren to follow close behind. His presence practically startled me. His presence practically startles me, and it takes all my willpower not to yell out in surprise. Had he always been so stealthy? You'd think that with his large and lanky frame, he'd be a little more noisy, right? As if noticing how quiet I've suddenly become, Ren offers to fill the silence. Sorry, I just wanted to see if you needed any help. Here, I can carry these for you and help your friend get set up. Did you want to get changed in the meantime? Sleeping in that might be a little uncomfortable. Oh, sure, thanks, but I can easily distinguish the concern in his voice, but my thoughts were elsewhere at the moment. I can't believe it took me this long to realize, but where was Ren going to sleep? Would he mind sharing the bed with me? I mean, we've both been really adamant about Ren being my boyfriend, and he's shown no complaints up until this point. Would he mind? Deciding I won't get my answer by simply thinking about it, I turn my attention back to Ren once more. Did you want to sleep with me tonight? Sleep with you? You mean, like, you know, or did you mean... I was talking about sharing a bed with me, you dork. Oh, right. Yeah, yes. That's fine, I don't mind. But what about you? Are you really okay with that? Share a bed. Listen, we already know. Yeah, but why wouldn't I be? You're my boyfriend, aren't you? Yes. He's so excited, I love it. Yes. I should go bring this to your friend and come right back. Okay. Just to make sure, you really want me to share a bed with you? Yes, Ren. And I'm really, really, really your boyfriend? Yes, Ren. Really? You promise? Hurry up before I change my mind. At that, Ren practically teleports out of my room and sprints down the hallway. Okay, that's funny. Settling into bed, I let out a deep sigh and sink deeper into my pillows. Ren joined me earlier after he'd stripped himself of his outer cardigan and belt. Though I figured the jeans must have been uncomfortable and Though I figured the jeans must have been comfortable enough for him to sleep in. Let me guess, he's tattooed all over. But it wasn't like I had any spare clothes that would fit his large, lanky frame. Can we stop calling him lanky? That man is slightly buff. And there was no way I was going to ask him to take off his pants. Yes, I would! Calm down. Ren, however, didn't seem to mind sleeping in denim, as he paid them no mind the moment he joined me under the covers and pulled me closer towards his body. I was so close that I could feel his chest slowly rise and fall against my backside, signaling that he'd already fallen asleep. And I found it oddly soothing somehow. It was so soothing, in fact, that it almost had me dozing off as well. Yet, for some reason, my mind didn't seem to get the memo. Today had been an eventful day, to say the least, but despite everything, I was glad that moths seemed to enjoy themselves. All I wanted was for them to have a fun and memorable experience here in Coralland Bay. But much like I did all those years ago, nothing could replace those fond memories of me exploring the wonders of the town on my own as a child, even going as far as Lake Blue Moss before an adult would find me and tell me it was time to go home. Thinking back on that memory, wasn't there someone else with me? I remember leaving the playground to venture deeper into the woods, far enough that I could see the actual lake itself, and there would always be someone waiting there for me. Was it Leon? It was him, right? I honestly couldn't remember anyone else from my childhood. Well, all this thinking wasn't doing me any good. I had to be up early if I wanted to catch up with Moth before they left. Sighing once more, I turned I turn on my side and try to count sheep. Eventually, it works, and as I soon find myself falling into a deep, comforting slumber. Okay, I'm scared what's gonna happen next. End of the demo. Thanks for. Okay. Okay, what happened? Okay, I just want to know what happens if we go to Ren's place. Somehow, I felt a lot more comfortable going back to Ren's apartment instead of my own. I don't want to risk Moth's safety either, so I try my best to convince myself that this really is a good idea after all. With a resolute nod in my head, I turn to Ren with a meek smile. Would it be alright if we go to your apartment? Yeah, of course. It's totally fine. It's not that far from here anyway. Moth still seemed a bit peeved by the person who bumped into me, but they still nod their head at my question. Alright, let's go. I wonder what their reaction is gonna be to that huge ass apartment. Soon we all arrive at Ren's apartment. The elevator ride to his floor is just as slow and tacky as last time, yet Moth doesn't seem to mind in the slightest. In fact, they seem to wholly engrossed in their surroundings, much like I had been the very first time I visited Ren's place. Oh, fuck. Stepping inside, I noticed that my slippers from last time were waiting by the door, and the sight alone sends a wave of appreciation through my body. Did Ren leave them out for me? As cheesy as it sounds, it almost feels like I'm coming home to my own apartment. But it's Moth's awestruck voice that pulls me back to the present, and I watch in silence as they take in the scene before them. Was this how I looked when I first arrived here? Oh my god. What kind of entryway is this? And is that marble flooring? Dude, you can afford this much marble? I didn't buy it. It came with the apartment. And so did the rest of the furniture, or most of it. That's a whole lot of marble! I literally said the same thing. Right. Look at all this. It's just marble. Jeez. I guess I skipped the episode where Haruko became a millionaire. Like I said, I'm not Haruko, I'm Ren. Are those douchey slippers? Since when could you afford those? These? They belong to Ren. He let me borrow them the first time I came here. Oh, are there any spare slippers for Moth too? I'll have a look. You have more than one pair? Shit, sorry. I probably shouldn't be so loud, huh? You're fine, Ren doesn't have any neighbors, or at least he didn't until recently, I think. Sounds like you're really used to living here, huh? So, when are you moving in? No, Now that I was thinking about it, the idea is rather tempting. Ren already seems fine with the idea of being my boyfriend. Surely he'd enjoy being my roommate too. But before I can get carried away with these fantasies, I remind myself why I'm purposefully trying to distance myself from Ren in the first place. I didn't want him to get involved in my personal problems, nor did I want to give my stalker any more ammunition to use against me. In fact, I mean, look at all this space. If you won't live here, I will. How many rooms are there? How many kitchens does this place have? Is there a cinema room? Oh, what about... Here, try and see if these fit you. Ren's voice cuts Moth off as he throws a pair of shoes on the ground. Oh, they're a little tight around the toes, but comfy. That's too bad. I don't have any other sizes. You know, they look like they might fit me better, actually. Here, wanna swap? Moth's slippers definitely appear smaller than the pair I'm currently wearing, but they didn't look too comfortable. Too uncomfortable. Ugh. That much is evident when we swap, and Moth seems to be feeling all the more better in the larger pair of slippers. If their wide, appreciative smile was anything to go by. You don't mind? Not at all. Actually, maybe I do have a pair that will fit you better, B. Here, I'll go and check again. It's cool, Ren. Don't worry about it. As we make our way into the living room, Moth suggests ordering takeout so we can eat while catching up on the recent episodes of Attack on Giant. It's almost comedic watching Ren and Moth huddle over a phone to look through the menu. And I nearly end up letting a laugh slip through as they start bickering over the meal deals not actually being that good of a deal. Leaving the two of them to their own devices, I plop onto the couch with a sigh and absentmindedly clutch one of the throw pillows. Odd. I swear I have the exact same cushion on my couch back home. Did Ren always have the same taste in decor? Plot twist, it's actually my pillow. He just swapped that pillow out for a new one. Because the pillow in my apartment smells like me, and he joinks and replaces it with a new one. I fucking bet that's what it is. And since when did Ren start decorating his apartment? Last I checked, everything in here came pre-furnished, tacky decor and all. Before I can get too deep into my thoughts, Moth and Ren join me on the couch once more to fill me in on what they ordered. And what they got for me as well. Moth seemed all too happy to talk about their fried rice dish that they ordered before the rambling on about how most fast food joints never usually have it in stock, all while Ren gets his television set up for us. The next thing I know, we're almost 2 episodes deep until our food arrives. It takes another three more before we're all finished with our meals, and soon enough, Moth is relaxing on the floor with a bunch of pillows surrounding them, while Ren and I remain on the couch. Here we go! It's finally beach episode time. You guys have to see the outfit the animators put him in. It wasn't in the manga, but I still think it's cool. Wait, we should turn the lights off for maximum effect. Moth's voice fills the silence as they get up, flick off the light switch, and start to pump themselves up for the opening song. Yet my mind can't help but wander towards today's events. I still couldn't shake off the encounter from earlier, or the fact that I now had solid proof of a stalker who wouldn't leave me alone. Still, going to Ren's place was definitely a smart idea. There was an entire team of security personnel down in the reception, and you need a specific key card to make it past the first floor. Knowing this, I wouldn't have to worry about Moth's safety as well. And for some reason, well, I don't know why, but I always seem to feel a lot better whenever Ren is around. There we go. Speaking of... no, fuck. Speaking of, I cast a sneaky glance in Ren's direction, only to find him sprawled out on the couch. He'd offered to share his blanket earlier. after I offered mine to Moth. And I couldn't help but notice how much of it he'd given to me. In fact, only half of his leg is covered. And with winter right around the corner, I was worried he was too shy to admit he was feeling cold. He can't feel anything, it's fine. My voice is starting to give out again, but I need this last stretch. Without thinking, I lean over and drape a portion of the blanket across Ren's lap in an attempt to offer him some warmth. But as I do, my hand inadvertently brushes against the back of his, and it's then that I notice just how cold his skin feels. Excuse me. A surge of concern washes over me, and I have half a mind to reach out and grasp his hand in my own. But Ren's immediate reaction keeps me rooted in place. Almost unashamedly, his gaze shifts towards me before he sends me a curious look. And when he finally speaks, his voice is barely above a whisper, almost getting drowned out by the noise coming from the television. It's okay, Angel. You can have it. I'm not the one with frozen hands. What kind of woman would I be if I let my boyfriend's hands go cold? Not giving Ren any time to respond, I reach out and gently cup his freezing hands in my own. But your hands are cold too. Ren, shh! Before we can glance in Moth's direction for any signs of disruption, but they seem far too engrossed with whatever is happening on the television to fully turn around. You're cold. I should have noticed earlier. Here, I'll go turn up the heater. No, it's okay. Here, why don't we... I'm smiling. Eleanor once told me it's more efficient to stay warm by sharing body heat. Why don't we sit a bit closer? Okay, closer? Yeah, sure, okay. Seriously, Ren, quiet! Without missing a beat, I throw the blanket over her shoulders and scoot closer to Ren until my arms and thighs brush up against his. But Ren takes it a step further by pulling my legs over his lap and resting one of his hands over my knee to prevent them from falling. And just as I dare to take a glance in his direction, Moth chooses to now all times turn around to look at us. Finally, we get to see Haruka. I doubt they realized that Ren and I were currently doing in the dark. In fact, Moth seems all too engrossed in the TV as Haruko's grand appearance flashes on screen. Yet I couldn't help but let my mind wander towards Ren. Being this close to him, I can practically feel the warmth radiate off his body, yet all I can focus on is the way his thumb rubs small circles on my knee, while the other hand plays with the loose material of my bottoms. Almost daringly, I sneak a glance in his direction, only to find him staring at me with a gentle expression in return. I thought you wanted to watch the beach episode. I am. The TV is that way. With a teasing smile, Ren points towards the television. The television. Fuck. Though the look in his eyes practically challenges me to look away. Okay, here we go. We're going to the beach now! There on the television in all its glory is the iconic Giant's Cove we visited earlier today, and Moth can barely contain their excitement. Oh my god, look! There's that massive rock arch we saw. Damn! They really did take a whole lot of inspiration from Coral Bay. They're not shy in the way they languidly flop over the carpet and pull one of the cushions to their chest to get more comfortable. But the moment is fleeting as Haruko soon appears on the screen in a magical pink flurry. Almost instantly, Moth rolls onto their stomach instead, kicking their legs and practically melting over the side of Haruko in the swimsuit. His muscles! Look! Oh, I yearn to lick the crevices of his... Okay. Suppressing a laugh, I glance at Ren, who seems to be sporting a worried yet just as flushed look on his features. And here I thought your fondness for Haruko was unmatched. Those are some big words coming from someone who's rocking the same hairstyle as him. What does that mean? Hey, what are you two whispering about over there? I ain't doing shit. I don't know what you're talking about. We're just wondering if Haruko's outfit is going to... Angel? Deciding to see just how far I can take things, I practically situate myself in Ren's lap without another word. And judging by his outburst, I know I don't need to turn around to see how red his cheeks are. Jeez, you two can't seem to keep your hands off your boyfriend, huh? Sorry, I can't even. Though if I had a partner who vaguely looked like Haruko, I'd probably be the same. Yeah, I do exactly the same, actually. Well, whatever, you two can get cozy over there. Just try not to hit me with your feet. I can feel Ren's legs move from under me, almost as if he wanted to go through with Moth's threat. That was a lot of... Before he ultimately reconsiders, instead he wraps an arm around my waist and nuzzles his head into the crook of my neck. This is just... trying to keep warm, right? Is it working? I need you to be closer. I don't think that's physically possible, Ren. It was true, I was basically ensnared by his lanky limbs with barely any room left to move around. Sorry, I just noticed something. Give me a sec. I swear, these little... Ew. My skin's weird. It was true, I was basically ensnared by his lanky limbs with barely any room left to move around. With the way Ren's arms were encircled around my waist and how his thighs caged my own on either side, I could do very little except sit there and try and focus on the screen. Looking at the fourth wall. In the end, we blazed through the latest episodes of Attack on Giant, and even a few Me Too theory videos, before the events of the day slowly started to catch up to us. Moth was the first to let out a yawn, and eventually the rest of us fell victim to it as well. I didn't want to leave the warmth of Ren's body, but the thought of a comfy bed with plenty of legroom was calling my name. And before I know it, Ren is already showing us to our rooms, with a bright smile on his face before he leaves Moth and I alone to decompress. As I step into my own room, I notice it's just as gaudy and extravagant as the rest of the apartment, furnished with the most ornate decor and bold color choices I have ever seen. But just as I think it couldn't get any worse, I surveyed the rest of the room and come face to face with the most unfortunate revelation. It didn't come with its own bathroom. Damn it. With a grumble, I step into the dark hallway, borrowed toothbrush and clothes in hand, and prepare myself for the inevitability of getting lost in Ren's endless maze of an apartment. All of this for a single bathroom. I have no doubt that this place was at least has at least 4 restrooms, but the chances of me finding one seems laughable. Stumbling around yet another corner, I come across Moth, hunched over in front of a door with a frown on their face. Moth? Whoa! Sorry, were you looking for the restroom too? Nah, my room has a private en-suite. I'm actually looking for something else. What? Where was mine? I'm looking for Ren's cosplay room. Wait, hold on a second. Are you snooping? Moth. Shh, I'm not snooping. I'm just trying to find where he keeps all his Attack on Giants merch. I'm sure a small peek wouldn't hurt. I watch as Moth reaches for the door once more, only to be met with an audible click and a stiff handle. Oh, damn. Locked. Well, what did you expect? Maybe it's a spare key somewhere. You're not seriously thinking of going through his stuff. And never mind that, this place doesn't use physical keys anyway. You have to use a key card to access everything. Ren explained it to me a while ago. So, does that mean you have one? I'm not going to snoop through his stuff. You won't. But what if I do? Moth. Blake. Come on, what if he's one of the lucky people who got Haruko's limited edition sword? You're seriously not interested? Even the slightest bit? Okay, so maybe I was just a little tiny minuscule bit curious, but that spark of interest didn't justify breaking into a locked room without the other person's knowledge. And while it technically wouldn't be breaking in if I used a key card to unlock the doors, Ren still trusted me enough to give me one. Not Moth. Me. Besides, I already did my own snooping yesterday, and look where that got me. Look, instead of breaking in, why don't you go ask Ren first? I'm sure he wouldn't mind giving you the full tour of his collection, if he even has one. You've got a point, ma'am. Why didn't I think about that? Think about what? All of a sudden, Ren appears from behind one of the dark hallways and scares the living shit out of us. Whoa, hey, Pookie Wookie, we were just... Moth wanted to look at your Haruko collection. What? Hey! In that room? Why would I... Oh! Well, it's a bit embarrassing, but that room it's not finished yet. It's a mess. A mess? What was he talking about? Once it's more presentable, I'll be sure to invite you back and give you the full tour. Right. Sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. Ugh. He truly is the real-life embodiment of Haruko, and... Wait. Didn't he have a line similar to that in the manga? Moth must have been on the same wavelength as me, since their mood immediately shifts from embarrassment to excitement before they shoot me a look as if to say, "You heard that too, right?" But before I can respond, Ren cuts me off with a timid laugh. Anyway. Was there anything else you needed? B was looking for the restroom earlier. She needed to pee so badly. Hey! Oh, but calling me out for wanting to see his Haruko collection was fine, huh? The bathroom? Of course, it's just down the hall, near the kitchen. Here, I can show you. Follow me. Leaving Moth to their own devices, I quickly catch up to Ren and follow him down the hallway. Soon enough, the events of today slowly catches up and leaves me feeling tired and drained. Man. Today had been a lot, huh? But just as I settle into bed, I hear a faint knock coming from the door. Was it Ren? I let out a faint "come in" and wait for my visitor to emerge. To my surprise, it's Moth that appears from behind the door with the cheapest smile on their face. Hey, I didn't wake you, did I? Sorry, I just find it hard to fall asleep when everything's quiet. I'm used to my younger siblings bickering in the room next door or hearing someone playing video games downstairs. Do you mind if can I chill with you for a while? I promise I'll sleep in my own bed later. Without missing a beat, I lift the covers and pat the spot next to me. And with a relieved smile, Moth crawls into the bed and lets out a faint hum once they sink into the mattress. They seem content lying on their backs, so I do the same and look up at the ceiling. The silence that follows is momentary. I can do this, it's fine. The silence that follows is momentary. Seeing Moth soon speak once more, only this time their voice is much softer than before. Thanks for today, B. It's... oh, fuck. No one's really gone out of their way to make me feel so... included? Seen? I'm not really sure what the word I'm trying to look for, but... I really appreciate everything you've done. I mean, you of all people know that I don't have many friends. I have trouble talking to people, but I'm glad I could get along with you and Ren this easily. Oh yeah? You didn't seem to have any trouble talking with Ren. Probably because his personality reminds me so much of Haruko. Though I did think the whole light academia fashion would suit him, but weirdly enough, it kinda does. Honestly, it's like Ren walked straight out of my dreams or something. I mean, he's practically a walking amalgamation of all my recent interests. Must be the manifesting you've been doing in our DMs. Oh, please, manifesting? I think you're the one who's been doing that. I mean, you've always asked for Haruko to be real. And look what happened! That's true. I distinctly recall asking for him to be my husband as well. I guess whoever was listening missed that part. Manifest harder! Moth can't seem to contain their laughter at my words, and they end up clamping a hand over the mouth to silence their sounds, lest they wake up Ren. The corner of their eyes crinkle as they turn to look at me with a smile. I find myself mirroring their expression. Good night, Blake. Thanks for today. Night, Moth. At that, they roll onto their back once more and pull the covers up to their chin. The silence returns once more, and I'm left to stew in my own thoughts. Today had honestly been a lot of fun. Plus, it was nice to know that Moth enjoyed themselves so much. I had no doubt that I'll be sad once they leave for the city tomorrow. But I didn't want to ruin the moment with my sappy feelings. With one last smile, I turn to my side and slowly drift off to sleep. Okay. Have you tried getting all the different endings yet? Gallery? Okay. Oh, I have like 4 left? Holy shit. Okay. So, that was at least my main play of 14 days with you for the demo. I still can't remember what I put on my new schedule because I did finish it. I just can't fucking remember what it was. I'm kind of working on archiving Haunting Ground because I have a physical copy and it's not illegal to archive your own games. So I'm working on that to see if I can get it on my laptop, because I've been watching a lot of tutorials on TikTok and such. So I kind of want to see if I can play Haunting Ground on my laptop and show you guys the game, because I love it so much. I became obsessed with it like a year ago-ish, on an ish, when I first saw like someone's video on the game, because I had heard about it from underrated games that were like horror based on the female experience. And honestly, I feel Haunting Ground is a beautiful game. It has a lot of potential. And I kind of wish Capcom would just give it another try and either re-release the game or do a redo, or do like a what's it called? Remake. That's the word. Remake. Like they've done with Resident Evil, but since it's not a very well-known game, I kind of get why. Because guess what? I did spend a ridiculous amount of money to get my hands on a physical copy of this game. Because my dad being the person that he is, usually collects games, but he did not collect this one. Nor Devil May Cry, which I do want to play. I really want to play Devil May Cry. Like the first one. So yeah, I'm gonna see if I can archive the game because it's so beautiful for a late PS2 title. And I've had a lot of fun playing it on my... I actually bought the game without knowing if we had a PS2. Turns out my dad did have one, so I got that to play it. But yeah, I might see if I can put Haunted Ground on my schedule in the future. So yeah, don't forget to check out my TikTok, check updates on posts on here on YouTube or on my Twitter. I don't really use BlueSky at the moment, but yeah. I want to try and post on Instagram. It's just that you can't schedule posts, which is a bit of a pain because I need to schedule posts all the time. I just realized the time and the date is in the corner there. Don't ask me why I'm recording this early the day of posting. Yeah. I'm doing night shifts right now because it's too hot in the day for me to work on projects. So, yeah. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. And again, thank you so much for 200 subscribers. I hope to see you guys next week. Bye!